I think ready is a
Hello,
strong
everyone.
term, bud.
Yup, let's go. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to League of History and Assassin's Creed Valhalla. It's been about 3 weeks, and like last time, I am joined by a lot of people as we're playing Wrath of the Druids. Everyone, say hi.
Hi.
Hello.
1, 2.
Hey everybody,
Yep.
me back again. You know me.
Yep, so, quick introductions all around. As always, I am Adam. I have a graduate degree in Norse and Viking and Medieval Norse Studies from the University of Iceland. And I'm currently an independent scholar and the host and runner of this stream. And you just heard Emmett. They are a PhD student specializing in Irish heroic literature. And we had Eleanor, a specialist in medieval Wales and medieval Welsh saints' lives, correct?
At least one of them, yeah. Welsh, Cornish,
Well-
that kind of thing.
Yep. We had Meg, a specialist in gendered history, women's work songs in Scotland in the 18th and 19th centuries, and the Picts. So, the Pictish tattoo sets. And the sheer horror that it will be the facial tattoo for that. And last up we have Rachel, who is beginning a PhD at Harvard, correct?
Yeah.
In the Celtic Studies program there, specializing also in medieval Ireland. And yeah, we are back with what might be the best depiction of medieval Ireland any video game has had to date.
Which is a technical benefit it has on the grounds of it was a very low bar.
Yeah, the bar was low.
The bar was, if anything, beneath the floor.
Subterranean bar.
Yeah.
Yep,
Actually, that'd be a good band name.
true.
Oh, Picture, it didn't happen. Macro, right?
Ireland in the DLC is about, as with most things in AC Valhalla, has a lot of very interesting decisions and has a lot of very, air quotes, interesting decisions.
But also we have low standards at this point because medieval Ireland never gets represented.
True.
It's like, yay, we're in Ireland! Oh no, we're in Ireland. What will they do?
There's just not enough cows. That's.
There have been a shockingly low number of cows. Oh,
But you can't commit any cattle raids.
and by the way, thank you, by the way, Duckles, for the Prime sub. That is our first of 10. Oh yeah, so before we get in, we should have announcements. And also thank you, OSP YouTube, Overly Sarcastic Productions, for subscribing. Hi, Greg. I know you. So, announcement time. If we get 10 subs, so I guess 9 more subs over the course of this stream, we will have, at the end of it, a reaction to all of the microtransaction sets that this game has put out so far. I'll be inflicting those upon our guests for all of the weird glory that
I'm
those
so
are.
scared.
The 30-second version of Rate These according to, are they internally coherent? Do they make any sense? And are they Viking in any way, shape, or form? The answer to the last one is usually no, but that's okay. So, make sure you get those subscriptions in, get those follows in, and spread the word. We had, I think, on average 70 viewers last time, which is absolutely incredible, but I want to see if we can beat that. So, spread the word. If everyone in chat gets one more friend to come in and hang out, then suddenly we are on top of everything.
Bold of you to assume we have friends.
Har har. The academic experience. We all sit in our rooms. Especially the last year. 2020, we have done nothing but sit inside.
Ah, a visit from my good friend. I am reading the books you procured from Desert.
So,
See why you went to the
I
other
also
end
did
of
a few
Ireland.
things off camera. Between last stream and this stream. Namely, I cleaned up all the rest of the trade posts. And found every viewpoint so that we can actually focus on instead of wandering around looking for stuff, we can focus on actually doing stuff. So first off, we're going to talk to Azar, our Iranian trader, in order to try and buy up as much of the rest of this gear as we can, because we've got a lot. Oh, and someone gifted OSP a tier 1 subscription. So, let's see. Iberian Bracers, check. What is that? Umayyad Steely Scheme. By the way, we did find what every single face mask of every single armor set is, so I'm hoping we can pick up all of them, and then we can just quick break down all of our DLC, or all of our trade system sets. Cheap Doc, don't get too excited on that, because they do. They super acknowledge mythical weapons.
But will you enjoy how they do?
That has nothing to do with it.
I'm already feeling the years of my life melting away.
Yep.
I mean, we could switch over to Excalibur and Gungnir or Mjolnir. We're not quite at the super special Irish weapon though. We're still getting there. And thank you also Raptors for gifting a sub for Sunshine Moon RX, and to Seabass2244 for the follow. You just skip over to Excalibur. It's easy. Okay,
I'm hoping
looks
you
like...
guys can't hear the ice cream truck outside of my house.
Nah, we're good.
Okay, good.
Did I not get the armor set? Where is the... There it is. Okay, we're just gonna see how much... Looks like we won't be able to get all of it, so we'll have to come back for the Byzantine set later.
Swiss Army Excalibur.
Yeah!
Chat seems pretty excited about the Gaebolg.
Perhaps
Yeah, it's gonna be...
Yeah.
It's gonna be a time. The Gaebolg is gonna make an appearance. Oh.
Yeah.
Also-
I'm a little bitter. I'm like, we shouldn't be able to use that. You need, like, training.
And
We
we're
should
using...
be seeking out a woman warrior on a mysterious island if we
where's
want to use that.
Or
Yeah.
Yeah.
say her name.
Yeah, we have fought the Puka already. Yeah, that was the last thing we did last time. Was wait, did we not?
Oh, yeah, we did. I remember because we were all like, why are we bringing the Puka into this? Leave him alone.
Leave the poor Puka in peace.
Yup.
Any other good mythical Irish weapons? The Calidbog, which would have been used by Fergus.
I always enjoy the dance of trade.
That's
The Lewin of Keltar
Yep.
is one of my favorites. It's
Which-
the space-time sphere.
It is in this game, in the microtransaction store.
Very well.
The Sword of Light that Nuida uses, the Spear of Luke that Luke uses. There are a couple others.
The shield. The shield made that. There's a name of it that it's in my notes somewhere. But it is a wooden shield that's been heavily decayed and blackened by acid. That anyone who stands against you is struck low with menstrual cramps,
Oh,
which is really neat.
hysterical.
I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy.
What's really cool about it is it shows that the people telling these stories actually considered menstrual cramps to be legitimate, which isn't always the case in medieval Europe.
That's
Yeah,
very
and-
true. It kind of reminds me. There's I don't remember, Emma, if this is the one you said that they think might be forged, but one of the early Irish monastic rules has a special provision where it says if a nun is menstruating, she doesn't have to follow the fasting rules, and make sure you bring her extra soup. I'm like, that's so nice.
Adorable. I love it.
That is
That's
amazing. Okay,
This Ivor doesn't have to deal with that though.
for some reason, yeah.
Odin powers.
Okay, looks like we won't be able to quite get everything, but we're close. We're not going to be able to get the helm or the spear, but we'll get everything else. So we'll circle back in probably, well, in about an hour we'll circle back to Dublin, and then in an hour after that we'll maybe be able... Yeah, before the end of the stream we'll get it all, so we'll do the big reactions to the Byzantine set at the end. Actually, I think we'll do all of them at the end, because we've got a lot to do.
Farewell, Eivor.
We've got a lot to do, because... Let's take a look at a couple things here on the map. And thank you, by the way, to everyone who follows. I will not have time to thank every one of you individually, but I do see it. I do super appreciate it. It is awesome of you. So, my plan for today is that we're going to kind of run around, make a circle of the southern half of, Dublin, Meath, and Connacht. And then we'll circle around, and then as we're going through Ulster, we'll pick up some of these. The other half of things. Because there's a lot. All of these masks, are the O'Neill artifacts. We've got 2 suspicious, actually dangerous fights against some sort of Norse warrior, because this symbol used to mean the Drengir of Ragnar Lothbrok in the base game. So I'm not sure who we're fighting here. And then we've got a bunch of Trials of the Morrigan to do. And, armor sets of stuff. Yeah.
I am once again asking if the Trials of the Morrigan have anything to do with the Morrigan.
No, and I don't think the Morrigan's altar does either.
That's such a shame. Random crow woman who talks shit at you is a very good thing. Would be a very cool thing to have.
It would be.
It could even be in the drug sequences, just being shit, and then you could get the whole thing of is this Hunan or Munin, or is this something else? And you could have a fun thing with that.
I'd like to see the two ravens or crows turning into 3 and then back to 2, this entire trippy sequence. And people are going to absolutely hate me saying this, but I feel like, of all things, Resident Evil 8 did a better Morrigan than this, and they weren't intending to do the Morrigan.
Yeah.
That's true, and also kind of sad.
It pains
Anyway,
me.
we were saying
pains me.
we were saying mythical weapons. In the store, you can buy the Lewin under the name that it's used. What, Emmett? You said exactly once.
Oh yeah, this is the name of the Lewin given in my brain said Exile of the Sons of Ishlu. It's not that. The tragic death of the Sons of Turin. It's the only time this name is used, but it got this text got into Japan and got translated and then used in JRPGs constantly, but the exact same spear shows up in 5 other primarily Ulster Cycle texts, and it's called the Lewin Bear.
Yep.
This would be Luke's spear, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's his second one. It's the one that's next from the King of Persia.
Amazing.
Yes.
Incredible. We'll react to the rest of that if we get 8 more subs.
Oh no.
Because there's 20 packs of absolute interesting decisions.
Sweet Jesus.
I really like how interesting decisions has become this kind of set phrase that we use to cover an awful lot of stuff.
Hey, it's so versatile.
Oh, are we back in the lynx? I like the giant lynx.
Yep, we are keeping the giant cat, because why would I ever write something other than the giant kitty?
This
We're
is the
writing
one
in
thing.
style.
The one thing all the historians can agree on, where it's we'll forgive you this inaccuracy because we get to write it.
True.
Well, like we said last time, it's just so outlandish that almost nobody would believe that was actually historically happening.
Yeah, no,
Exactly.
nobody's in danger of believing. Actually, I shouldn't say that because there was that whole debate about whether there were lynx bones in 7th century Cumbria.
Yeah.
Nobody, but
It's less of a risk.
That being said, there are links in this game that will probably try to attack us in Ulster.
Oh, exciting.
Uh-huh.
Are they giant?
No, they're a quarter the size of our cat, and they still think picking a fight is a good idea.
That's really weird.
Yeah, it is. Anyway, I don't think Johnny is here, so I will do this. This is a dolmen. It's just kind of, sort of.
Oh, we've got a weapons request.
Oh, weapons request. Yep. I forgot that. Shield and flail, right, Leander? Okay, we're going full Irish with the Morrigan's Guard.
Oh boy.
oh Jesus.
I remember when we got this.
Uh-huh, in Gloucestershire.
Yeah!
We got it from a Neolithic site in Gloucestershire.
Was that the same Neolithic site that had the Roman pots with Futhark on them?
Yes.
Yep.
So, anyway, This is a very strange dolmen, but this is technically, I would count this as a dolmen, which is a term of sort of Neolithic construction that is a flat slab of rock supported by several standing stones below it, which is
Can you?
extremely
I think you can
common.
get inside there. I
Yeah,
think you can get inside there if you shoot.
well, I think I can just walk inside.
Hmm.
There's an entrance. That's
It's very telling
blocked.
that my approach. It's very telling that my approach to this is just shoot it.
I mean, it was blocked, but we have explosives by the power of stuff.
Those leaning stones, I can't remember where
Yeah.
it is in Ireland, but the two stones leaning against each other making a little stone tent. There's a part of Ireland that's covered in those.
The burn.
Hmm.
Is that it? Yeah, that one. Yep.
The
Yep.
burn is something that I wish we could have seen here because it's so indication of what we think of when we think of, the rolling, verdant hills of Ireland. Because no, that place looks bleak. We are talking this gray, desolate landscape that is marked with crags and rocks.
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah, just some lovely grave robbing.
So,
Ah.
they might actually be,
Who's this
like,
guy?
making the O'Neill artifacts actually, like, nominally related to the O'Neill family. That would be exciting.
But why is he in a Neolithic tomb?
I don't know.
It's like a 5th century king. Hold on.
Murdoch-
I'm gonna look at the annals of
I
history.
sense more Roman pots.
Son of Eogan. I know I've heard that name, Murdoch. It annoys
Irish
me now.
didn't have ceramics in this period, did they?
And I think they do in the 9th century, but before...
Probably not in the
I don't
Neolithic
know.
period.
Oh yes, I don't know when they get them back, but they very strangely lose them in the Iron Age, and we don't know why.
Yeah, it's the same with the Picts.
They
And
just-
the Welsh, I think.
They just de-invent pottery.
Yeah.
By the
I
way,
have a question about the Ogham.
there's a line of Ogham here that's actually, like, written on the correct part of the rock.
Holy shit!
Oh,
Are you
that's
proud of
really
it?
cool. Yeah, that's really well done.
Also,
Yeah,
the O'Neill artifact is not a mask like I expected. It's the Janus Bow Island head,
Huh.
but small.
I wonder if they're all going to be different.
Probably
Can I
not.
ask a question about
Yeah.
the Ogham? And this is, I guess, intended to be Ogham experts in the chat. I know that in Britain, when you find Ogham on stones, you don't find it on stones that have no other inscription. Like, there's always some kind of Roman letter inscription on there, usually in Latin. And then there's also Ogham at the side. Is that common in Ireland as well, or is it more unusual?
No, it's just kind of like, here's this person. There's very little Romanized inscriptions, at least in the ones on UCC. Not that I spent hours looking at the ones on UCC.
Right, that makes sense.
I like the best way to describe Oghm's use as monumental Ogham in Ireland is, you know, those little plaques you get on historic buildings. It's just
yeah.
those.
Oh,
And-
okay, that's fascinating.
Also, at the risk of really being a pedantic bitch, them putting the way that they have that name in there is very it's old Irish as opposed to the primitive Irish you would have seen with an actual genuine Ogham stone. But I'm not going to blame them for making it at least a tiny bit more accessible.
I think we can forgive them for not belaboring poor Dr. Darwin.
True.
Yeah. For anybody who doesn't know what primitive Irish would look like, it looks a little bit more Latinesque. You have endings to the words that look more like Latin. A lot of female names would have A's at them, that sort of thing.
Uh-huh. By the way, KJ, you say that Dr. Brett Devereaux's blog is literally called a blog of unmitigated pedantry, so the name has kind of already been stolen. Oh yeah, it's a collection of unmitigated pedantry.
Yeah,
So the name has
bring it up,
already...
except it's the acronym.
Yep.
There aren't cows in these fields, but at least one can imagine sometimes there might be. Like, they're
True.
Yeah.
Asked about this
True. The only thing I don't... Actually, this one does it better than the English fields. I was not super thrilled about the English fields because they're so perpetually delineated. Right, there's not an open space like there is right here for there to be common pasture land almost anywhere in England. It's either forest land or it's nicely low stone walled farmland.
I think we've got a question which I think I know the answer to, but I'm not the expert, so I'll leave it to the people who do know things.
Well, where's the question?
It's somebody highlighted their message.
Yep.
Roman occupation.
Bilingualism too. People could read both.
People could read both, but also when it comes to the direct issue with were the A endings, were the os endings the result of the Roman occupation? The answer, the short and easy question is no. It's a matter of a shared ancestry as opposed to one drawn from the other. Because we also see that sort of thing in, say, Gaul, before the Romans came in.
Or indeed pre-Roman Britain.
It's just Proto-Indo-European Indo-European languages being Indo-European languages.
Ooh.
For unknown reasons, all the endings drop off and make life very hard.
Yeah, because if anybody's ever looked into Old Irish, I wouldn't necessarily expect that as, save yourself. But if you have, then you'll know that the declensions that you would have in Latin are labeled O stems, A stems, U stems, that sort of thing. And that's how we will label each noun in the language. And the reason why is that is how it would have looked like before the 7th century. For example, with A stems, an example of that would be the term Ingen, which in the primitive Irish was Inigena. It means daughter or girl.
Yeah, that's Nian in Scottish Gaelic.
And back in the day, it would have ended with an A. But then in the 7th century, they were just like, fuck that. We're not going to do that anymore. And also, we are going to have some syncope here, so we're not even going to produce that little vowel in the middle here. It's Ingen.
Amazing.
Welsh does this too, which is why adjectives mutate after feminine nouns in Welsh. Anyway, what are these stones?
These are ship settings.
Yeah, what the heck?
These are Norse ship settings, which
There's so many of them.
I am not exactly. There are basically two main problems with this that I can spot. Namely, the first one is that there are so many of them. There are, for the most part, ship settings are for relatively elite burials, so they mark them with the sort of very low barrow, right? The one we saw over there with the writing on it, with the little letter pinned to it, is a good example of that, where they're putting it in a low barrow instead of just this, and then surrounding that with the ship settings. But elite ones are probably on their own in some sort of very marked place. And the other thing is that these are way too small. Right?
If you look at
So
tiny
these are supposed
ships,
to be ship burials?
Yeah, these are ship
Oh
burials.
yeah, they're too small.
They're
Yeah,
way
yeah.
too small. The biggest and most famous one is almost certainly the one at Ganlejering in Denmark. And that is so big that it has a 10-meter tall burial mound in the center and an entire church with a church graveyard inside of it. And if you stand on top of the burial mound, which is for the Danish king Gorm the Old, then you can barely actually see the endpoints of the ship setting. It's something like 100 meters end to end. It's enormous. Which,
I really love the concept of having a graveyard inside a burial.
yeah,
that's cool.
because it got repurposed.
They asked if the ship burials are exclusive to the continent, but this is pre-Norse, but isn't Sutton Hoo a ship burial?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
It is a
They're not
Did that.
common
So,
in England, I don't
it is
think,
not
but
a
you
ship.
get them.
It is not a ship setting.
Oh, right,
So
okay.
it doesn't have the stone outline of the ship, but it is a ship burial in that he was buried in a boat.
Yep. Somebody's working on a reconstruction of the boat right now, and
Yeah.
there was actually another reconstruction a couple of years ago near where something.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Oh, fox!
Yep. So I'm not aware of any big ship settings like that in Ireland or even in England, but it is kind of the stereotypical internment burial for elite Norse culture, and so I'm not I'm not really bothered by them including it, though the fact that it fills the exact same role and structure as a Christian graveyard is weird.
Apparently there are, I just googled it, and there are ship burials in Scotland, Viking Scotland.
Okay, awesome.
And
Are
Also
those-
not a place we get to go.
Are those proper ship burials, or are those the stone settings?
It says it's a Viking Portenalen Vode boat burial in Ardnamurchan. 10th century Viking boat, 5 meters by 1.5 meters long.
Okay, so that's probably an actual boat.
Yeah, it was an actual boat. I don't know if they had
Awesome.
the stone.
Yeah,
top, like
so
you mentioned.
the stone setting is often used where they can't, for some reason, they can't transport a physical boat in there.
Oh, I see.
So it fills the
I
same
see.
symbolic function of being a ship to carry the spirit into the other world, and there you're able to do it on a massively larger scale.
Oh, right
I
then.
know what. I know what manuscript this is. This is SOM. This is SOM 66. This is a manuscript of the Prose Edda.
oh shit! What is that?
Oh
doing?
my god.
Oh my
That's a little
God.
late.
I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
from the 13th century?
This manuscript's from the
flying around
17th
inside?
century. This manuscript is from the 17th century.
Oh, well, yeah, this is the one with the cool illustrations, right?
Yeah! This is an awesome
my God.
manuscript.
Look at the fucking font. Look at
It's
the font.
It's adorable. I love this one. But yeah, that's Bokana Edda is the font right there.
I
Oh my
can't,
God,
I
you're
can't
right.
tell if this is like a really neat Easter egg or just batshit insane.
Yes, it's both.
Honestly, I have to admit, like, on one hand, it's batshit insane, but I really appreciate that they took the time to render it in
It's
so much
gorgeous.
detail that we
It's.
can recognize it.
I mean, I don't know why they turned it into a scroll, but it's gorgeous.
Because you can't have it be a 17th century book, then it would be obvious that it's not supposed to be there.
But it's. You could just make it a generic codex.
Yeah, that's true. You could make it a 9th century book. We have those.
True.
We have plenty of those.
There's
Amazing.
probably a
Maybe
paper
they
to be
thought,
written
maybe
about
they
the
thought
Midnight
a book
Scrolls.
would be too Christian.
I don't
They
know.
were worried a book would
Oh.
look too Christian.
Yes.
I feel like the writing it down at all is too Christian. Like, if we're still in the conversion period, then whoever is writing down this Edda is very early.
I mean, my favorite thing is in the main game where you see actual diary entries being written out and lying around everywhere.
Yep.
So,
Okay,
our
what is-
our Edda
oh, shit,
manuscript
here you go.
has a history of Tara and the Lie of Fail.
That's what it gets worse.
I mean, it isn't wrong. There's no information here. I'm immediately seeing, really, that's a howler.
Yeah, it's more just we've seen what the Leophile looks like in
True.
this game. That's the Howler.
And the Leophile is not in the Prose Edda.
That's
No.
the other. It's
Yeah.
like OSP in the chat is right. It's hilarious. This is the microcosm of the game. We're going to put so much effort into rendering an object that like 100% shouldn't exist here.
Yup.
This is what the historians don't want you to know. The Leophile is in the actual prose.
Prose
That would
Edda.
cause so many problems.
Snorri
Oh my
was
God.
a time traveler.
Don't do this.
I
We're-
still have a personal theory that the author of Brave Patron Abwe was a time traveler.
I mean, fair.
It would explain a lot.
It would explain why it's so weird in a way specifically designed to frustrate future historians.
Okay, I
They're
have a question
fluffy.
about the Ogham
Yeah.
that we were looking at earlier. So, did you guys say that in Ireland there's no Ogham in Old Irish? It's all archaic Irish?
For the most part, I believe. I don't really recall any old Irish Ogham. It's one of the major distinguishing features of the Ogham.
The Ogham
really
on the
interest-
stones is Ogham on the stones is archaic. I think we have some middle Irish Ogham on manuscripts, and we think that it was probably used in between those periods, but increasingly just not on rocks. And we just
Yeah.
don't have them.
Because the reason I ask is because in Orkney there's a ring that has an old Irish Christian blessing on it in Ogham.
Oh, fascinating.
Fascinating.
Yeah, Catherine Forsyth, I think at Glasgow is the one who has argued the reading. It's like, I don't know, the equivalent of Beonicht, like blessing.
Yeah, Beanacht or
Yeah.
Bendact or
Um,
Bendacta.
yeah, it's got that and then like a name on it or something. So it was like a Christian Ogham ring.
We see. I think there's a knife. I think there's an antler hilted knife somewhere that has someone's name etched on it. There's a wall. Oh God, where is it? It's like I think in like Dublin or one of the port cities that just has someone's name carved in Ogham into the plaster that we noticed quite recently. We initially thought that Ogham only showed up on these stones, and then as time has gone on, we're like, oh wait, no, it's showing up in a lot of places, but just not the stones anymore.
Yeah,
So it
Amazing.
looks
the
like it
thing,
was in use.
yeah, the
We've
thing
got
that's
some.
gonna be. Sorry.
I was gonna say we've got a question from Sam in the chat.
Yes, this. Oh, maybe it was a spindle whirl. I thought it was a ring, but it might be a spindle whirl. But yeah, it was Catherine Forsyth who wrote about it. Um, yeah, maybe it was a spindle whirl. I
Yeah,
forget.
also good catch with the Oricep Negus.
Yeah, the thing that should be known is that when I was talking about Ogham earlier, I was primarily referring to it in the sense of the monuments, but we do see it popping up significantly in manuscripts. Damien McManus had a good book as far as the general usage of Ogham, but yeah, we do see it popping up routinely throughout manuscripts, including most famously in the Orakept. And also in that lovely, lovely time where you actually have what translates out to ale
Oh,
sickness, which is kind of one of the most famous.
take a drink. We've got a skull with antlers on it.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, in oh god, in I think I've just been googling it, and I think um, it's interesting because Ogham is just later in Scotland generally than in Ireland.
Ah,
I think, like it comes to stones later, because most Ogham is in Pictish areas, um, from like the 7th century to like the 9th century, and Irish was really high prestige language in Pictland, but we think that a lot of the inscriptions are probably in Pictish. But it's hard to tell because they're mostly just names. Um, and some of them do have Mac in them, like son of. But some of them, which would be map in Welsh.
God,
So
that's so many skulls.
from
It's so many
I-
human skulls.
I assume you're thinking of the abstract, just looking at this. 'Cause
Uh-huh.
That's all I can do.
oh
Uh-huh.
Jesus
God.
Christ!
So, for
Here
I
anyone...
we
just
go.
went back to the tab. It's like a dinosaur.
Uh-huh, it's definitely not a Leshu. We promise. Super not that. We're gonna pretend that it's Carninos because that's slightly less egregious.
See, a part of me
But
wanted
only
it to be
slightly
Vala.
because the bar's on the floor.
Yes.
On
I think I heard a werewolf.
Oh shit.
everybody's favorite.
Man, why
Oh
is
no,
it
that's a
the
bear.
werewolves of
That's
Valkyrie?
not better. That's a bear.
The monumental Ogham stones, by the way, would be Macwas in Ireland. That's what you see a lot from the primitive Irish. That's becomes Mach.
Ah, right. Yeah, apparently on the Pictish stones it's spelled MEQQ or MAQQ.
Yeah,
They
with
double letters for no reason a lot on the Pictish Ogham stones. I don't know if that's a thing.
It's because they're hyper abbreviated, because Ogham is super
It's-
inefficient. So you have to take out like half the letters.
but
Then
it would be
Why would you? Oh, wait, but there wouldn't normally be a vowel in between the two Q's, would there? MEQQ?
not really. If I was looking at it, and keep in mind it's been ages since I've seen a proper Ogham stone because I've been out of court. It'd be MAQ, possibly Q, but I think it'd be UOS. So Macwas. In the primitive Irish, not in the old Irish.
Jeez.
Uh-huh.
And also, it should be noted that I'm biased when it comes to using monumental Ogham because that is our major attestation for primitive Irish.
Yes.
So a lot of times when it was brought up to me when I was learning Old Irish, it was because Kevin going, "Look, this is what the language used to look like."
Yep.
Oh, hey,
But-
what's that? What was that symbol with Trial of the Morrigan? Is that Cronos again?
Yep, that's Karen knows from the Cauldron.
Yep.
Yeah.
Also, Emma, I think this is you in the chat pointing out the island had bears in the Bronze Age yet again.
Yep.
Yeah.
The Bronze Age
yep.
reared its ugly head.
Maybe it's a ghost bear.
I mean, it's
we've got
probably a
all
ghost
spells,
bear.
Why not?
By the way, there was a question of how to make sure your questions get seen. The single best way to make sure you guys see questions is to cheer using bits. Any donation amount, I think, over 10 is accepted by Twitch. So it's literally like 10 cents is the best way to make sure, but I am trying to keep an eye on chat in order to be able
hopefully
to answer
with 5 of
questions
us.
anyway.
Hopefully
So-
with 5 of us, we'll notice them.
Yep, we are doing our best to
I
notice
keep
them.
thinking-
If you have questions for one of us, just mention it specifically. But as I said, the single best way to make sure you get them seen is through cheers. Because then if there's a big donation sound, I can't miss it. Anyway, we've got another, like, half-buried dome in here. So, time for another O'Neill artifact.
I like to keep imagining what Johnny would say if he were here.
Johnny should be here later, so we're gonna ask...
yay.
We're going to ask him about it later. Yep, he is just not off of work yet.
Who's Johnny?
A docent at Stonehenge who was here last week or last time to do the Neolithic stuff.
Right,
Yeah.
Cool.
Read. Excerpt from a history of Niall of the Nine Hostages.
Oh,
To his son Connell, he
Niall.
gave 2
Oh, fuck.
figurines as advised by the wise woman. They be taken in turn by Niall's grandsons Ardgil and Fergus, who were saved from their uncle's curse by the blessed Saint Patrick.
Hey, St.
Does anyone confirm
Patrick.
that?
Sure, that sounds right.
That sounds fair.
Yeah, roughly. I'll be
Speaking of
honest,
which,
this part-
Ardgil, son of Connell MacNeil.
I'll be honest, I'm more interested in the parts of Niall's story that involve the sovereignty goddess, but it looks good.
Were dates ever inscribed in Ogham on stones like this? Like, because that reads like an annal entry.
It
Not
does.
really. They
This-
weren't really using dates like that on the monumental Ogham. I feel I always have to say monumental Ogham versus manuscript.
Yep.
Yeah,
But you're right.
manuscript Ogham has numbers, but monumental Ogham, you'd have to write the word for the number out, and that would be a
Right.
mess.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. By the way, Emmett, I know you had a copy of the Annals of Ulster floating around. Are these are these legit dates? Or does they not include those?
Let's see.
Any of the
yeah,
annals-
death should be in it.
Yeah, I can check. What's the name? Connell Mac something.
It was Ardgil, son of. So the one
Son
here
of-
was Ardgil, son of Connell MacNeil.
The entry. All right, so in what's the second month of the year? Oh, awful. February.
Ardgil McConnell, he died 520. I'm seeing it now. He has a Wikipedia
Yep.
page,
Yep.
which I'm sure they
So
used.
the final entry says the Battle of Detna in Drovna Bech, in which Ardgal, son of Connell, son of Neil, Christ, what the? Coggle Mu Cluthy, king of Arthur, and Morthagach Mach Echra were the victors. So it doesn't end. It shows up in the annals. I've never seen. I'm gonna send that to Rachel because that's a really weird translation.
You know,
Um,
every now and again I wonder how all of these people keep managing to put booby traps in their graves. And then I'm like, on the other hand, if you lived in a world where grave robbing was a very frequent occurrence because you live in the world of Assassin's Creed, you would.
True.
Stretch your wings, Sunan.
Yeah, I assume that's an objective genitive, Rachel. That right? You have son of somebody, so you use the genitive.
Ooh,
Also-
you go.
Well, I was about to say that one of the things with Irish is also that they didn't have a singular word to denote a possessive, so you would just have two nouns smashed together, and you're supposed to gather from the fact they're smashed together that there's a genitival relationship, it shows possession, and you put the word that follows it into the possessive as well.
Cool.
in theory, there should be an I in a lot of Mac, but there aren't. I'm sure Kevin would explain why, but those genitives should have an eye, but they don't, and they never do. So,
Fair enough.
Can we check this with the map? Because
Yeah.
I'm looking at Thomas Charles Edwards, and he has a footnote on this entry, and he says Ardgul was the guy who died was the eponymous ancestor of Kenal Ardgul, a minor branch of the Enail in eastern Mide. I don't know how to pronounce that. Around
Mead.
Kildalkey.
Never.
Mead.
Cool.
That's Mead.
No.
Is that where we are on the map? Because I thought that
We're
if we were.
in western
it is.
Mead. We're on
They
far
did-
western Mead.
Okay.
So
Oh, okay.
they should be
province.
over here, but yeah, nah.
Pretty close.
Close
Exactly.
enough.
Also, I stand by my belief that Meath, by the way, is still freakishly large.
I agree with this.
Maybe that's part of the problem.
You know, it might have been better if they'd remembered that Munster existed.
Poor Munster. Poor Munster. Poor Leinster.
Munster.
They both
As
got deleted from the game.
As
Kinda
somebody
like
who, you know,
Cornwall.
True.
yeah, given that I went to UCC, I'm a little bit bitter about that one.
Yep.
Do you think that anybody from one of the other colleges just paid them to not include Cork here? Hey, Ubisoft, we'll give you $10.
Probably, I suspect it may have something to do with the fact that I hear Munster is actually fairly low on legendary mythical figures.
Oh, come on, that's where
It's not
Anna would have
some.
come from. It's if there was a historical Dawn, she would have been a Munster tutelary goddess.
oh, we have what's his name? Druid. Oh God.
Halfbed?
No, the Simon Magus's BFF.
Oh,
Oh.
that bitch.
I'm
Oh.
blanking. So
I'm
hard.
also
But
blinking.
the one with Tlatka.
Yeah, the one that John writes a bunch of papers about. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Margaret. There we go. Thank you, chat, for remembering
Margaret.
lectures I've given to you.
like
Red
it's raining.
Panda. That's not 980 is way too late for the founding. There is a Dublin in right because we're in 882 give or take. Somewhere in the 870s or 880s in this DLC. So, and Dublin is correct in this period. It's demolished in the 890s and is refounded in 911. So, we do have a Dublin. It's about to get destroyed.
Fun.
Yup.
And then they made the mistake of rebuilding it, thus subjecting the entire population of Ireland to massive amounts of traffic, overpopulation, and Dublin being itself.
Hey, they got
Oh,
that
the
real big
Dublin
spike
cost of
though.
living.
Evil pigeons.
By the way, chat, you guys do know that the cat makes horse noises, so why are you guys being questioning the fact that it hasn't mauled us to bits yet? It's cute. We just accept that it is cute. Anyway,
Makes horse noises.
it makes horse noises. They didn't update the sound pack for it.
Why
Because it's a
would you
horse.
do that?
It's
That's
a
messed up.
it's a reskin of the horse, and so they just never updated the sound pack for the horse.
But then that means it can't purr.
I know.
Yeah, that's the
So
thing. And there is a
sad.
cat in the game. We cuddled it last time.
Uh-huh. Anyway, who's ready to raid St. Brendan?
Wait, what?
Oh, Clontarf,
I
Brad.
don't know if I can
We're at
see my
Clonfert.
Wi-Fi.
We're at Clonfert. It's a raidable location.
Oh my god.
I am once again
But of course
asking
we're
where
not
the
gonna kill any
supernatural
monks.
vengeance from the saints is.
Yep.
We'll see who's on his altar. Matthew Paris.
Oh, oh god, you're so right, it's doing Matthew Paris again.
Technically, Brendan isn't dead yet, so he couldn't.
Wait.
True. Not wrong.
Yeah,
So he should be able to
Brendan.
rush out here and call down holy lightning on us.
He's that
Yeah.
late? Oh my god.
Oh no, he's not late. Wait, hold on. Brendan.
Brendan went to the
There's
Isle of the Blessed in like the 6th century, supposedly.
Yeah.
He died in
Wait,
the
yeah.
6th
depends.
century.
But
Depends which Brendan we're talking about, right? There's multiple.
the Brendan,
Brendan
Navigatio,
was
Brendania,
Clonfert.
the one in the Navigatio.
Okay, so in other words, he should be very much dead enough to do some posthumous miracles.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm awful. I always confuse the ending of the Navigatio with the ending of Imra Fran because they're very
In
similar
reverse.
texts and their
Yeah.
characters have the same name. is just floating around until the apocalypse, doing his thing in the other world.
Yep.
Yeah, it's very telling that I lose track of all the saintly documents at different points.
True.
I try.
Did you guys know Tolkien wrote a poem about the death of St. Brendan?
That doesn't surprise me at all.
No.
That's just
The-
a fun little thing. You can find it somewhere online.
The only reason why I'd be surprised about that is that he didn't... Right, he liked Welsh, but he didn't really like other Celtic languages that much.
He didn't like the Irish language, but I think he was intrigued by Irish lit.
Fair.
You talking about Tolkien?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like he was not a fan of these so-called Celts, but he lifted a lot of stuff from them.
He sure did.
Yeah.
It's very British colonial.
I don't like Celtic language.
Well, he
I
liked
don't
the, he
like
liked
the
Welsh
Celtic
phonology.
languages just because- I don't like Celtic languages because they're so disorganized, not like English, which is a very practical language
Uh-huh.
and very consistent too.
Now, to be fair, in
No,
the period
I
he likes best, which is Old English, it's
It's a well-behaved
Slightly
Germanic
more.
language.
But yeah, no.
But I feel like he was a bit of a fake fan because if he liked consistent languages so much,
Gamecom!
I got
Hello!
but I feel like if Tolkien had such an issue with Celtic languages, he should have just spoken Old English in his everyday life.
I was
Like
gonna say,
he was a fake fan.
not
I mean,
based
he
in the
did...
on Welsh.
I feel like he did speak Old English in his everyday life every chance he got.
I mean, like the
Oh.
fun thing about this.
Oh my
Brendan
god,
poem-
okay, enclaved microstate, the only reason I didn't shout you out is because I didn't know how to pronounce enclaved, okay? It was not personal.
But also, we have if Tartarius somehow comes up in this game, I am dragging you into this voice channel. Just know that.
Oh my god. Let's hope and pray there are no Starfleet.
Okay, final note about the Tolkien thing is that the only reason we know about the poem is because it was in his own self-insert fanfic about his friend group, where his character is the reincarnation of Aragorn, who is also reincarnated into an Old English guy called Alfwine before being
Yes!
reincarnated into him.
I fucking love that. That is
the best,
hilarious.
dumbest...
Fantastic. It's so worth reading. It's the Notion Club papers, you guys. Histories of Middle Earth, Volume 9.
Oh
Go get
yeah,
it.
I've read that. Yes, it is so great.
Beats
So
the
they
same way,
accidentally
though.
flood England by remembering Numenor too hard. It's so
Oh
good.
my god. Beats the same way though, like with Tolkien, because it's like I remember doing this paper comparing Bede's Life of Cuthbert to the anonymous Irish Life of Cuthbert. Oh, yep, there's
yeah.
Matthew
Amazing.
Paris. And
Okay, Matthew Paris is here again.
Yep.
Bede's always like, whenever there's something really crazy that the angels did that isn't something Bede approved of angels being able to physically do, Bede's always like, well, it's said that the angel helped him build the wall, but I don't really know. I'm just telling you what
Yeah.
people say.
That
Whereas
is
the
the-
Irish one is just like, yeah, the angels were like high-fiving him, they were tripping over each other, like,
They were very
Bede
Well,
hates
some of it
angels
isn't-
physically interacting with people. Like, he cannot handle that. To Bede, it's like you only see angels if you're about to die or in a
in
dream.
a dream.
Whereas, like, meanwhile, Columba's like bopping around Iona, like being nudged by angels and beaten up by them and all sorts of stuff.
Beating up other people for
Well, some-
them,
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
stealing
He's
stuff.
a pugnacious guy. Oh, there's a round
something-
tower.
Yep.
It's something that's actually really interesting because I was just rereading Baptism of the Gods that John did, and he talks about how the Irish doctrine when it comes to the angels was much more, shall we say, varied than you would ever see on the continent. Like the question
Yeah.
of whether even fallen angels could be redeemed was something that the Irish were like, well, yeah, anybody can be redeemed, and everybody on the continent's just like, no, Satan cannot be redeemed.
I think is it John who talks about Ireland really being into the Book of Enoch and like non-canonical angels who nobody else believes in.
I think
Yeah.
so. It sounds like a very John topic.
I wish we had some
I-
non-canonical angels here.
Mm-hmm.
I think
Yeah.
he also talks about, because I know there's a point, because Ronka did a class on it, where an Irish poet in a very well-known medieval poem has to add two archangels to a list to make the meter and the rhyme work.
Oh,
But
yeah.
about 200
Yeah.
years later, people lose. Yeah, the later medieval scholars who really love this poem lose track that these are just poetic additions to make the poem work, and start being like, we have lost track of two archangels. Something has
Where
gone
did they
wrong.
go?
Somebody's OCs became canon.
We love it. We absolutely love it. And by the way, we got a request for full player choice for gear, except we must use the sickle in the main hand.
You know what?
Yeah. Sorry.
I kind of like the
mentioned
sickle.
Judas being in hell.
Oh, I
Isn't
was
Judas
gonna-
in the life of Saint Brendan on a rock.
Yeah, so in
Day
the life
off.
of, in the Navigatio Brendani, Judas is in hell every day of the year except Easter Sunday, and on Easter Sunday he gets a break where he gets to sit on a rock in the
right.
middle of the ocean, and it's a miserable rock, but it's better than being in hell.
That's
True.
right.
True.
I mean, I've been Team Judas since watching Jesus Christ Superstar when I was like 6.
yeah.
So
Fair.
I'm very team. Give the man a break.
Yeah.
Nothing. The whole thing wouldn't have happened without him.
But I mean, also it should be noted that my theology has always been kind of circumspect, given that back when I still was a Christian, I was the type of kid who would pray for Satan, because I thought he deserved a break.
Aw. That's very
I mean,
wholesome.
Paradise Lost does make a pretty good case for that.
Yep.
I mean, it isn't fair that he gets to be damned for all time. Like he
Wait.
should deserve one more break.
What are these stained glass
Whoa, they're
windows?
stained
Dude,
glass.
fuck!
Uh,
This is like post 1940 abstract stained glass.
This
Yep.
is like my 1960s Abbey I grew up going to.
Yeah, literally, like I mean, I love it because it's what's familiar to me. But the reason it's familiar to me is because it's very recent.
yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
Once
we know
you're done
some
killing all
stuff.
these people, if there's any stained glass windows remaining, we gotta look at them up close.
Oh yeah.
Like we do know some stuff about what medieval stained glass looked like. 'Cause we have a little bit of it left.
Yeah,
I don't know about stained glass of this period.
That was
Yeah.
taken about 50 years or so to
Ow.
make.
That tracery is very postmodern.
Mm,
That lead is
yeah.
the lead is kind of on the heavy side. I do
Oh yeah, we
stain-
have an actual stained glass expert.
Yeah, my mom does stained glass. I sometimes help her out with
Incredible.
it. I've done a few pieces.
There you go. I didn't break it
let's
all.
take
I
a
only broke most of it.
It isn't rendered in a high enough quality for me to really say anything, because one of the major things I would use if it was me would be looking at the detailing on the paint, which obviously there isn't any paint.
Yeah.
It's the degree to which the pieces are just like random and uneven in an artistic way. Like that's a modern
Yeah.
art style.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What I might say with it is that it does look a little bit more like a Roman mosaic, so it might be reflecting an earlier period. The thing is, if we were in an actual church, I could tell you if it looked earlier or later, but the issue is the video game rendering. It's kind of hard for me to tell what is intentional versus not. But
Yeah.
on the
also,
wall.
Also,
Oh,
I
sorry.
don't have the settings on the highest possible because my internet would melt, and we are trying really hard to be on performance mode.
no, I'm not going to say,
Yeah.
no, you have to turn the settings up to full so that I can get the stained glass. What I'll also say is that in AC Unity, they did a phenomenal job with the stained glass there, so I almost do think that this might be intentional, and it might be deliberately a little bit simplified.
Wait,
And I
it's
also
weird
play
that-
on...
After you, Rachel, sorry.
I was about to say, I play on low quality with AC Unity at least, because there's no way that my Mac can handle it.
What I think was weird about the stained glass here is that there's no clear imagery of who the saint is.
Yeah,
It's just a
That's
yeah,
figure
what
with
I
a
was
halo.
thinking. There's
There's
no
no
iconography.
symbols.
Yep.
And also-
I mean, that
Looks
would that would require us to
They
care
all
about
look the
saints.
same.
but
Also, yeah, I was about to say, it's all the same dude instead of any biblical scenes.
I mean, this
that's so
might be
true.
a
Hey,
result
Matthew
of them.
Barris.
Yeah, everyone say hi to Matthew Paris and his manuscript. And also, this is still canon. This is still canon.
Yeah. Okay, it's so weird that Canon's apparently the only saint they give a shit about. I'm like, you.
But remember, this is a practical thing, because they have to make basically a couple of stained glasses that are appropriate for every church in England, because otherwise the game is already 50 gigabytes of data. We don't really need it to be more than that.
That's a
So-
fair
What they
point.
could have done though is use generic for most of them, but have the one behind the altar at least be of like the patron saint or something. Not that you would normally have a saint behind an altar; you'd usually have a Jesus thing. But like, you know what I mean? Like have like one unique window per monastery or something. That would have been cool.
That would have been really cool. And yeah, if there were resources and development time for that, I would totally get it. I do think this comes down to a practicality. And I think it's
Yeah.
just weird that their practicality meant that they're using what I would agree is probably 20th century relatively abstract styling
Yeah,
instead of
very
going for like a gothic, right? If you want one that just feels medieval, it's no more accurate, but why don't you just have a super gothic stained glass?
yeah.
Also, it's weird because the saint is generic, but you could have done something that looked a little bit more St. Patrick-y, which, like,
Yeah.
on one hand, would St. Patrick be in every single abbey in Ireland? No, but he's enough of a popular saint that you could probably get away with it.
I was gonna say he sure would like to be in every single abbey in Ireland.
True.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah, he would. Yeah, they could have like given him like a mitre or something.
Yeah. Something to indicate that that's a bishop.
Yeah, just something there.
Yeah. Yep.
Game shows in Eastern Europe. That would be a great different DLC.
It's true.
Just
And
somebody
I
in
mean,
the
I've
chat
been
was saying that.
I think most people who have been here for any length of time know what I wish the base game was, which is that it's set at the turn of the 11th century, and you're based in
Yeah.
Jomsborg, on the northern coast of Poland, and you're just the opening level is in Constantinople. You get hired by the assassins to go take out the Order of the Ancients across northern Europe, and you've got like 3 story arcs. One that goes Iceland, Greenland, Finland. One that's Canute's invasions of England. One that's the raids into Iberia. And then one in the Kievan Rus.
Yep.
And you just have like a wide open thing where you have a bunch of small world levels that you'll kind of traverse,
Yeah.
but not have it be a massive open world. That is my stand as to what this game really would have made this game sparkle in a way that it doesn't quite. I mean, I'm having a lot of fun
yeah,
with this
11th
DLC.
century
I'm having a-
Constantinople would have been great.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I will say,
I just love the idea of the assassins subcontracting. 'Cause
I know.
That could be an interesting thing to be like, look, things have gotten really messy historically at this point in time. We don't have a fully established order, but boy, can we hire people to do our job for us.
and well, it also fit with what we've seen the assassins do in other games, where we have seen them hire people on Lido for the Templars, where they've been known to just get third parties, and it's what they did in New York at Assassin's Creed Rogue, which I know that people don't necessarily like, but
Go soon.
Yeah. By the way, so Clonfert had 0 mentions of Brendan, despite him being literally all over the base game, including in
Yep.
North America.
Oh my god.
And secondly, had 0 mentions of Barith's mother, despite the letter that she wrote explicitly mentioning that she met Barith's father at Clonfert.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
So that's a weird.
I mean, they could
That's a
have
weird
had, like,
choice.
just like a little illusion, something like like
Exactly.
a special coracle relic or something. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
oh,
Effort
St. Patrick's
there and not
boat,
on
or
putting your
boat.
history of Tara in a prose edda from the 17th century.
Yeah.
I will say that
Forever.
That's
I-
pretty
Is it
hilarious.
Time to grave rob? It's
Yeah,
time to grave rob.
we're grave robbing again. Which
We do look like a lost. I don't even want to say Roman because I don't trust that this is a Roman outfit.
it's Carolingian helmet with then the closest thing to an reasonable Viking age everything else, except the gloves.
Okay.
The gloves just look cool.
Yeah, the helmet is the main weird thing.
Yep, that's their Carolingian helm, which is actually reasonable, not perfect, but reasonable for an elite Carolingian helm. With a horsehair plume,
Why we
and then
look
the
a little
super
bit
tall thing.
lost.
Yeah, yeah. And remember, everyone, you can use channel points, 1200, in order to change my gear to whatever you want, if you don't like this outfit. And, once again, remember to get the... What? Why am I choking?
Uh-oh.
That's why. Explosions.
Fantastic.
And we get another O'Neill artifact. And who's this for?
Good night, guy in Australia.
Good night.
Oh,
Please
see
get
ya.
some
See ya,
sleep.
Chris. Lugat, High King of Ireland, son of Logan MacNeil the Cursed, died 507 for unknown reasons.
Oh, Logan MacNeil. He was a bitch. I love him.
Ooh, well, okay, it's not unknown reasons in the one of the annals. I got it up here and it says a fiery thunderbolt from heaven struck him after he had rejected Saint Patrick.
Oh my god.
That's what.
That's
what
far
Logan
better.
MacNeil is.
That
That's
is
what Logan is best known for.
that is so much better.
Yeah.
Wait, but this is Logara's son. So
Yeah.
right, this grave is
I
for
was wondering
Logara's
if
son.
that-
Yep.
I was wondering if that was why the unknown cause referred to, because Logora's major real contribution is that he's known as a dick who rejected Patrick and paid the price.
Yep. But again,
Oh,
like
Broken force line.
this is 507, so this is supposed to be Lugat, his son. So this may not be a contradiction. Also,
Yeah,
shoutouts to the fireballs I keep creating that are somehow not burning all of these paper. Literal stacks of paper.
Yeah, that's weird.
Logora has been known to show up in a lot of literature that deals with the chronology of Ireland. He's kind of one of those high kings that people use as a chronology point. He's brought up in, for example, Fintan and the Hawk of Achill.
Cool.
Oh yeah.
I know this because I translated that section of it, and it's one of those things that haunts my mind now.
Amazing.
Oh, I think this is the one that my friend did, and you has like a Twine edition and translation of. I'll go see if I
Yes.
can find it.
It's that translation. It's that translation of it.
Yeah.
But at one point, the Fintan is remarking about how many kings of Ireland he witnessed, and he mentions Slime Della. He mentions Luke, I believe. He mentions Patrick, and he mentions Loigara.
Cool.
Okay, I'm not sure where I should put this link because I can't put it directly in the chat. I can send it to someone who can.
Yeah.
I'll pop it in somewhere and like Amit or somebody can put it in.
Exactly. So yeah,
Does
I mean,
Ivor not need to sleep?
no, I mean, we sleep in cutscenes and that's about it.
Oh right, okay, so
We
it's not
sleep
like
when it's
Skyrim.
plot relevant.
Exactly. Oh, and there's
Ooh,
a
we've got a
question
highlighted
to
question.
ask about the Banshee. Most people think they're just Irish or Scottish ghosts, but I feel like there's more to them. There is a lot more to them in that the image of the modern Banshee I think it's entirely an early modern invention, isn't it? I know, right? It's not.
Yeah.
It's not real, but it's not medieval either.
It is very, very later. And, well, the Banshee, literally, its name translates out to Banshee, the woman of the sheath.
Yep.
So we are dealing with fairy women, not just ghosts, but specifically women of the other world. And something that's relevant from my studies is that we do have the keening tradition being very prominent in the Irish text. And something that I'm a little bit obsessed with is how we think of keening and we think of this kind of very sad but very dignified sound, this almost song-like mourning. But what you actually hear if you read accounts of medieval keening is this very kind of breathtaking display of grief that is very unhinged. We're talking clothing being torn, faces being torn. We're talking about drinking the blood of your nearby relative. Mad, like
Wow.
you know.
Okay, that I was
think of
about to
this-
say this sounds very, very much in line with like biblical traditions, but then it went a little bit extra because it's Ireland.
Well, there's actually something very interesting with that in the sense that we actually have a controversy that happens in medieval Ireland when it comes to depictions of the Virgin Mary in Greece, because there are limits to how much you can depict the Virgin Mary mourning her son, because you can't really show her drinking Jesus's blood
Yeah.
But that
would
is,
go against some prohibitions.
That goes
But, you
against
know-
several things.
Unless
you
it's
do
during the
have-
Eucharist.
True.
Yeah.
but you do have that happening, and you do have that being a controversy. But where it reaches with the whole fairy connection is that you do have this ongoing connection of Brig with Keening. And even though the first account we have that is the 9th century Cathmag Turith, we actually have another account that takes place in Dinhenicus. And even though I believe the Cathmag Turith account is, I don't want to say artificial, but a later development brought on by 9th century political changes, I believe the Dinhenicus account is genuine.
Amazing.
So it is. So it's very likely that at least Brigid might, underline might have had some tie to Keening, and I do suspect that that might have some connection. It's one of those things where everything looks very coincidental, but there isn't enough to make a strong argument.
I accidentally kicked off a
And-
transubstantiation argument in the chat, so I just
from-
wanted
Oh
to
boy.
Oh boy. Yep.
Here we go again.
The Catholic
Uh,
doctrine.
For more on the Banshee, from the situation with the idea of the whale causing people to die, that's literally an invention of Dungeons and Dragons that has been heavily popularized. So it's interesting that we can trace that.
Oh.
But for most of the for the early modern period, the Banshee is mostly a figure associated with different noble families will have their own Banshee, who mourns when members of that family are dying.
Speaking of Banshees, look at the Morrigan.
Here she is.
Here we go.
Finally, the Morrigan. Or the several Morrigans.
I wonder who the writer of this is. Since
Oh
there's
boy,
a
oh
first
boy, oh
person,
boy.
I wonder who's writing this.
Yeah, it's also. Who is
Goddess
it?
of War, yeah, sure.
Death
Not
is
so
a
sure
little bit-
about Death, Prophecy, and Fate, though.
I mean, okay, I'll give them props in terms of the fact that the Morrigan is shown as a prophesier in Cathmag Turith. I'll
Like,
give them that
she
much.
can prophesy.
but
But
The thing is, a lot of characters give prophecy, so it's a little bit of a stretch. It's one of those things where I understand where they're getting it from, so I won't knock them off too many points for it. But it's also one of the things where it's kind of doing a lot with a little.
I also have to laugh at how they're like, but mostly she's a woman.
True.
yeah. I love the phrasing where it's like she intervenes in a battle that Cuchulainn is fighting with Medivh, because the Morrigan doesn't care about Medivh.
Well, she also is
She's
weird
offended,
because she literally kickstarts the whole damn battle by creating the cow in the first place.
Yep.
True.
But then also she's like, hey, Cuchulainn, wanna hook up? And he's like, no. And she's like, okay, cool, I'm gonna kill you.
Hang on. The one thing that strikes me here, and this is mostly from talking to Emmett, the three women, this is just wrong, isn't it? Like, this is confusion of that there are the Morrigan, one of whom is the Morrigan.
Complicated.
Yeah. So this is a thing. So the identification of the Morrigana as a set of three goddesses is mostly a modern era thing coming out of the White Goddess, which itself is
our
drawn.
favorite.
There are exactly. So this is really confusing, and it's very fair that it's confusing because you only really notice this plurality if you actually know medieval Irish.
Yeah.
The Morrigan is in singular. Morrigana, which looks the same except with an A at the end, is plural. The plural group is literally a group of individuals, one of whom is the Morrigan, makes it even more confusing. And then, while it's often popularly depicted that these are like a 3-in-1 figure, or there's 3 members of this group, the group moves between like 2 and like more than 5. So it depends on the text, it depends on a lot of stuff. And the membership is not very solid.
And Kappa Crab noted that part of this may be analogy to the Nordnir, because there's a lot of superficial similarities between the Fates, the Morrigana, and the Nordnir. It's all very superficial.
Popular in early Celtic studies.
Having a name of the person who wrote this little tiny scroll where they're like, I've seen her. If we knew who this was, we could tell if they were equating her with the Nordnir.
Yeah, it
It'd
would
help
be.
if you had.
It would be very helpful if there were names attached.
A question from Finna about bandits.
Oh, the bandits are technical term, a hot mess. So, right, the most egregious thing about them probably is the way they dress. In that they have this weird choice where they make bandits largely wear bits of fabric that in no way, shape, or form actually can be interpreted as functional clothing. Alongside druids, they both wear the same thing of just like a pile of scraps of fabric. Which is not a good look, as it turns out. The other thing, though, is that they tend to wear, like, skulls. Often human skulls. As just, like, a thing that is fine. And that breaks more than a couple rules. Like, there's heresy, and then there's mega heresy, and that's totally in the mega heresy category.
In Irish context, I almost wish that we could have had Fianna to fight here, because,
I know.
this bunch of young aristocratic men running around causing trouble, they'd be pretty ideal as that kind of chaotic element.
Yeah, and
Especially because they have no cows to steal, so they gotta find something to do.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Adam, I know you talked about this before, but it is kind of disturbing, the thing where the bandits are like marked out by not just their clothing, but having like helmets that they can't take off that mark them as non-human-y. Like,
yeah,
and most bandits are just dudes.
This is the point.
They're human beings.
Yep. So, Emin and I are actually submitted an abstract for a conference that some members of Chad already know about, but because they're the ones organizing it. Thank you, Ask Historians Mods. That specifically thinks about skulls as, like, the marker of non-Christian religions. And, like, the sheer... And then the bandits get coded as pagan and morally bad pagan because they wear human bone.
It's
which
like
is
the weird
wild.
From Gloucestershire, because he had a bunch of skulls hanging around. I'm like, but we're not even supposed to think this guy is evil. He's just kind of weird.
Yeah.
Why does he have a collection of skulls with no jewels?
Correct. And our local Spalkona in Ravensthorpe, I counted. In our home territory, the person who gives us beneficial potions and is the one interprets our visions and sends us to Asgard and Jotunheim has 30 human skulls in her house.
Like, no wonder there's so much grave
A
robbing
lot
going
of dead
on.
people.
30 dead people to decorate one house.
Look, it's fashion.
It's like the Hand Witch in Gravity Falls.
True.
Well, there's one way to get 30 skulls.
Okay,
Yeah.
what's happening here?
We are apparently fighting, about to fight someone named Hogni Seatost, who is, we are mirroring our weapons. We both have a axe, and we both have a sickle. This'll be fun.
Salt Lake soldier. You lived here for some time.
Oh wow,
30
look at those.
skulls is a lot of dick.
Lord of the sea till my throat bleeds with
Oh my god, that's so scary.
The design choices on this guy are
A lot.
interesting.
There's another Khal
What
Drogo.
has it to do with me?
Yeah.
Yeah, he
Oh my
is.
God, it
would you
is.
Look at the tattoos on that guy.
For my arrogance. Thorgest thought me dead and sailed off into
I'm actually not sure who this Thorgest is.
Send me down
Wait,
into
Is this
what?
somebody we're supposed to know?
I can't
We saw his grave. We saw his grave earlier.
give me an honorable death.
No, you don't, Gancon.
So,
Just toss them in. Just toss them in the ocean. Come on.
oh, I know who this is. So this, in the Irish annals, the first king of Dublin is said to be Turges, who is also probably related to Al-Ghazali's account of the Irish petty king who he met in the 9th century.
Whoever falls first.
I think we might have a
This guy's
request
strong.
for gear change.
Yep.
If it's okay, we'll do that after this fight. Actually, we can do this right now. No pants and big weapon. Okay? Okay. I'm just gonna hide them
anyone
instead of
know-
taking them off, and then big weapon. Is Excalibur big enough?
We'll have to see.
How about Excalibur and a Ulfbert sword?
I could make so many jokes about a big sword, but I'm not going
Yup.
to. I'm gonna be good for once.
You guys, you know how he said
Oh, wow.
he's gonna dedicate his death to Njord? Is
Yep.
there any evidence of anything like that happening in the sagas? Like,
Yeah,
to
that's a
dedicate?
good question.
Sort of. So, the primary person that you dedicate deaths to is, without a doubt, Orvin. Just,
But also,
but,
yeah.
there are, Berserkir who will tend to do that. Ow. Who will be so overconfident that they'll, say that they are going to dedicate this, kill to Orvin, and so that this is like actually a form of sacrifice. Often
Right, but do
in
you
a
dedicate
home
your
conquest.
Do you dedicate your own
No,
death?
no. It's one of the great examples of this is in Urvar Odd Saga, where hey, wow, that was easy. Double greatsword, good guys. So, in that saga, there's a fight where Urvar Odder, Arrow Odd, goes
Survivor of Thorgest's crew.
goes and fights a chieftain in Finland, I think. No, actually, this one's on Samsa. This is in Denmark. So that chieftain he's fighting has a pet eagle, and he says, "I am going to feed you to the eagle," with the strong implication that this is then also a sacrifice to Orvin. And Odd says, "Yeah, the eagle's going to feast on one of us." And so obviously Odder wins the fight because he's the hero of the saga, and the eagle betrays him. And so, right, that sort of language is often interpreted in the later saga material as overly prideful, and therefore actually usually a marker that this person's going to get their just desert by being absolutely mauled in the fight. It might be close, but yeah, the legendary sagas actually... The legendary sagas sometimes do a really weird thing where they're actually taking a super, like, the gods... I mean, it's not weird because they're 14th century texts, but the gods are demonic and not super good, and we should, the people who do well by their own virtue are worthy of ow, this is gonna hurt! Who do well by their own merits are the ones who are good, and you don't necessarily need the gods. And then they convert to Christianity at the end of the saga, inevitably.
Yep.
Of course. Also,
got
something I
another
was just thinking about with the more.
Oh,
Yeah. Who wants to go
continue
first?
on.
you can
You
go
can.
first, Rachel. Then I'll ask Finef's question.
I was just about to say, when it comes to the Morrigan, something I was also thinking about is that it seems like at least a few of the ones that we associate with the Morrigan were actually some form of war goddess at one point. But the idea of them being this one concrete group of Morgna was totally artificial.
Awesome.
It's a genre, not necessarily a grouping that would have been used.
Oh. Well, that didn't work.
So there was a question from Finef, who said, were the Norse really that death by other warriors obsessed as this game and other media make it out to be? In other words, like, it's best
yeah.
to die in battle.
In the Saga Corpus, kind of. So there are... For a warrior in their prime, dying via warrior is the correct and honorable death. If you make it to old age, going off and trying to get yourself killed is a thing that people did in the past, but that you should not do as... Really? The stories are broken? Okay. It's a thing that you shouldn't do in the actual modernity and the saga corpus. So, there's one that William Ian Miller really likes to describe the feuding structure. I don't remember the name of it off the top of my head. It's a short saga of a Thorcat, I think, but I don't remember in super detail. Regardless, the hero's father ends up goading him into a big fight where he does super well and honorably and fights to a draw. But it would be the old man when he actually tries to stab the quote-unquote enemy of the saga. Even though that chieftain who is the main enemy is pretty decent as just a person, when he actually tries to do that... did I overshoot? No. Okay, we're good. When he tries to actually stab the guy by jumping out of bed with a sword, that's a shameful act. Even though that's essentially trying to go for death by chieftain, that is considered shameful. You don't do that. That's not the role an old man is supposed to fill. So, as I said, it's more complicated.
We've got another question. We did talk about potential connections with the Morrigan and the Norns,
yeah.
we?
So there is no genuine connection between the Morrigan and the Norns that I find at all plausible.
Same.
Right, there is a lot of superficial connections that make the comparative mythologists happy. That is a different thing than there being an actual real one.
The interesting thing is, the medieval Irish access to some forms of classical texts. They know about the existence of the Mori, that if anybody can do Latin or Greek, I apologize for my terrible pronunciation, their three fates.
Yeah.
But the Irish don't associate the Morgana with them. They go, oh, the Furies. Yeah, them. They specifically start in one of the earliest mentions we have of the Morrigan, the Morgana, the names are, they're directly glossed with the names of the Furies. And like very, it's like the Irish trying to take a Greek name that's been moved into Latin and trying to write it in with like an Irish script in an Irish style. So it's like really messed up, but we can break them down and be like, oh, they're associating these figures with the Furies. So they clearly aren't, they're considering more of the violent, the entity who commits or causes violence rather than a background weaver.
Cool.
So the Morrigan can foretell things, but can also cause things.
She will foretell the violence she's about to do to you personally. Meg, what were you about to say?
I was just gonna say, so how they called the Morrigan a goddess of fate, that sounds like that isn't really how they would have seen her.
No.
We don't really know much about how medieval Ireland considers fate, which is a huge challenge.
That's a problem.
Well,
super
also,
important, no idea what it does.
Because it seems very, like, we have some prophecies that seem to be like, because they have a bunch of, like, whomsoever does X qualifies for Y as prophecies.
And it's also something where some of the prophecies that we do get are heavily Christian inspired. Now I know that John does think that with the Morrigan as she appears in Catherine Turth, and that particular prophecy might have some references to what might have been the pagan apocalypse essentially. But it is also very heavily Revelations inspired as well. So that's something that has to be taken in mind with that particular depiction of the Morrigan. And it's weird with Catherine Turth because, as I always emphasize, it is a 9th century text. And when they're talking about the world will come to this, son will enter his father's bed, this will happen, it's also a comment on the contemporary time, comparing the 9th century to the world of that the Morrigan is prophesizing.
Nice. Anyway, we're going to pick up some goods here, and then we're at an hour and a half, so this is going to be our first break. And thank you so much, Math, for the resub. 8 months. That's insane. Oh. Thank you, that isn't what I wanted to do, Azar. We're going to pick up these things, we're going to see what more we can buy, and then we're going to take our first break. So we need, by my count, 7 more subs in order to be able to get our spectacular historians react to the microtransaction sets. So make sure you guys get those in and keep spreading the word. It's just going to be a quick break so that I can get more tea. So it'll be probably about 3 minutes for me to heat up the water for that.
kingdoms
And
desire
then-
to trade for our goods.
Yeah, we are. Once we come back, we're gonna roll into actually like doing the main story quest again. I don't know. It feels weird. It feels weird that we're doing that. Let's grab the spear before we grab the helm. Cool. So we need what?
You're 10 out of 10, Garcon.
Hey.
Oh, and I look like microscape. I'm just kidding. Both are great.
You are both excellent. Okay, so yeah, we don't need to worry about so much about the roost bracers. They look pretty generic, but yeah, the helm is the last piece we need. So, it'll be about an hour to build up enough books in order to buy a helmet.
I mean, that is a lot of books. Like, those are a high quality
That's
item.
a lot. That's a lot of books. These are a lot of really high quality things.
Last time
Like-
we were stealing a book back from somebody. Now we're just straight up stealing books, though.
What does he want me to build him a fucking palace? Because it'd
It
be
seems to be.
cheaper than 120 books.
And thank you, Holy Milk, I believe is how that should be read, for the Prime sub. Oh yeah, and remember, right now, subs are cheap. If you have Twitch Prime, your first sub is 50% off, and if you don't, it's 20% off for the entire month of June. So, this is a great time if you're on the fence to try and get those subs in.
We'll close the books on that. Farewell.
So, we got a new spear. We'll have more of these texts when we come back. And so, yeah, it'll be about 3 minutes, just so we can get some more tea and snacks. And then we will return and get started on our main quest. And welcome back, everyone. By the way, a fun thing, every bit of iconography and every emote, that you see on the stream overlays is genuine medieval marginalia. 100% genuine from actual manuscripts. So, you can have access to the best emote material that the Middle Ages can provide to everyone who just got subscriptions. I know. By the way, Whole Milk, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. So we are just a couple away from guaranteeing that they will get to witness the glories of the bayonet sword.
Triumphs defeat the epic highs and lows of AC microtransaction set.
Yup,
I still think the unicorn was a high.
The unicorn is a high because it is glorious. And Capsaicin, thank you for the tier 1 subscription. Yeah, Microstate, you did just hear. You did just hear Bayonet. We need one more sub. I'm not spoiling the surprise. I'm not spoiling the surprise yet.
Outfits that I am seeing here are interesting.
Uh-huh. A lot of these outfits, right, a lot of the civilian outfits are actually, like, within the realm of historical plausibility. I don't necessarily like the one right now. The shirt is fine. The belts are slightly overdone. I'm not sure about, like, the teeth necklace.
Her hair.
Yeah.
But
The tooth necklace.
What is that fringe?
also the dead animal pelt.
I had issues with the trying to look at the tooth necklace because Eleanor, you might remember, and Emma, you might remember this. When I was working on a picture of a woman who, in the Saga of Eric the Red, it said she was given a tooth belt.
Oh, is that?
I remember this.
Oh yeah.
Thorgunna of the Hebrides, she's the lover of
Yeah.
the I drew a picture of her. Actually, I can put the link to the picture in the chat. But I ended up just giving her an ivory belt buckle because I'm like, I cannot in good faith give her like a tooth belt. Like,
Yep.
it just doesn't seem plausible. But I remember there were really people arguing that like, no, like this one line in the Saga of Eric the Red means that they were walking around with like Inuit style necklaces and stuff. And I'm just like, I can't do it.
Oh
Can't do
no,
it.
I don't buy that at all. And actually, let me
Is that
pull
yours?
up. Let me pull up the Norse there because I don't super
Did I
recognize
see another
that. Is that-
sub?
Well, yes, Capsaicin, thank you so much for guaranteeing us the.
Ah, doom!
Yes,
I don't know whether to thank you or to hate you for this.
you said it was Thorgunna.
Yeah, it's Thorgunna. I put the link to my picture in the in our private message, but that only has the English.
Jo, Celia propre Thorgunna paren med honom lever spelar vilja frände.
Tonbelty, I think is the word.
But that makes sense because Belty is cognate. Yep. Oh yeah. Yep. He gave to
Belt
her
of walrus.
literally finger gold. So presumably a finger ring, and myrtle, a Greenlandic. I'm actually not super sure of what the word myrtle is. Luckily, I've got my dictionary right here.
Oh, that's
I
a
was
mantle.
That
It's
would
just a
make
loan word from Latin.
Oh yeah, that should have been obvious because there is there's a Riddera saga, late chivalric romance called Myrtle Saga, which is the Arthurian tale of the mantle that reveals people's impurities, and then a tooth belt. Interesting.
Yeah, and like I was reading this. I don't have the reference, but I was reading this like online Norse lexicon, and it said, yeah, Einar Olar Sveinsson and Matthias Thorðarsson say a belt made from walrus or whale teeth, just as a necklace is still seen today in Greenland. And I'm just like, no, I don't
Yeah,
think so.
I'm not super sure on that. I mean, I don't mind the idea that this is like a walrus tooth walrus tusk belt. That sounds plausible, but
Magical, so I think there is some, like she knows Sather and makes a prophecy in the same story, so there is some kind of scope for it not supposed to be a real item. You know.
oh, by the way, main story. Our druid.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Oh, Kiara.
Wait, is that
We love you,
Kiara?
Yeah, that's Kiara.
We've missed
It's
you, Kiara.
Kiara with her anachronistic name.
Oh, the singing
Oh
lady?
god, it's the
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's the woman whose harp makes me want to cry, not in a
By
good
the
way.
way, that
Flirts
got
with
ex-
Ivor.
that
yeah,
got
we like
explained.
that.
That actually got explained. I told the associate narrative director talked to
Oh,
us.
this is when she gets
Kiara
naked.
Kiara invented that harp in the universe of AC. So that's how they're
Okay.
explaining it. So
Well, on the one hand-
they're recognizing that it's not great, but they needed that particularly icon.
On the one hand, like, great that we're not pretending this is what a normal harp looks like. On the other hand, why would you invent a harp that, like, would work worse?
Yep.
It's interesting that they're saying
Oh,
that the
the
druids
old
turn to
ways.
dark rituals to keep
Uh-huh.
the old ways alive.
The
Like,
old
that's
ways,
closer to what I was
everybody
going for.
Take a drink.
Yep.
It's closer to what I was going for as far as how it seems like the children of Danu turn to that kind of human sacrifice as a way of dealing with their loss of real power, but also I won't give them too much
I
credit.
mean, the weird thing is, this is, leaving aside the thing about keeping the old ways alive, the thing about, like, oh, default paganism is kind of okay, but then you turn to dark rituals, is echoing some, like, vibes from Beowulf, where it's like, oh, just not knowing about God is okay, but if you start doing sacrifices to idols, that's because you get desperate, that's where it gets bad. I'm like, why are we're somehow replicating, like, the Christian discourse of Beowulf about Irish paganism.
So, waterfall sex scene? Question mark?
I would like to be close to you. Yeah, do the romance option.
Romancing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was.
Good.
Yep.
I mean,
the historian,
let's-
universal agreement for the historians. Romancing the druid is the correct call.
In all fairness, I was very much team we were sexualizing her too much when I looked at her cleavage. So like, I was very much team we are sexualizing the anachronistically named druidess way too much.
To be fair,
On the other hand, if
she
it's
seems to be
gay.
sexualizing us.
Oh,
Yep.
Yep.
oh,
Cannot-
fade to black.
You kidding?
No.
No.
It's tasteful pan up the waterfall first, and then fade to black.
Looks kind of
Ah,
wet.
symbolism.
Am I right?
Pride month.
Happy Pride, everyone.
Yep.
Oh.
Damn it, she didn't even
Oh.
stay behind to cuddle.
I know.
Hey,
Rude.
Emma, do you want to refute
Rude.
the story about the old Irish
Rude.
lesbians?
Oh yeah.
True.
Yeah,
Great
first-
time. Great time for the canonical.
I mean, in all
Aww.
fairness, given what we know, about Pillow Talk and Medieval Iron, maybe it's for the best she didn't stay behind.
True. That does have bad consequences normally.
Okay, but hey, you can't get into a big war over cows if there's no cows around.
Not
She
wrong.
feels she must
Oh,
spend
you
some time.
sleep so beautifully. That's so cute.
Aww.
She feels like she must spend some time alone. I thought that she spent time with me so that she didn't have to spend time alone.
And that's what I thought too.
These druids. Can't live with them, can't live without them.
Anyway, canonical Irish lesbian, medieval Irish lesbians.
Oh yeah. It's a 12th century text found in
Yes.
a 16th century poem
Oh, this is a
that
good
is
one.
about a 7th century king.
Yeah,
Oh, it's fun.
the true judgment of Neil
These-
Frossock.
Yeah. So this woman goes up. This young woman, or not young woman. This woman goes up and she's holding a baby, and she approaches the High King who's sitting at Tara, and she goes like, "I have a problem." And the High King goes, "Okay, what's up?" And she goes, "Well, look, I've given birth to this kid." And the king goes, "Yeah, that happens sometimes." And she goes, "Look, the problem is I've not had sex with a guy." And the king sits there and goes, "Oh, that actually potentially is a huge problem because an extra virgin birth is a potential apocalypse sign, right? If we have a second
Yeah.
coming showing up."
Yeah.
And the king kind of sits there for a bit and goes, "Wait a minute, have you been having sex with a woman?" And they use it. It is not one of those like, oh, they're sleeping together. Can we infer things? It is a very
No,
explicit
they are
description. Yeah, they are banging.
and it's described as a
the-
playful mating. It is a playful mating.
Yeah, exactly. And the woman goes, oh yeah, I actually have totally been doing that. And the king goes, I figured it out. Your girlfriend's husband is the father of that kid. There was some kind of like transfer, and when he says this, a priest slams into the ground, having been dropped out of the sky. The priest stands up and goes, "What was just said was so fundamentally true. The demons that had been carrying me through the air and harassing me were banished." And I plummeted.
Whoa! He's like, thank
Power
you,
of
lesbians.
lesbianism.
What's interesting is that there's very little sign of this being a bad thing. There's really no condemnation as such, though he does tell her not to conceal it. But there isn't really a condemnation as such, just more like, don't hide from me that you've been banging her.
Sin. Yeah, when
Yeah.
she goes like, wait, was that a sin? And there's no comment on it. And it
Yeah.
just moves on.
He says, new phone.
It's
who
very
dis?
matter of fact. It is treated as a weird thing as far as how, the birth comes about. It's treated as kind of a puzzle for him to solve as a sign that he is the true king. But it is treated very matter-of-factly, and that is something that's utterly fascinating because anybody who deals with queer history at all would know that
That doesn't
lesbians
happen
in
much.
history are very hard to track down. Also, lesbians in history are particularly hard to track down because of the question is lesbian sex actually sex?
Yeah.
There is an interesting thing here, and I would love to know if anybody knows more about this than I do, because I came across it by accident. There's a database of like Latin women's letters of the medieval period, which I've looked at before, and it's got a letter from Eloise to Abelard. If anybody knows the story of legendary medieval lovers Eloise and Abelard, this is after they've split up and they're in separate like monasteries / nunneries, and she's in charge of a nunnery, and she's writing to him to go like, hey, what's the best way to run a nunnery? Should we let visitors from outside stay at the nunnery overnight? Yes, I am including women in this question because you know as well as I do that a woman can entice another woman to sin. And I'm like, okay, wait, slow down. Eloise, what? I can get the letter if anybody wants to take a look at it in both the Latin and the English.
Oh my
I'll go find the link.
god.
Yeah.
Heloise and Hildegard, they're your medieval queer lady icons.
Oh yeah, they
True.
are. I mean, Heloise
True.
is also great because she's just like, Abelard's like, I actually regret having all that extramarital sex with you. That was a terrible idea. And she's like, no, I 100% do not regret it, and hate the idea of marriage. Marriage is a cage. And I'm like, yeah,
Adorable.
you
Like,
said it, Eloise.
marriage bad.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Oh, bye, Travis.
Okay, see you again. We will be here for a while longer. I'm expecting another 4 hours or so, so if you come back and want to hop in, we'll probably still be here. By the way, we also did figure out what this is. Right, we couldn't figure out last time what on earth this heraldry was doing.
I remember.
This is the Leophile.
Oh my
Oh.
You're right. Yes.
It's just the pattern of the Leophile.
God. Oh my god.
Anyway, Capsaicin.
There,
There's also a question of can we do the microtransaction sets now? I was planning on doing them at the end, but if you're not going to be able to stay to the end, since you are the one who gifted a bunch of the subs, you and Whole Milk, made this happen. So if you want to do them now and everyone's on board with it, we can totally detour and do them now.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind.
Yeah?
Can I just say one
I'm
more
down.
thing about lesbian nuns?
Do it.
I'm pretty sure, and I've been having a hard time tracking down this reference, but I'm pretty sure I read once that the other place where you get it mentioned is in the penitentials, because they give
Yes.
punishments for all the sexual
Yes.
sins,
Uh-huh.
and mostly there's a bunch of gay male stuff.
Yep.
But I'm pretty sure there's this one penitential, and I think it's Irish, where they say, like, the penance for nuns doing it is less than for monks unless the nuns use an implement. So
Yes.
basically,
Yes.
like,
Dildos are
if you
hyperset.
use a dildo, it's gonna be worse.
Uh-huh.
That's
By the
right.
way,
Yeah, this is the one that Finn was talking about, where they were like, I can't tell if the penance for this is bad because it's gay or because you are using a tool.
Yeah.
Yep. But there's
I think I
also
have-
there's also letters. Eric Wade is the one who Dr. Eric Wade is the one
Yeah,
who was
he
posted these on
writes a lot
Twitter.
about it.
He's very cool. Highly recommend. 12th century letters between nuns, pining the fact that they had to like go to separate monasteries, because that means they couldn't be together anymore, and it is adorable.
It's like when Hildegard throws a temper tantrum about Richardus being sent away.
Anyway, here's how this is gonna work. We're gonna go through all of these at high speed. So I'll give you guys
dear.
like a couple of seconds to look through. I'll flip through like 5 seconds on each item in this, and then it's the rating out of 10. And you each have one. The worst rating can give something. 10 being this is actually pretty historically plausible. We're okay with this, and or it's so absurd I love it. 1 being the worst, and then you each have 1 sheep. A sheep out of 10. Chat. Anyone who's subscribed has access to the sheep emote. If something is so egregiously bad that the only reaction is to laugh in horror, you feel free to give it a sheep. Sheep is exceptionally bad due to Fate Grand Order, and that's a long story. Yep, so first one. The brand new Knight Isu pack.
Oh fuck, here we go.
Faceless, unknowable,
I mean-
and threatening. Whoever crafted this helmet knew how to
The
leave an
horse
impression.
bothers me. The
Uh-huh.
horse
Why,
bothers me
why
so
are we
much.
covering the horse's eyes?
Only the most
this
noble warriors.
helmet.
Yeah.
What
It's-
the fuck? Are we getting on a motorbike anytime soon?
It gives me
Are we-
vague biblical angels feelings, but
Are we
it's not as
Daft Punk?
cool.
Uh-huh. Speaking of which,
Yeah, it
this
does
this
look
set,
like
certain animations do cause wings to sprout from your back.
Oh my god.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
So it is Hell's
Hilarious.
Angels.
The thing is, it bothers me because it's like they are kind of trying for a historical aesthetic with the Isu here, but it doesn't look particularly good
Like-
to my eye, and it's not particularly historically accurate, so I can't give it points or anything, and the horse bothers me.
Uh-huh. The horse has metallic joints, by the way.
Oh,
I have to
animated
say-
statue.
It's a robot.
Oh, Jesus, no, why would you do that to the horse's knees?
The horse is
No
an automata.
robot
The-
horsey.
And also, its name, Aurvakr, is actually the name of one of the horses that pulls the sun's chariot. Or wagon.
So that's why it's glowing.
Uh-huh.
Okay, someone
Oh,
has said it's
I'll give the set a 2 out of 10 for that.
Yeah, I'd say 2 out of 10 as well. It's like, also for me, the color scheme doesn't look like, for most of the time, I like the kind of white gold color scheme, but it just doesn't look like it's the most consistent in the world.
sort of
Also-
why is it that shape?
What?
Looks like the Avengers or something.
Okay, yeah, the vibe with all of this is very much like knockoff Asgard specifically
Thor.
from the MCU.
Yes.
Yeah.
Knockoff MCU Thor is the vibe, where it's like
Uh-huh.
we want to evoke a fantasy aesthetic, but we don't want it to get specific enough that anybody can actually identify it.
True. Uh-huh. Also, the raven's name is just Bright. Bjartur just means bright.
Nice.
Oh, the old Bridget move, huh?
Uh-huh. So, quick, ratings.
2 out of 10.
2 out of 10?
10.
I'll
Yep.
join. I don't really have the ability to put how I feel about this into numbers.
Fair enough.
I don't vibe with it, and it's, my opinion, it's kind of butt ugly.
Reasonable.
Yeah, it is.
The modern day pack.
Modern day.
Oh my god.
Also known as we are now
Aesthetic, but what the fuck?
we
Like,
are now
I
a
can't
cop.
judge it for history because it's not historical. It is straight
Like,
up
but the
ugly
thing-
though.
Yeah, that's it. I can't judge it by the history, but it's hideous, so I'm giving it a 1 out of 10.
Damn.
Why the
Reasonable.
camo?
1 out of 10.
I did not
It's-
spend my entire time with this.
Also,
like,
this
I
is
kind of-
literally Abstergo Riot Squad gear.
I understand
Yeah.
the desire to do like a weird mashup of things where it's like the function of this is so does not match the function of
Yeah,
what we're doing that
horsey.
it's kind of noticeable, but it doesn't have to be
What's that
ugly.
That's the
The
thing, it's
the,
what
the
the-
horse
What is he doing here?
Mecha Dilfari. Also known as Svadilfari, but Mecha.
Mecca.
Yeah.
Oh.
OSP is kind of really there as far as
Apocalypse Riot Cop, yeah.
Apocalypse Riot Cop into a
Ooh,
Viking
you're
game.
right.
And the
Yeah,
and
some of
the Raven's name, Dronin, the drone,
I like.
Oh, I don't
Oh,
like that.
Jesus Christ.
and
like
legendary bayonet sword,
gang.
Lee Enfield rifle. Let's
I
go.
hate-
I did not come to an Assassin's Creed game to have drones. Oh, there it is. Oh, there it
No.
is.
Bayonet
Yeah, it's
sword.
kind of fascist.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
mega. Even though this is
I-
Abstergo anti-riot shield based
It's
off
you-
the logo.
It's
Yeah, there's
using
the
fascist
UB logo
aesthetic.
too. But yes, it is super
Yeah, I'm not.
super
Right.
propaganda right
oh,
now.
you really put riot
That's very
shields in?
cop.
Ew,
Yeah.
ew,
Yeah.
ew, ew, ew,
Oh.
ew.
Also, this isn't a spear. This is a great sword. Also,
Yeah,
it's a World War I Lee Enfield rifle.
Yeah.
I think, but this isn't a modern rifle.
Enclaved Microstate says probably not a Lee Enfield because it doesn't have a magazine.
Oh, fair.
But
It does
also-
have
yeah,
it does have a slot for a magazine though. You can just barely see it on the underside. It does have a spot
I thi-
for a bottom-fed magazine. So
The
I guess
person
that still
asking
isn't Lee
why-
Enfield, but
The person asking why a bayonet sword that's like a century earlier than everything else, I think it's because if they made it a straight up like machine gun, the fascistness of it would be too obvious.
And it would like
Yeah.
break the gameplay.
Yeah, it has to have. I guess it has to have a sword on it so it can count as a mythical great
Sword.
sword.
fair. Not so it's
You
not
can
officially
stab
not a
people
Lee
with it.
Enfield. Reasonable. I still would date this right. This is still, I'd even say pre-World War II.
Yeah.
But I'm not a 20th century historian. I will not hold to any identification very strongly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's see, parts of it look post World War II, but parts of it look pre World War II, and it bothers me.
Yep. Anyway,
Yeah.
I don't like the 20th century that much.
true. The Knights of the Round Table pack.
Oh my god,
Okay.
it's Aslan.
Right. I am immediately
Yeah,
gonna
like-
give this. If this has a dragon and a lion, I'm gonna give it like a point for each of those because a red dragon is Welsh and a lion is
Uh-huh.
maybe an Owain or Ivine reference.
It is in
So I'll
fact
take that.
in Ivan. It is in Ivan reference.
And you know what? And I was
The
looking
hell?
at it, it reminded me a lot of the Fairy Queen with, I believe, Una and her lion.
Yeah. Oh, geez, a lion pelt, like full on Hercules lion pelt.
Yeah.
This
Also,
honor is confusing
oh,
me
The
enormously.
lions also use
I
fighting.
want
Why do you
want
have
to
to-
read this want to read this description for the armor. With layers of padding, mail, and armored plates, it is little wonder that knights were near unstoppable warriors on the battlefield. You know, except for literally every fight where they got stopped.
I think, but also,
Yeah,
question. It is kind of
my favorite-
distressing to me that we have like a plate armor helmet, but the rest of it isn't full plate armor.
True.
Like,
It's
no,
like earlier.
no, it
This is
doesn't
like
join up.
this is 14th century articulated plate, not with a 15th century helm.
It's also very not vegan to be riding a lion and wearing a lion.
True.
It's very like, what's the difference between Goofy and Pluto? You know,
Yes.
I hate
which
to
of
say
the
this,
lions
this reminds,
talk?
this reminds me of like what French musicals will do with Arthuriana, which is a very
Oh, you're
neat
so right.
comparison to make.
Speaking of which, the cape and the
Oh god,
it's not
incredible.
the skirt. The skirt is not even. I would say it's a surcoat, but it's not. It's just a skirt. They have a Saxon crown on them, so we're specifically going into our English royal aesthetic.
Okay.
Eva, the lion's name is Eva. The Knight of the Lion was known for many things, but his lion companion remains one of the most memorable. Do you dare attempt the same?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely. I
like
will.
lions.
Wait, they've named the lion after him.
Yes. They named the
That's
lion after the
sweet.
Knight of the Lion.
Wormling.
It's
His
adorable.
name's Wormling.
Okay, wait.
Dragon,
He's
worm,
not
draker,
red.
wyvern.
Name.
He's not a red dragon.
Uh-huh.
I'm taking
could
my
become a
point
dragon.
back.
When he gets big, he might become a dragon, though.
True, that's true. He's
But-
very cute.
But modern fancy, like, nerd dichotomies right here. These words translate to dragon, 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 and knockoff dragon.
This is, you know whose fault this is? The Dragonology books that we
Yeah, it
were
is.
to as
My
children.
Yeah, it is.
computer is sat on my Dragonology book right now. That's what I use.
Hell
on
yes.
my laptop.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
I remember
would
there's
say.
one really awful like sci-fi Sci-Fi Channel B movie involving a basilisk, where there's a scene where it's got a bunch of people arguing about the classification of the basilisk, and the basilisk just looks at them and doesn't kill them because it's too frustrated by them failing to classify it. Also, yeah, the
I don't know what to
Nameless.
think of this sword.
It's not a good sword. As a sword, it's
It
a crappy
doesn't look-
sword.
It doesn't look particularly functional. I keep seeing these swords where I'm like, this blade is not a shape that is good for cutting things with.
I've been
Yeah.
Right?
through the
You know, that's
desert with the sword with no name.
Don't. That sort of looks like the kind of thing that I would see at like the Universal Studios gift store that they sell
Yes.
figures for like $800.
Hang on.
Not that I've been in that gift store and drooled over those swords, but I have.
So have I. There's no shame in that.
Okay.
Also, this isn't a kite shield. Just description. I want you to know this is not a kite shield.
See, I was gonna be like, I like the double dragon motif where one of them's red,
Red
the
and
other one's
white, yeah.
That feels like a reference, but I want to take it back now because it's not a kite shield.
And the way they've like made is that like actual fabric or is it?
Yeah,
metal
it looks like
carved that look
fabric.
No. There's a fabric overlay on the shield. There's a fabric overlay on the
Okay.
shield.
Okay.
I don't
Yeah.
want to get into the potential rhetoric of having the white dragon of the English be like carved in, but the red dragon of the Welsh is draped over.
Yeah.
Mm.
But the red dragon does have the
I
crown.
don't think they
Oh.
thought. I
The
don't think
red-
they thought that hard about it though.
The red dragon does have the Saxon crown over it. So
Oh.
Oh, fabulous! It's
So then, in other
mean-
words, it's the English covering up the Welsh.
or the Welsh
Interesting.
overlaying the something. Anyway,
or
what's
it's
our
either
rating?
That, or it's foreshadowing of the Tudors.
Yeah.
Thinking about my,
I'll give it like a
My-
5.
I'll give it a.
The pelt gets a sheep from me, but everything else is a 5.
Reasonable. Right, because at least
I
this
might
one
give
this
it a
one is
4.
fantasy nonsense, but it's internally consistent fantasy nonsense.
And it's
Yeah.
fancy nonsense that's
And it looks
broadly
good.
fun to look at. Like,
It
as in,
looks
it's
good.
not Apocalypse Cop riot gear.
And
Uh-huh.
like getting to ride
it's not
around on a
problematic.
lion would be fun.
Yeah.
Emmett,
Yeah.
you
That's
said
also very
that.
true.
You just said it's not problematic.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I know, because I know
Yeah,
there are problematic ones in here.
Like the very
like,
next set.
Oh, here we go. Here we
Mystical
go.
set!
It's the inexplicable
God help me,
reindeer.
no. Give sheep. Nothing but sheep. Sheep.
No, negative sheep. Negative sheep.
Yep.
Shame on you for 1,000 years.
Yep.
You will
So
be exiled and set adrift for this.
yep. That is dishonor upon everyone's cows for this set.
Who was suggesting an alternate emoji for when it's sheep but it's bad?
It's that.
Someone in the chat suggested that.
Uh-huh. So yeah.
It was
The-
Mary bonking the demon.
Bonk
You-
out of 10.
My
Yeah,
dog-
this is definitely a
Bonk.
bonk
This is
out
a bonk.
of 10.
Yep.
My
Remember,
dog
guys,
started
if you want
crying.
to react with the Virgin Mary punching the devil in the face, make sure to get those subscriptions in.
I actually think that the feathers are worse than the horns in this
The-
because feathers are so explicitly
those
part of like
Native
Native American
American.
regalia.
Yes. Yeah.
Also, I mean, the fact that the skull is covered with gold feels bad. I don't know what tradition that's a reference to, but it feels bad.
Yeah.
It feels like a
it's
tradition
just-
they shouldn't be referencing.
Uh-huh. I agree. This is coded, right, like Mesoamerican or Caribbean cultures,
Yeah.
but is not. There is no reference for this. It is straight nonsense.
We literally
Yeah.
went to a scholar of this to be like, this feels weird. Is this anything?
Like-
And Sacerdos was like, nah.
Nah.
AC, I would love this to be a catacomb stain. I would love that. I wish that's what it was.
That would be way better. Also,
if we had an entire aesthetic based on catacomb stains, that'd be so metal.
Luca, thank you so much for the prime
Tree
sub.
of Life.
Tree of Life
Uh-oh.
on our mystical set.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Animals.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Also, my dog literally started crying. My dog actually started crying
Oh,
when
no.
this went on. Like, I live in Florida, and I feel like snakes are going to start manifesting in my house physically.
That's fair.
Yep.
That's fair.
Bonk out of 10.
Bonk out of
But-
10.
Like, at least the lion pelt in the last set was distressing but coherent. The fur in this is like, you just put this on to make
I
your
hate
clothes
it.
look more shabby.
Yeah.
I hate
Yeah, it
everything
is.
about this.
Well,
Ancient druid magic runs through every fiber of this tunic!
Ah, yes.
How is it made of ancient druid hair?
I don't know!
Well, the way
Made
we
from
can
real
tell it's ancient
druids.
druid stuff is we've got a skull and we've got a stag and we've got like stag hide
And a
it
tree.
is-
Don't
those are
forget the tree.
Yeah, and the tree, and these are the basic like mental images of
Now-
air quotes druid.
Now, let's be fair. The deer in question is
beautiful.
Norse. That's Dunir.
What is the hippie deer doing though?
This is one of the stags that is potentially supposed to be a constellation. People have argued that on and off. Gisli Sigurdsson is the one who's done it most recently, but the Proseda says that this is just one of the stags that munches on Yggdrasil.
Oh, I do
If
like
this-
you
that.
don't
See,
see the
I'd write
flowers in the
mine.
main though.
It's adorable,
Antlers.
right? I
It
don't...
looks like a Tumblr girl circa 2012.
True!
The flowers, I want to make a comment about the flowers because there
Yeah.
are folk traditions in Ireland from obviously much later of protecting cattle by tying flowers around them
Oh,
at quarter
yeah.
days. Like
Oh,
at
yeah.
bell time
I remember-
before you take
You did that
pasture.
illustration of that.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
and like
Oh.
that's like a later. Obviously we don't know how far that goes back, but like, it kind of reminds me of that. Obviously, though, this is a wild animal, not a cow.
I do think
But-
this deer is objectively pretty.
Yeah, this deer is gorgeous.
I guess the flowers are also maybe trying to call to the tree of like the Yggdrasil stuff.
Yeah,
Like,
as
it's really
as is
cool.
the
I really
as the
like
gold Isu leaf interlace.
Yeah.
Apropos
But-
about... Sorry, go on.
I was just gonna say, but that that can't redeem the entire set.
No.
Yeah, unfortunately, the deer does not remove this from its status at bonk.
Yes, and further the bog, Eugene. I have no idea why it's called Eugene.
It looks like a cockatiel.
It is a cockatiel.
Cockatiel. It's a cockatiel.
Why is his name Eugene? Is that a reference to someone on the design team have a
It's-
cockatiel called Eugene?
I don't know.
Is he Australian? Why is
Eugene is 10 out of 10.
The most ancient druid of druids, cockatiels.
Also, the ancient druid weapon Jörðsblade. That
Oh,
totally
Jesus.
druidic
I'll be honest, it's pretty.
Norse Jötun.
It's very aesthetic. I wouldn't try and
Very
use
Rivendell.
Yeah. Yep.
It. Yeah,
I would use
it's...
that as a cheese knife. It'd be pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay, Meg, I totally heard that as Rivendell, and I was like, oh, like a Riverdale mashup, and that's the worst thing I've ever imagined in my life.
Oh my god.
Why did you do
Oh.
that to yourself? Why did you do that to yourself?
The better question is, why are we calling this an Aegis? It's not. It's
The
not.
thing at
It
the
doesn't
top-
have Medusa's face on it.
That dragon hook at the top would be the most. That's a huge problem in a fight. That's
I
just
get
something
it,
for someone to
course
hook
on
onto.
stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
But also,
Course
it doesn't
not.
have Medusa's face on it, and that distresses me.
True. Yeah. It's instead it's got vaguely potentially
A
anti-Semitic tree of
tree.
life on it.
Yeah.
Yay!
Oh, is that supposed to be the Stone of Destiny on the left?
Oh, maybe
It's really creepy.
it does kind of vaguely look like
Why?
it. But this was released before the Ireland DLC, so they, I mean, it was in development, but
Yeah, it came out early, and the DLC was delayed, though, wasn't it? Wasn't there a weird thing like that?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it came out the week
yeah.
before the DLC was
Eugene
supposed
out
to
of
launch.
10.
So,
I hate so much that there is a mystical pack and a Tyrannus pack.
and now the Tyrannus
I-
pack.
What does
I'm gonna give the
Tyrannus
mystical pack
mean?
two.
The Gaulish
Thunder.
deity. Yeah, Gaulish deity of thunder and or
Thunder?
wheels.
Yep. That's essentially all we know about him.
Oh.
And
I don't know what to make
of this
Eastern
helmet.
Gaul.
Might be linguistically linked to Turin, but that's a hell of a stretch.
Yeah,
this,
there you
this
go.
helmet.
The word for
So
thunder.
this helmet
What?
feels like it's based on, as with the Byzantine set we'll get to. This feels like it's based on Roman cavalry helmets from the 2nd century that are
Yep.
for sports and have face masks and were found in the Netherlands.
I'm
That cloak
looking
is
at the-
pure Loki. That is pure MCU Loki with that cloak.
Wait, there's faces on those shoulder pads.
There's a sun on one side and a face on the
What
other
is
side.
that? That's actually reminding me of a costume decision from a C-drama I was watching recently, but I have no idea if it's related.
Alan, that is very you.
Uh-huh.
I wonder
Okay, but-
what they're basing that face design on.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
I've not been able to find
At
it.
first,
Can
it's
I just
not
look
like
like-
Industry Cauldron.
No, it's
Looking
not
at the
Gundam.
front-
Am I legally allowed to say it reminds me of the scene in Spartacus where Spartacus and Ileana have relations?
Ha!
Okay, can I say about the front of this armor? It's amazing that this is like you are fully covered, and yet this still somehow looks like boob armor.
True.
I know.
This
I was
is,
thinking
that is a breastplate.
Yeah, yeah. By the way, what's this guy's face on the belt? Another one
Wait,
I've
there's
not
a
been
face
able to
on the belt?
place.
Can we zoom in?
Not really.
Are we able to zoom in on? Okay.
Nope, this is as close as we get.
It's out for Tyrannus. Oh my god.
Oh, there we go. That worked.
I wish they were. I mean, I feel like tits out for Tyrannus would surely be actually slightly more historically accurate for Ghoul, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Potentially.
Yeah.
At least attested in some textual sources.
Yeah.
That just looks
There
like.
we go.
Wait, that face. I can't tell if I'm imagining things or if that face looks like something off the Gunderstruck Cauldron.
It's not.
It does.
I don't think it's off
the
Gunderstruck.
mustache.
It's similar.
I don't think
It's the right
directly off
styling.
Gunderstruck, but it's
It's the
I
right
think they
styling for
carry it
Gunderstruck.
from it.
But
way.
also, it's got flanked by 2 figures and then two human figures and 2 animal figures, which might be Pegasi. Might. It looks like vaguely horse-like figures with a wing. But not nearly detailed enough to tell.
Why is Tyrannus even here?
I don't know.
Because he's Celtic, and all Celts are the same.
And also,
And-
all paganism can be
Also,
identified with
our
it.
shoes don't have toes. Our shoes do not have
right.
toes.
I was noticing that we have a lot of protection on our shins and knees, but our feet are very much
It's wet.
free
and
targets.
Anyway,
I do think-
this has all been sane so far. Calavera.
Sorry, wait, this is sane?
The
Wait,
old
wait,
woman of Vera is a reindeer.
Yep.
A
Elderly
named
lady.
historical
lose
poet.
A million points. That's cheap out of 10, alright?
A
I'll be honest, I
historical.
love the name though.
A
I love the name.
historical female poet is now a reindeer.
In all fairness, historical female poet does have ties to the sovereignty goddess, but where the fuck are you getting a reindeer out of a sovereignty goddess?
I do like
Yeah,
that there's
very
lightning
electric reindeer.
everywhere on
Yeah.
this set, because Tyrannus, if you're
Yep.
gonna do it.
It's a
But like,
Taser
yeah, I
reindeer.
wouldn't. I don't normally jump to the conclusion that the dehumanization of women is going on, but this is a fairly literal dehumanization of a woman.
Yeah.
Well, it's weird because like the Cailleach does appear in Scottish folklore, she does appear in Irish folklore, so I'm willing to say that there are folkloric ties here. But where the fuck are you getting a reindeer from?
That's the question we've
And-
been asking in every set.
It's
And even in the folkloric elements, it's often like she's normally given the associations for like cold and winter, and it's like the not lightning.
Yeah,
Why is
you know
it
what would have
frosty
been much
here?
better? The word, I don't know what it's like in Irish, but in Gaelic, the word for owl is Cailleach Uithia, the old woman of the night. Oh my god, Thunderbird, I'm
Better.
so mad. I can't
Yep.
finish this thought before I
Yep.
get mad about that.
Oh,
They could have made it an owl and called that the Cailleach. You know what I
Yes.
mean? But instead they gave us this terrible thing.
Sorry, so we are nicking the name of a. Sorry, I can't immediately bring the origin of Thunderbird to mind.
all across it's Anishinaabe
Pretty
and
widespread.
the Anishinaabe and Pacific
Taking
Northwest,
the
like
name of a
Quaquilo.
First Nations like
Yes.
And all through the
Deity.
Mississippi Valley.
deity.
Yep.
And we're putting it just for the sake of like a silly joke that we're making about a thunder god who shouldn't even be in this game because his worship stopped being attested and is from a different place in Europe.
Yes.
Like,
He's
was it worth
sacred.
it? Was it worth it, Ubisoft?
Well, and also that they say many think they know the origins, like we're undercutting native
Oof.
belief here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
which.
It's bad. It's bad. Like I was
Mm.
willing to give this a decently high rating simply because it looks consistent and I kind of vibe with it, but can't because
Problematics.
No.
If
Yep.
you
And
wanted
it just
to
makes
do.
me, yeah.
Sorry.
It just
if you
makes me
wanted...
so mad. Because, because
No, no,
Cailleachia is the word for owl. Like, if you wanted to do the Cailleach, you should have made that the bird.
Yeah.
Yeah!
Yeah.
Made it an owl. You
Okay,
didn't
but-
have to make it a thunderbird.
I'm just.
And
I'm
by the way,
staring at this.
The reason it's a reindeer is because in Asgard you ride a reindeer for reasons, and they didn't want to make more models. I 100% guarantee that
Oh my
that is
God.
that is why they have so many reindeers.
Okay. I'm staring at this and I'm like, I don't know why you wanted to do a Tyrannus set like themed around thunder, but if you wanted to do a multi-culture set themed around thunder that wasn't like appropriating traditions you have no right to appropriate, you could have put like Thor and Jupiter in.
We already have
100%
Thor.
period appropriate.
Yeah, but we already have Mjolnir and like Thor's Isu armor.
Okay,
So
but you could totally have been like, oh, Tyrannus equals Jupiter, and it would even be historically like that's the sort of thing people did. Finding
shield-
something like this is the Roman X. Like,
I
By the
wouldn't
way,
be pissed at it if we did it.
we need to move on because otherwise we will be here all day. But
This is
the shield
the-
has earrings.
the Thunderbird. God.
3 out of 10.
The Thunderbird
drops
puts this. The Thunderbird puts this as a bonk out of 10 from me.
Next up, the Black Raven pack.
I give it props for Goth already.
Yeah,
Fair.
Ooh, the wolf is cool.
we do like the wolf. Is
I
he gonna be
don't-
called Fenris?
I don't really. Okay, but honestly, she reminds me a lot of Mother Miranda from Resident Evil.
True.
They're-
True.
They're tapping
Okay.
into my current hyperfixation, which is always a good sign.
I can't imagine that this helmet is accurate to anything ever.
Oh, God,
but
no.
I do love it.
I vibe it. I
Fair.
vibe
it is
it
pretty
so
cool.
much.
It is.
Yeah, I totally agree.
This is an Owlman helmet, but better.
And it's letting me possibly live out my dream of traveling around medieval Ireland, killing people as Mother Miranda. So you know what? I'm gonna give it a high score.
Hey, you could totally pull some Morrigan thing in stuff, like some Morrigan stuff in here.
Oh, wolf!
Yeah.
I love the wolfie. I love the wolfie.
And the wolf,
That's
they actually are
cool.
correct, right? Gary and Freki are the two wolves that sit next to Odin at his seat in
Oh, you know
Valhalla.
what? Points for that because they didn't go straight for Fenris, who's like the obvious. Sorry,
Yeah.
Fenrir, who's
Yeah.
like the
Well,
obvious one.
we deal with Fenrir already in the game.
We already.
do?
Oh yeah, we had a whole boss fight against him and everything. It was wild.
Oh my god.
But sadly,
points for this wolf.
Savior.
I don't say that. They're doing the weird Romanization where they're turning Ev into DH. It's Sather.
Oh.
That's extremely
So the
weird.
bird's called magic?
Yeah, the bird's
Yep.
name is Magic.
Odin used. I love how it says Odin enchanted another raven. You use magic to make a raven called Magic.
I got
That's
nothing.
just
Get
such
an
imagination.
I got nothing.
What do Hugin and Moonin mean again?
Thought
memory,
and
isn't
memory.
it?
All
Yep.
memory.
Yep.
So it's like thought, memory, and magic.
Okay,
Yeah.
that actually makes a certain amount of sense.
It's
know,
not,
I'll
the
give it-
rhyme.
but
I'll give it props.
I would prefer that it's following the same structure. You could
Yeah.
you could do a
Yeah.
dumb thing like making it Sathin, even though that's technically incorrect. I think it should be Sather.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
if I was gonna get super pedantic, I'd also be like, I don't think Odin should be like advertising the fact that he's performing Sather.
Yeah,
not
no,
it's
That's
not
just like
not
the kind of thing you might bring up during Locker Center.
it might exactly be a
Yeah.
thing you bring up during Lokasana.
Ooh, this is so stupid, but it's so goth.
That
love
bow
it.
is incredibly goth. It looks
I hate it. I love it.
yeah, exactly.
I love it.
And
I love
yeah,
everything about this pack.
This is a weird. That is just a very weird.
Really shiny shield.
Yeah, the shield.
Shiny.
The shield is extremely metal, but what I can't find. Okay, that's what it is. Okay, it's a lighted form of Vordr, so literally like a holy guard.
Okay.
That's why I wasn't able to identify it because it's doing an illusion.
Yep.
So, yeah, ratings.
9
7
out of 10.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
it's
it's,
epic.
it's like I give it like an 8 out of 10. It's not bad, and that's like the thing is when they
Well, it's
intentionally
7.
detach themselves from reality, I
Yeah.
become exceptionally more forgiving.
Yes.
Yeah, like it's just
I
goth.
really
It's the
like it.
goth pack.
And I love
If
the
I was-
raven aesthetic.
If I was going to buy anything, I'd buy that pack.
Fair.
Yeah.
Our mythical weapons pack, B,
Yay.
with featuring the
Oh, boy.
Ukon Vasara, which I do own already. Hello Finland. Glad you made it into the game.
Oh Jesus.
So yeah, this is the hammer of the Finnish god Ukko, who probably picks it up from Thor. Probably is where he gets that from. It's a hammer.
That's pretty neat.
It's a hammer. It has Greek. Wait, the coinage is weird. It's covered in coinage of some kind.
It's very
And the-
steampunk.
That is weird. Yeah, it is steampunk.
Right, and well, it is attested in Scandinavia to punch holes in coins and turn them into, like, beads for necklaces. That's fine. The lettering on it, it almost looks like it's supposed to be... I mean, it looks like it's nonsense lettering, but it looks like it's supposed to be vaguely Greek nonsense lettering. Weird. Anyway, the area out there we already talked about.
That's such a weird power for it to have. It should have the thing that that Odin's spear has, because
True.
the Luan's whole thing is like it hits things that it shouldn't have hit.
Yeah. It should have more accuracy bonuses.
Or just be long. I'd be fine with it just being long.
I'm still a little bit sad that we've never had the spear that Bedware has in Kill, where the head comes off and like goes and kills people independently and then comes back.
Nice.
That'd be so cool.
We have the Holmegord bow, which is not mythical. There is literally nothing mythical about this. Holmegord is a real place.
Are you sure?
My Toronto shoes. Mythical.
It's just a town. It's
functional?
It's too big, but it's otherwise, it's...
Okay.
Right, it's too thick.
Everything in this game is too big or too small.
It's too thick to actually flex, but other than that, whatever, it's fine.
I mean, same issue as the harp. It has to be thick so you can put the fancy decorations on it, but then it's too thick to work.
Exactly. Right, Matt? Right, you're like, it takes like 3 hours for you to get to Holmegor. And then the Celtic Cross Shield.
That one pisses me off because, like, you could have done more with it and you didn't.
Yeah.
Like, it makes no sense to me that you have everything be basically semi-plausible. Sorry, Holmegard. But then you're just like, it's a Celtic Cross Shield, like every other Celtic Cross
that would
Shield.
catch on things so bad.
Yeah.
Like,
not a great shield.
Also, it bothers me.
Sorry, go on.
It bothers me as well because why do we need a shield? Like, part of me is like, well, the Celts weren't known for naming their shields, but also, why do we need a shield? You could have done another legendary weapon, like, the Sword of Light.
Yeah, there are so many good weapons.
The thing that makes me sad is if you wanted something you can carry into battle to protect you, and you wanted to draw in images of, like, Celtic Christianity, the Catha! Like,
yeah.
Columbus Battler, you could have put that in. It would have been so
fun. So cool. You just put this book on your belt and just run into battle. It would have been
No, just the shield. Just make the shield the cover of the book.
Yeah, exactly.
like our skull shield, where we have the skull strapped to the front of the shield. Just have a normal shield that is just this huge tome strapped to the front with chains.
Yeah.
Book shield.
So good.
So, ratings of our quote unquote mythical weapons.
Let's rate it 5 out of 10.
I'll give it a 6 if they included the fins, and I find that kind of nice. They got recognized.
True. Finland exists. Next up, the Hearthweru set.
What's Hearthweru mean?
Old English. I think it's supposed to be like Hearth Defender. I think.
Let me look that one up.
Eleanor, you know Old English. You know Old English at least as well as I do. They're all wearing purple. And by the way,
that's not cool.
The Sudden Who helmet knockoff.
Yeah, not fond of the Sun Who helmet knockoff.
This was not found at Sudden Who because monetization, I think, and or rights. But on the other hand, there is a real helm that looks an awful lot like this. So we can't exactly accuse of historical inaccuracy, because there's a real helm that looks an awful lot like this.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know what they've done spelling-wise. Bosworth Toller online is not helping me out here. Hearthweru is like protectors of the hearth sounds about right.
Yeah. Har har har, Microstate. What a sudden and unexpected development.
Are we wearing fur or feathers?
Fur. It's fur.
Okay.
Feathers. It's feathers.
Nice.
It's shitty. It looks terrible.
That's probably that's probably my graphic setting problem.
I kind of like the cloak itself, though. I like the cloak and its detailing, but the feathers kind of bother me.
Fair. The purple enameled armor.
It's oh jeez,
it's extremely purple and extremely enameled.
How
it
early
sure
do you
is.
get that much enameling on armor because
Not this early.
Yeah, enameling's like kind of complicated on that big
15
a scale.
Yeah.
15th century you get some, 16th century you get a lot. And it's always like tournament armors. It's designed when you need to just look fancy AF because you're not actually in a significant danger.
It really says something that, like, with our upcoming bird, that this is essentially like the Homeland Security set.
That's a good point.
Oh.
Yeah. We
Uh,
all saw that bald eagle.
Yeah,
No.
I
don't
have
worry.
not
Don't,
seen that yet. Oh,
don't
yeah.
worry about it. Don't worry about it. Also-
Don't think too hard.
Also, no, this description showing the patterns on one bracers could allow you to pass guarded locations depending on who you show it to. No,
I hope that's the description of game mechanics because it's not a description of how braces have ever worked.
correct. And then pants, which have shin plates and are otherwise leather riding boots with fur.
For the
Yay!
yay.
Those boots
Maybe they're
remind me
eagle
of like
feathers, because that would be great.
those boots remind me of 1960s Italian cinema that deal with the barbarians.
They do.
Okay, it's a reasonable
you're
thing for you to ride on. A horse.
It's a horse. It has barding.
It's allowed to see things.
It's a horse. It has plausible barding. Congratulations.
Well,
I mean-
It's not
give it a
particularly
point.
stunning though. Like,
I mean,
you know,
right? Wait, I wish it had barding here on the front that actually like defended it, but
No, it needs butt barding for
it needs butt barding for reasons.
Oh, now
I-
I see the bird coming up.
I
Yeah.
truly don't understand.
No,
Like the-
no.
yeah, like the thing is, with just about everything else with this, I could kind of be like, well, it's itself. Not something I particularly buy, but not something that's really egregious. But where the fuck is the eagle coming in here? Specifically a bald eagle. Like,
Yeah.
not just
That's the
any
thing,
eagle,
it's
a
not just that,
bald
like, there
eagle.
are European eagles. Like, they could have made it a golden eagle or something.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
A brown eagle.
the thing
brown
that's
eagle.
distressing about this to me is that so much of this that says like Old English, yeah,
Old English, Old
And then
English,
you
Old
have the
English,
eagle.
America.
Oh,
as
you're
if,
right.
as if you are drawing a direct line between the the idea of
Thomas
America
Jefferson
and Old English
jumping for
identity,
joy in
which-
his grave. Thomas
And
Thomas
that-
Jefferson
like-
jumping for
That's
joy.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's the old Thomas
uncomfortable.
Jefferson Anglo-Saxon set.
It's
Don't.
it's so bad. It's yeah.
Yeah.
So it's
Like-
losing some points from
It's
me
losing-
for that.
We're getting
Defenders of the homeland with a bald eagle spying on all the immigrants.
Yeah.
Don't.
Oh,
Yep.
Don't.
Yep.
God.
Yep, it's a anachronistic banner. Moving on, we have an anachronistic banner. I have nothing fancy to say about this. It's just
It looks wrong, but
it just
so
looks
does everything.
true.
Yeah, the Ubisoft devs are French, but also it still is.
Yeah, they're. I think this was mostly Ubisoft Montreal, so they're French Canadian.
It still
Yeah.
is
It still is like, why a
uncomfortable.
bald eagle specifically?
Why are-
Like,
When
I got
you
nothing.
could have a brown eagle and it would still tie into imagery that we see from the time.
Hell, you
This-
could
this
you
is
could have a
so
sire, right? You could go full seafarer and have the sea eagles.
yeah.
Ooh, that'd be good.
It's
And-
gilded. That's why it's shiny, obviously.
Crafted on demand with only the finest materials. I mean, yeah. I have some news for you about mass production in the 9th century.
Yeah. Not exactly a lot of non-custom work being made.
In all fairness, in this is the game where you just go to the store and buy something. So like, or you loot it.
Yep. So ratings on this set.
I'm giving it a 4.
Yeah.
I'd
Like,
give
what's
it-
good is bearable other than the eagle.
I'd give it a 6 or a 7,
Eagle.
except the eagle.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's a white supremacist out of 10. No.
Yeah.
Kind of, yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
this is
I
the Gothic pack.
yeah,
I'll be honest.
I hesitate to go so far as to say, that there is deliberate fash signaling
No, I
in this,
don't think
but
it's...
I
exactly.
don't think it's deliberate. It's
it's
just very poor. It's just
looks
not well,
very-
taste.
not as with way too many things in this game. When it comes to subtext, they are not bothering to think about subtext, and so it emerges. Yeah.
Red Chaos
I don't.
So-
Yeah, it's
I
like, I
really
don't
don't know
think
what
they
to
did it
think about this
intentionally.
bird.
It's just like,
We'll get
people
that.
will think it's cool, and it's like, yeah, but have you thought about which people will think it's really
And
cool? You know?
why? Yeah.
Uh-huh.
This
Yeah.
one though,
Hey, it's the Witch King.
yeah, this one
It's
very
Sauron.
normally went Lord of the Rings. This
It's-
is very
it's
Lord of the
Sauron.
Rings pack.
I mean, the language
Yeah, I agree.
Gothic
The modern
still
pack
exists
is
at this
worse.
point, right? So I'm a little bit like,
The goths, yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
sad for the Goths that this clearly isn't about
Yeah,
them.
so
but
where did Gothic just went extinct, like within the last couple centuries, by the time this game rolls around?
Right, yeah.
But you still have reference over to the Goths in the legendary saga corpus and stuff like that.
Yeah, and you have stuff like people are still reading Boethius, so they're still very familiar with the idea of the Goths.
Oh yeah. Like the Goths being
Okay.
an entity. Also, though, I do kind of love. I mean, except for the fact that the passages, the quote unquote passages from the Book of Revelation, are Elder Futhark runes. Apart from that, I do kind of love the pinning
That's
passages
epic.
from the Book of Revelation on armor.
Wait, are those purity
that's
seals from 40k?
Wait,
yeah,
what?
yeah. I mean, they're definitely
Yeah.
inspired by that. They're definitely leaning into the 40k aesthetic. I don't think they're actually the same as the purity seals, but they are that vibe.
It's like red wax and then like a bit of scripture.
Uh-huh.
So yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I think Tolkien would have liked it better if they went Middle Earth for the English pack. I'm just saying.
Yeah. He would've been-
True.
okay.
True.
He would have been pissed if he found out that they used the dark for, like, they finally used his work and they used it, the part of his work that he hated the most.
True. Big true.
Instantly, I feel like with the modern day pack versus the other pack, on one hand, the modern day pack is more overly fast, and therefore it's automatically worse. But on the other hand, the thing that bothers me with the other pack is that it's so insidiously fascist. And it goes into where the issue is when it comes to the fact that a lot of fascist imagery gets put into history.
So this is straight up a Tolkien reference. Sorry, I'm noticing the bracer
No.
description.
Go
Yeah.
for the Tolkien. Go for the Tolkien.
Gauntlets in good
yeah.
condition aside for a finger which bears marks of burning ring. Did they have permission to make that reference?
Probably not.
No one knows what happened.
In all fairness, in Origins, they also made a shout out to Lord of the Rings with a ring that that a lot of people are fighting over, and that you just drop down a well. Actually, you don't drop it down a well, but it falls down to some boards.
Ghost Wolf. Whoa.
Okay, Ghost
Whoa,
Wolf is big
points for
for
Ghost
me.
Wolf. I
That's
do love the
cool.
Ghost Wolf.
Uh-huh. Well, I don't know why they
Keep your
didn't
heart out,
capitalize.
Jon Snow.
I don't know why they didn't capitalize Midgard though.
Oh, did you see
Oh, God.
Enclave? I can't pronounce that word. EM's comment about the gun is based on German
Rifles? Oh,
Oh,
that's
Jesus Christ.
huzzah!
Christ,
Hilarious.
superstar.
Could it get
Death
worse?
to the modern pack. Death to the modern
That's the thing.
pack.
That-
The modern pack is definitely worse. The English pack it's a little more nitpicky, but it is bad.
Yeah.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
I don't know how to feel about this, Raven. At all.
Angelus
I-
Mortis.
I love this. This is a fucking painted bird. This is a hilarious. Who spent the time?
Hey, look. If someone's willing to forge this many spikes onto their armor, they'll have time to paint a bird too.
Okay, but I'm with Finef here, where I see the bird. I think this is probably an accident, but I see it and I do immediately think Dia de los Muertos, and I don't know how to feel about that.
Oh yeah.
No,
I mean, that is
You're
our
painting
generic,
skeletons on-
our generic
Like, I think
death.
it's
The most culturally visible death celebration in an American context is definitely Dia de los Muertos. So, like, they're
I'll be
adopting that imagery uncritically,
I can't.
but I get
Yeah.
why. I get why.
A part of me goes back to that, but also part of me thinks it is kind of just a skeleton bird. Though a part
Yeah.
of me also wish they just had it as a skeleton.
Yeah.
Like, it wouldn't be that hard to have an actual skeleton bird there. But it also reminds me of all the DeviantArt OCs that I saw when I was like 12 that were like, black ravens with the skeleton outline. So I'll give them a pass on them, though I'm not sure if you want to pass based off of looking like a 12-year-old's OC. So
Uh-huh.
I am loving the comment from Maraxa that says that some rooks end up with wing patterns like that due to reasons. Oh
Holy
boy,
shit.
more skulls with more
Holy
Oh my
shit.
god,
Inner
that's
skull.
terrible.
I mean,
That
it's
upsets me.
certainly goth.
It's
Yeah.
goth AF.
You can't say it's not goth. Okay, but
But
wait, what's with the handle? Why is it
That's
spiky?
a flagoned mace. The handle is a different kind of mace.
It's Sauron's mace. If you just look at it the other way
Right.
around, it's Lord of the Rings reference. Don't.
Okay, but who is designing content and be like, you know what people want to dress up as?
Sauron.
Sauron.
Like, I'm not
Notoriously
saying that-
successful dude.
I'm not saying that Sauron doesn't have style, but like, why? I wouldn't buy to look like. Oh Jesus!
These wings
Fallen
don't
Angels
look broken.
Okay, but also Fallen Angels broken wings. Are we talking about Sauron's stats as like a
Oppo-
fallen?
Yeah. Also, opposed to two iconic purity seals. Just explicitly throwing out the 40k reference.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Wild. Wild. So, the big problem I have with this set is that I can't decide whether it's being biblical revelation, remember your death, post-Black Death medieval Gothic, or Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, because I
my-
was thinking, if you want to do Fallen Angel stuff, there's Fallen Angel stuff in the medieval period. There's imagery you could be drawing on.
Or you could always
That's
just
true.
go
Sauron
Milton.
Is kind of a...
You could always just go
Sauron
Milton.
is kind of a fallen angel, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I
yes.
was pointing out when I came to the one below. But also, my issue with this is it's just ugly. Like, compared to the Raven pack, this is a bit of a letdown. And it's that
Yeah.
particularly,
Yeah.
I've never been one for the metal Gothic stuff. I'm very much, black cloth, velvet, that sort of thing. So this is just kind of, it's not my brand of Gothic. It's hideous, and it's
Anyway,
just a lot.
We have
will give the
lot. We have
pack
a
4 out
lot
of-
more to get through.
Oh, Jesus.
Jesus
Just
Christ.
we have like 6 or 7 more sets to get through. So we
Okay.
need to speed things up here.
Yes,
I'm going to give the Gothic pack a 4 out of 10 because it has a Ghost Wolf in.
2 out of
Fair.
10 for the Ghost Wolf alone.
Reasonable.
Hell's Damnation.
Next
more
set.
goth.
Hell's Damnation.
I already think if it's Norse Hell, somebody should be half.
This
Yeah,
helmet.
this is where the
helmet
skeleton
could,
shit should be.
this helmet
Yeah.
could very well be the long lost crown of Moose Bethlehem. Maybe.
That looks
Oh,
like the one from
wow.
Thor.
Ex-cowboy.
That looks
Yes.
like the
I
one
was
from
going
Thor
to say,
Ragnarok.
they stood
Yep.
so high. It's been a while.
Yep. The hood has just bricks on it. I have this hood. You can make me wear it.
Oh, good God.
The armor is
Uh-huh.
1 on fire, 2 heavy.
Seems
That
like
makes sense. Like, for
unfortunate.
Muspelheim, right?
This is the
Isn't
Thor
that-
Ragnarok set. Passing mention,
Yes.
you're right.
Yeah.
I'm giving it a 2 out of 10 automatically because it reminds me of my least favorite Thor film.
Wow, you like Ragnarok less than Dark World?
I hate it. I absolutely hate it with every
You
fiber of my
hate
being.
Ragnarok?
Okay,
Yes.
guys, we can't get into an MCU
We can't
debate right
go
now. We
there,
have
we can't
so
go there.
many sets to look at. We need
So
to
many
move on.
sets.
Are those faces? Fiery
Those-
skull
yeah.
faces?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
These boots make it near impossible for your
Providing-
enemies to
preventing
harm your
ankle
legs.
sprains.
That's
Also for you to
that's
walk.
what I'd hope my boots would do.
Yeah, I mean, it is, like, late medieval Soleret, but also, enough that I question the walking ability.
Yeah.
I would have conceptualized this one totally differently. Like, I would have made Fenrir the wolf because he and Hel are both Loki's children, aren't they?
Yeah.
And gone for like the kind of skeleton half decayed.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I would have leaned into the Norse Hell rather than Hell.
I will say, objectively, this wolf is pretty cool looking, though.
This
Yeah,
wolf
It
looks,
is cool, yeah.
looks
I
red,
almost
but,
would-
more Moose Bethlehem. By the way, Moose Bethlehem in the Norse medieval corpus has no imagery of industrialization. Right. Literally,
Yeah.
that's just invented on the premise that fires equal industry equal everything is metallic. Oh,
yeah,
but
that's true. Oh, a phoenix. That's cool.
Do I question why the phoenix is a raven? And also,
Yeah.
what it has to do with Muspet claim?
I mean,
Yeah.
again, I am a little sad because the phoenix that has shown up in like medieval literature at this
All over
point.
the
There's
place.
old English poems about it. Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
we could have a cool phoenix design, you guys. We're just spelling out with Surtur. That
Yep.
sword looks
Done.
impractical.
Yep. That sword's
shield
nonsense.
looks
That shield
worse.
is worse. Yeah.
Oh my god, that's so many skulls.
Yeah.
Oh Jesus! Ebony Darkness Dementia Ravenway, calm down.
AC, you
All
are
the
correct.
enemies
The
slain
phoenix
by
is
the
not colorful enough.
giants. So these are people killed by giants who are now part of the shield.
Apparently.
We're associating the Jotnar with
The
hell,
Elfthurs are in this case, probably, yes.
Yeah, with
Because the Elfthurs
Muspelheim.
the Elfthurs are called the children of Moosepatch. So.
Just like every possible thing that you could associate with bad in a vaguely Christian context has been shoved into this tag.
Except the Phoenix, because the Phoenix is
The
not
Phoenix,
actually
which is
called.
a Christ image.
Also,
Phoenix
you know,
is code for Christ.
originates primarily in like Arabic and Persian stuff.
Yeah, and then
So-
it gets imported as an image of Christ. Oh, now this is
Now,
kinda
you know, we had the Moosepatch claim set. Now we have the Nif set.
I'm very hopeful for the Elsa set. Let's go.
Let's do
This
this.
is kind of cool. I mean, it's
Like,
not
I-
historical, but it's like.
Yeah, like I've given up on it making sense, but it looks
Um,
nice.
I'm vibing with the Norse fantasy aesthetic here, and also it doesn't remind me of Ragnarok. So we get points here.
This is also the only set where I'm like, yeah, you can have fur. I understand why the
Yeah.
fur is there.
Also, the fur is more toned down in this one than in all the other ones because it's used clearly
Yeah.
as lining for pauldrons.
I like
Yeah,
the
it
silver
makes
color
sense.
scheme.
The color scheme is
really
good.
like-
I like the kind of muted greens, muted blues. Right, it's a
Yep.
good color scheme.
I wouldn't buy it, but it looks decent.
It does kind of look like Skyrim.
Uh-huh. Oh look,
does.
another Yggdrasil. We had Dunair earlier, and now we've got Dvalin.
I'll be
Hi.
honest, that reindeer is very pretty. I almost called it a horse.
It
Uh-huh.
looks like a kind of Northern Lights glowy
Yep, yeah.
reindeer. I like it.
Oh yeah.
I'm pretty sure I saw that exact thing in a gift shop in Alaska at one point. Oh, hello.
Hi, little dragon.
Okay, its name means cold.
Okay, this
Okay.
set's getting a high mark from me
Yeah.
just for this dragon.
Yeah, this one's. I like this one. There's not like somebody else said. There's nothing harmful. about it.
Offensive.
Yeah.
It isn't
Whoa.
offensive, and I like it though.
Like,
I like it.
This is dumb, but it's so pretty.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
And then the shield.
Like,
Oh, that's pretty cool with the
Well,
runes.
Huh.
Oh, hello.
Oh, Emmett, you are breaking up
Enter
really
the realm
bad.
of- It is so fantasy. It's like, oh, sure, fuck, yeah, that's great. Go
Yep.
wild.
Yeah, I
I'm
like
giving it
eight,
a 9 out of 10.
8
I'm
out of
Uh-huh.
10.
Yeah. 8 out of 10. That was a good
Nice.
one.
Mythical Weapon Pack A, which has, I think, even less mythical weapons than the last one. Hag's,
Yay.
Hag's Bite as a flail.
Ew.
A scimitar, which is a great sword,
What the
for reasons.
fuck is
Hag's bite.
Yeah.
made of thick bramblewood?
Yeah.
Is this isn't the
How's
Kopesh
it
that we met
mythical?
last time, is it?
No, this is not the Hopesh that we met last time.
A bow that oh boy.
Oh, dear.
And then the Draka bow, which just means dragon bow.
But isn't a scimitar an actual
I mean,
sword?
yes, but no. In that it is a sword that is commonly recognized as a one-handed curved sword, but it's not. It's an English mushing together of several different weapons, such as the Shamshir and the Kilish.
That is very AC.
Oh.
That is very AC.
I mean the bow looks
Jeez.
actually it doesn't look fine. I don't think that's fine.
That
I
bow,
like the
that,
Hey!
Not
That-
There.
just
and then
design-wise.
Sleipnir, yeah.
Yeah, you know what? Okay,
Sleipnir.
the shield, like it. None of these are like real mythical weapons, but I'll take the Sleipnir shield. That's
Yeah.
lovely. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
I'll
I'm,
give it a 5 out of 10.
Yeah,
yeah.
Just for
like that's the
Sleipnir.
shield.
This feels like it is a reference to. I mean, the bees are weird. Why does it have bees? Bees are cool. Don't do this to bees. But also, I do seem to remember there being things about early modern sense of hags using brambles as part of their... And actually, I think even striking people with brambles as part of their wands. So... Right?
See,
I feel like this is a reference to something.
It is kind of Wicker Man with the bees, somebody pointed out.
See, I saw that, and I'm really glad you talked about the brambles because my initial thought was that was the hag's tongue.
I mean, okay, that's also
Ew.
not what brambles look like.
And that
True.
gave,
Yeah.
and that made me think, what does that tongue do? And then I hated myself.
Uh-oh. Okay, and Harry are packed. This is...
Yep. So the Inheriar are the souls that go to the Valhalla.
Okay.
And so,
Oh.
right, it's the army, sort of the army of the slain that will fight alongside the gods out Ragnarok.
They are one of the things that show up in some of Elengana's fantasy novels, where they're equated with the Wild Hunt.
Dubious. Yep.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean,
Is that
like,
a real
he's
helmet historically?
It's a plausible helmet historically. It's a bit over. It's done up like the big ceremonial Sun Hu type helms.
Right, yeah.
But it's a spectacle
Sutton
helm.
used.
Yep. Spectacle helmet with cheek guards and kind of facial aventail. It's plausible.
Okay.
Yeah. And the crest, the sort of animal-headed crest that you see on this is attested from more than just Sutton Hoo. So, yeah, it's fine. The cloak, apart from being like randomly bloody, is actually a saga reference. A bloody red cloak is a critical plot point in Njal Saga, but the gods kind of don't feature in that one at all. So, meh. But the settlement between the titular Njal and his relative Flossie over a killing of Njal's foster son falls apart when Njal gives him a cloak that reminds Flossie of the cloak that I think it's Hugni is the one who is the foster son that he got murdered in by Njal's sons. And so, right, that bloody cloak ends up goading him to eventually burn Njal alive in his home.
Ooh.
Yeah. Alright, see you, Sunshine. We will be here for a while, because we have made no progress on the main plot.
Yep.
Uh-huh. This is one of those sets that looks okay at first glance, and then in my opinion gets worse the longer you look at it.
Also, it's just not good. The thing is, if it was in the game, I'd possibly buy it with silver, but like, asking to buy it with real money?
True. Oh, the horse is actually Svadilfari. Why is Svadilfari injured? Also, no!
Yeah.
One said that this stallion was bred by Freya herself. The veracity of this statement is questionable if the marks present on its flank prove its robustness. No?
That poor horse,
That's just-
though.
That's just not what
I
Svadilfari... Yeah, you go.
What is the deal with Svadilfari?
Svadilfari is the assistant of the giant builder that builds the walls of Asgard. there.
Oh,
The one,
Oh,
it's Sleipnir's
goodness.
father. It's Sleipnir's
Right.
father, with Loki being Sleipnir's mother.
Yeah.
Oh god, the Skinner brothers. Why did you have to remind me?
Oh yeah. Also,
Hilarious.
this raven is called Blood Eagle.
Oh,
Oh, yeah,
I
of
don't
course,
like
sure.
that.
It's a choice.
Point-
It's a
Points going
choice.
down rapidly.
It's a choice. It's a choice. Now, while eagles and ravens are both beasts of battle who feed on carrion. Yeah, the axe in a moment.
You
it's
know,
called
in
the-
Fergus Kelly's Early Irish Farming, he does say that the Irish word for like the great bird, it can be hard to tell whether they're talking about a raven or an eagle.
I
Yeah,
mean,
it
that's
happens a lot.
Maybe they
unsurprising.
accidentally made a deep cut to Early Irish Farming.
Uh-huh.
Oh, wait, what's this?
Ooh, there's some juice in this. One, Lord of the Rings reference.
Yeah, and
Two, this axe was commonly used to slain dark elves.
Slain.
English language, folks. No, because the Svartalver are probably another name for the Dvergar, and that Snorri just kind of invents another distinction that is not actually old. So no, just no.
I don't have much else to say about the axe besides like why is there a
Yeah.
hole in the middle of it?
Actually, that's attested.
Oh, cool.
There actually are axes with the center hollowed out. There's one in the microtransaction set called Moonlight, which has a cross inside of that, and that one's actually like a museum piece.
Nice.
Yeah.
It's also weird as hell to bring the dwarven in here when you've already like our entire thing is slain warriors. So why are we bringing?
And
dwarves?
they go back to slain warriors here. Helgi's shield. This is presumably a reference to Helgi Hundingsbane, or Helgi Hundingsbane. Sorry. So the cousin of Sigurd, the Dragon Slayer, and a mighty warrior in his own right, the slayer of many of the family of Hunding who killed Sigmundur.
Ah.
And also
like
he
to
married
just
a Valkyrie, and was
Oh,
reincarnated. He's
Oh,
like one of
this
two examples of reincarnation in the entire Norse corpus.
That's
But mighty warrior who was slain in battle both times.
That's right, because I've always wondered if this story underlies some of Catherine Kerr's De Very series, which is also about a pair of lovers who keep getting reincarnated. Anyway.
Unrelated, but my cat, whose name is Loki, just joined us.
Hello.
Loki,
He's not
hi!
meowing, but he's purring very happily. He's a
Hi,
big
Loki.
half Maine Coon, and he's
Aw, cutie.
Those are the best.
yeah. We got him from the shelter, and they're like, "Oh, he's just a tabby who's a little big for his age." And then his hair got really long, and he got really big.
Aw.
I have a
So-
soft spot for Draugr, so I'm going to be favorably inclined.
The Draugr set. Let's go.
Oh boy.
Are those the ghosts, like the reanimated warriors?
Yep.
Yep. So,
The-
in Draugr is a very rare word in medieval Icelandic, but it largely comes out of Jon Árnason's categorization of post-medieval folktales into Álfasögur, stories of elves, Trollasögur, stories of trolls, and Draugasögur, ghost stories. And it gets reapplied back to revenants in the medieval corpus, but and it is sometimes used for them in the sagas, but like the most famous one, Glaumr from Grettis saga, is never called a Draugr. Literally never. The term used for him almost exclusively is Afterganger, which is a calque of the Latin revenant.
Oh.
Okay, I do love that this is the first time where instead of having, like, skulls on the armor, the
We
dude's just his head's a skull.
It's
He's an actual skeleton.
It's a Skyrim Draugr with then a skull molded into his face.
Oh yeah, also random bones on the
Also the spine
breastplate,
and the
arm-
shoulder blades on the breastplate and another spine and more
okay.
spines.
This is
Spines.
This is like the only time when I think the bone is actually a kind of a look.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
there's a reason for it to be there, and it's not just like skulls for evil purposes.
Yeah.
They're also putting in like considerable effort. Like they're obviously trying to be like, hey, how do we position these rather than just like we're gonna slap a skull on its face.
True.
It's like, no, we got some shoulder blades here, and it's like this doesn't make a lot of sense, but sure.
Also, it's a padded gambazon is the base of this. A 12th century padded gambazon.
It's
That
not
is
the
true.
weirdest armor choice we've seen.
Like, the afterlife is timeless, so we can access stuff from the future. It's fine.
Fair. Reasonable.
Also, it does look impressively goth, and not that specifically metal goth way that
True.
I hate. So
True.
I'll give it points.
Oh,
It
I
loves
like
the
the
glowing
fingernails.
fingertips.
Yeah, glowing
exactly,
fingertips
glowing
with
fingertips.
long nails. I don't know if you guys can
Ooh,
see it,
yeah.
but actually the
Yeah.
nails are super long.
Oh, nice. I can see that now. They know how to accessorize. I appreciate this.
Exactly. The thigh bones on, there are, tibia and fibias on our tibia and fibia. And
Oh,
spines.
that's neat. He's got an exoskeleton.
And spines.
So he's a bug.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Hellhest, which literally means just hell horse.
It's like a
Okay.
thestral.
Oh.
It
A little bit,
does.
a little bit.
I vibe with this so much.
But like at least it's hell horse for a horse that is somewhat skeletal feels pretty reasonable.
I will say
Mhm.
that I don't feel like the skulls on the flanks are really necessary. It feels a little bit like overkill.
Yeah.
Like we're already dealing with Scully McSkulls in here.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
Now this Raven though, I like it. I
By
like
the
I
it.
way,
like it.
they define their name in the description. Fey is cognate to English Fey, and so right, this is a description used for a specific mood of almost insanity that comes upon people where they start
Oh.
making really weird decisions when their fated death time is approaching.
Oh, that's so cool.
Huh.
So right,
Okay,
so
this is technically a cool pack.
an
I might have
example.
bumped it to a 6 out of 10.
Exactly.
I'm
An
actually
example
going to-
from Yao Saga of that is right before the burning. They're like, hey, you should clean all the thatch out of the loft so they can't light it on fire. And he's like, nah, it's fine. And then his son, Skarpjeven, goes, oh, he's in a fey mood. We're super screwed.
That's the origin of that phrase.
Ah ha ha.
Uh-huh.
I
Now,
think it might
this hammer went too far, I think.
Yeah.
Oh no. Yeah, that's a little
Oh.
much. Okay, lose some
Yeah.
points for the hammer.
Yeah. It's.
I'm so sorry. It was just that shouldn't have to be tastable, and now it's just kind of gone straight through that.
But the shield brings it back.
Let's see
That
the
is
shield.
cool.
Redeem
Oh.
yourself.
It is an
okay,
animal
yeah.
skull, but we're not in a druid context, so I can accept it, I guess.
I
True.
also
Yeah,
like
this
the
is-
green flames.
Uh-huh.
It calls back to my old crush on Maleficent.
Nice.
This is like this whole thing is like the skull aesthetic they've been doing with the druids, but done correctly and for a reason.
Also,
Yeah.
Also, the basic shield is a reasonably plausible shield. I mean,
It's
the
right shape.
the metal coating is wrong, but it's wood backed. It's got a center grip thing, and it's got a strap to be held on.
I'm just happy to see a long shield.
Exactly.
Same.
It's a 11th century kite shield.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm willing to
Straight
give this a 7 out of 10. Like, it's a little over the top in a few places. I'm not sure I'd buy it personally, but overall, we have a nice aesthetic here.
True.
Yeah,
Six.
that's good.
Ninjas coming up.
6 out of 10,
Ninjas.
I'd say.
The
Oh,
hidden people.
Multifold.
The hidden people,
Oh.
which is the generic word for all of the a wide category of fairy type people in
I
Iceland.
was gonna say I'm
Iceland.
expecting some people with tails here.
Yeah.
What?
These don't look
I
like
think
Nissa.
that here what they're I think what they're doing here is that they're literally transplanting the whole hidden ones
Yes,
the
they
yeah.
super are. I 100% agree that they are using theater ninja or Hollywood ninja aesthetics
Yeah.
transplanted through
Which-
the hidden ones as a calque of Huldufolk.
Oh,
That
definitely.
really bothers me. I don't like that.
This whole
Yeah.
thing's like it's a thing. It's
You
already a
could've- I mean,
thing.
Imagine if you had gone for like a little like Nissa vibe. Like it would have been totally different and kind
Yeah.
of cute but kind of foresty. Like that would have been better.
Uh
I
huh.
love
Also,
the
you could
belt
have a
on his
nice
forearm.
long cloak.
Also,
like-
yeah. Where is it? There we go. There we can see it.
Oh,
Someone
hello, Goth Mound.
someone got attached. Well, this is not the most belts we've seen. I still think someone let Tetsuya Nomura into the design room, and I'm not totally here for it.
Yep. God.
Somebody made a good point in the chat. I think it was FineF saying that like the problem is that they tried to have it be historically accurate and accurate to the mythology, and you can't really do both.
I mean,
so much
even
mythology
calling it
is
accurate to the
later.
mythology is
That's
a
not-
stretch
yeah.
in places, but
Yeah.
All of the places.
But yeah,
That's
it's-
true. They didn't.
it's trying to do historical accuracy and all of the bits of the myth that people think are cool.
Yeah.
Without necessarily thinking about even whether those are accurate.
Hrimpaxi be
Oh,
literally
thanks,
like
Liam. It was-
ice mouth. Oh,
Bye,
okay.
Liam.
See ya. Yeah. And then our bird becomes a kingfisher.
I'm sorry.
Okay,
a
that's
what?
kind of
A
cool.
what?
I like that though.
Sure. I mean, I love Kingfisher. Looks pretty.
Yeah,
You know
like
what the hell?
Why not? Why not?
This is the
If you
nicest
can be a
looking thing in
pigeon-
this set.
True. A very weird sword. Peculiar metal cannot catch light. It's just.
It's catching the light as we turn it right now.
Also, it's just Damascus steel. It's just wounds. Shh. It doesn't catch the light, though. We promise. 100%. And then a Huldufolk shield.
Somebody wants to see the bird again.
What is with this thing of putting a cloak on your shield?
What the fuck?
There you go, Horde Books. You can see now the bird. I mean, it's too small to be any sort of actual full heron, so that's why I said kingfisher. But yeah, it just has silk on it, because great use of silk to get slashed to pieces.
I mean, I think they took the silk as armor idea and they went a little overboard.
A little bit.
No, I'd give this one like a 2-3 out of 10 just for the bird.
I was going 4 out of 10. It's not as overtly offensive as some of the examples. A little bit with the Japanese appropriation, but not as bad as it could have been, which is sad.
How many more packs we got?
We got 2 more armor packs.
Okay.
Okay.
And then I'll go eat dinner, because I think
Yes.
I'm kind of late, but it'll be okay.
Yep. The Valkyrie pack.
Here we go.
Oh boy.
Oh, we
Wagner
are
time.
Wagner, big
something.
Wagner hours.
Oh,
Also God of War.
Jesus.
Also God of War.
2 out of 10 for being
Okay,
Wagner.
the fact that the Valkyrie, I can't tell if I'm overanalyzing. Valkyries are typically female, yes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That helmet doesn't say typically female in my brain, but that may just be me.
You're
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
It looks like I don't know. Maybe they're doing an androgyny thing, but it looks like that is designed to be read as a dude's face.
Well, also, there's no particular reason to have it masked. I know that we're doing a helmet, but you could just have something down the center so that Eivor's face is showing. I know they're obsessed with masks in this game, but it wasn't necessary.
Like everything else is kind of default fantasy. We've got some kind of featheriness with the cloak, I guess.
Yep. And on the very front center, the runes read Ragnarok.
Nice.
Oh, interesting.
Nice
I mean,
touch, nice touch.
you know what? It doesn't have a horned helmet or a breastplate, so like.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah. I'll give it a couple more points for that.
Yeah,
and
it
because
gets points for not being
Well,
that.
that's a nice horse.
I like
Oh,
the
the horse
Pegasus.
can fly.
I really like.
Pegasus?
I
Yep.
really
Yeah,
like
it's got
getting a
wings.
Pegasus. That's
Okay.
kind of the dream. So
And
okay,
this
fine.
is the other sun horse. Aurvakar and
hello.
Alsvidr are the two.
Cool.
So right, I mean they actually changed it instead of Alsvidr, they changed it to Alsvindr, so wind instead of travel. But sort of it's like the early waking one and the far faring, and this in this case I think it's the I guess far winding one. And the actual Huon.
Oh, that's cool.
That would explain why Hugin was busy when Odin made Seidr.
Also,
Apparently.
I love Hugin. I love that design.
Yeah, it's
That is a
very,
very
very,
nice design.
very Isu reminiscent without being dumb looking like a lot of Isu stuff.
Yeah. A lot of the Isu stuff tries so hard to be modern and edgy and sci-fi, and I'm like, no, don't do it.
I don't know how I feel about this spear though.
Svipud.
I
An
could make jokes about that spear.
another mythological spear.
Rachel?
I could make so many jokes about that spear.
Rachel, no.
Uh-huh.
But not in this good Christian chat.
Uh-huh.
Okay, how's the shield looking? Oh boy. Oh boy.
No,
well, that's
That's
No,
a very
wow.
tree of
No
Gondor.
SP, bad.
why is it why is it so
Oh my God.
spiky?
I just read OSP's
No,
comment.
no.
Wow.
Cat.
Yeah, I think that's very Gondor.
Yes,
On the
it
shield,
is.
I think.
Yeah.
Which
We've
is
got
fine,
runes
you
on
know.
this shield.
You gotta draw Yggdrasil somewhere.
It does have runes. Grak, or presumably that's supposed to be rock, but I don't know why that is. And then I can't get an angle on the other ones, but it looks like kind of, I guess, maybe FE And then it's damaged, so I can't actually read the last two. Yeah.
Yep.
I agree. This
this
could
is
have
a-
been a lot worse.
Yeah, I
It's
thought
it's kind of meh for me. Like, it doesn't stand out, but it's
Yeah.
not as
It's
bad as I
fine.
would expect. I'd probably give it maybe a 5 out of 10. Like,
yeah.
I like the horse.
Okay.
The last set, the Berserker pack,
Uh-oh.
is bare.
uh-oh.
Oh shit! Here we go.
It has
Oh,
little pull things. I wonder what happens if you pull on them.
I
Really? Really
It's
trying to go
fun.
for that barbarian look.
The ears
Oh,
flap.
yeah.
We know this. We have seen those little hoods on TikTok.
Exactly.
We pull those and the ears.
The
go
ears
back and
flap. Exactly.
It is fun, and I mean this with heavy air quotes. That we're like, okay, we understand that to give the impression of a berserker, they need to be wearing less clothes, but we're not gonna just have them go full on like naked.
Which is what Snorri said they did.
We're gonna create an entire set of special armor for being less clothed in battle. Like,
Listen,
no, you cowards! Just let her be naked.
I mean, that
Eivor decided that they're a furry.
that
Maybe we should rename this the furry armor set.
also the reference here is fairly straightforwardly that berserker means bear shirt.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Points for that.
I'm glad that they didn't go with, that they don't have an Ulfhjalnar set, or Wolfhide shirt, or Wolfhide set, because the Ulfhjalnar, even more than the Berserkir, are appropriated by problematic people.
Right. Yes.
Right.
Yeah,
that's
it's true,
that's good.
yeah.
That's good.
This
Fuzzy.
is a little bit of a Capital Riot vibe.
Yeah.
And it's
I don't think they did that on purpose, but
I'm
I
sure
see
this
where
was-
you're coming from.
I'm sure this was not on purpose, but unfortunately.
We live in
It's a
such
nice
a world
wolf.
where we can't ignore it.
The name of the
Yeah.
name of the wolf, Hati, is the son of Fenrir. In the
Oh, hi.
Cool.
in the texts, it's Hati Hrolfitnesson. So Hati, the son of the famous wolf, and the famous wolf is pretty clearly Fenrir's Ulvar.
Nice. Okay.
And we get Munin with this set.
Oh, that's cool.
Munin is,
I
I think,
mean,
worth.
Berserker seems like a weird choice for
For-
Munin.
The association is that in Heimskringla, in Ynglinga Saga, the Berserkir are the guard for Odin, who is a legendary Trojan sorcerer king, who refugeed
that.
into Asia. Yes.
Love it.
Yep, 10
I will
out of
give
10.
this set points for the animals. Take off points for
I
the
gotta go.
berserker wearing armor at all, but
3
maybe a
out
little
of
point
10.
for having a. Yeah.
3 out of 10.
Listen, I gotta go have dinner, but I'm
Yep.
gonna try to come back after dinner.
Sounds
Okay.
good. And we're
Good to have you, Meg.
exactly.
Okay,
Enjoy
I
your
think-
meal.
Yep.
thanks.
Do you guys want?
Leander. Leander just confirmed the bayonet thing.
Yeah.
What's annoying is that you could have
Awesome.
bayonets that are more 18th or 19th century in design. You don't have to go that modern, because anything with a bayonet is going to look jarringly modern no matter what. And they did bayonets for AC Unity and basically anything else in the 18th century, so
Yep.
didn't
Okay,
need to do that.
So those were our DLC armor sets. Thank you all so much for subbing for that.
Yep. Coming back to
Because
the main
this was
game after
appreciated.
spending so long looking at that feels like coming out of a dark tunnel into the sunlight and like blinking, like where are
True.
we? What's happening?
Ireland, I'm so
True.
sorry for everything I ever said about you.
Yep. There's the Leophile flag again.
Yep. Back to medieval Ireland. Because literally zero of those sets had anything to do with the 9th century. They were all either too early, too late, or somehow both.
Yep.
Shouts to the Hearthwearer set for having an earlier helmet, but somehow a significantly later breastplate.
Yep.
Alright. See ya, Blue. Oh, yeah, we will do that when we pick up the Byzantine set after our longer break, because we need a little bit more time for it to gather up the requisite resources. But when we do that, Raptorus, remind me, and I will show you guys the spear for the problematic spear.
The spear we hate. We should probably do that when Meg is back, because I think
Eivor,
she will have good
I have
commentary.
you and Kira
Yep.
to thank for curing my men. Even if the source of the sucker
Yeah,
does not
we
sit
were
easy
playing
with
a
it.
game.
Not all
Oh, look,
druids
Flan.
Oh, hey Flan.
Is the children
And your
of Danann
anachronistic
who attacked
Tartan.
you.
Kieran
Exactly.
told me of this druid cult. They are no great threat if they must strike.
That's not how that
Hashtag
works,
not all
Flan.
druids.
Not all druids.
Hashtag not all druids.
And the friends of their enemies.
I regret my earlier distrust.
Alright, we'll do
I've
blue.
seen too much Irish blood spilt by Danes to give trust easily.
I know
Yeah,
it.
that'll continue to happen. I'm sorry, Flan. That'll continue to happen for the
Yeah.
next
So bright
1,
and
2,
blind to
3,
all else.
400 years, give or take.
Is the price. How do you mean to take it?
Depends on how Danish you want the Kingdom of the Isles or the Kingdom of Man to be.
Decided protection, foolishly leaving themselves vulnerable.
Still, that's a long march over uncertain
We talking
soil.
Ringfort?
Your army will be exposed to forces unknown.
Yep.
Abaddon has offered land at Clogher, where our army will make camp. From there, we move on to Alec.
Back to the cleavage.
Uh-huh.
Kings of Alach want to talk peace.
They surrender before you touch their soil. I know those who
Here
would
we
die
go.
for such a reputation.
Yep.
Oh jeez, it really is cleavage, isn't it?
I don't like it.
Cleavage.
The wording is vague. Asking much and promising little.
What's the harm in hearing them out? If we start with the sword, we have nowhere else to go. They know me. They'll listen.
Flan, you're not gonna make a
Speak
good
for me.
politician if you have that
You
mentality.
would honor me with your trust.
You have an opinion, Eivor. Or will you
Uh-huh.
simply side with your cousin?
So we have options here. Do we go to war with Alec immediately? Do we let Bardith try diplomacy first? Or do we stay out of this?
See, I'm very pro Bard, but at the same time, I feel like that isn't what the game is to do. The game is kind of very pro-action, so I feel like we should fight.
Okay.
Maybe we should just stay out of it and see what happens.
Yeah,
Stay out
yeah.
of it?
Let's
Stay out of it?
let's let the king make his own decision here. Let's see what Flan does.
I mean, 100% the choice does not matter here.
It's not my decision to make, Lord.
Uh-huh.
Too much is
By the way,
leave me out of this.
if someone could drop the link to the Discord server, it is in the About section of the stream page. You can tab over to there, and there should be a link to a Discord server there, where you could hang out with us the rest of the time. But also, if someone could drop that link in, that would be
I've never
awesome.
known the trust of a brother. Do not give mine over easily. Arith McEver, King of
Lewis
Dublin,
Chessman again.
I hereby authorize you to speak for me.
You know, maybe
That-
this is me having very low standards, but I really appreciate that we are emphasizing the life of an Irish king involved a lot of plotting, involved a lot of warfare, and involved a lot of underhanded tactics, because I feel like a lot of times we just focus on the warfare aspect as opposed to the actual political games that were being played.
Tell me
I will say, him saying that I've not known the loyalty of a brother, it's like, you probably should. You should have a metric ton of foster brothers
Yeah,
Yeah.
who are
because that's how
very
you would,
loyal to you.
because that's how you ascend the throne. Like, you don't ascend the throne by just being the son of the king. You do it via your connections that your father would have made sure that you had when you were a boy.
Especially to claim the High Kingship, you have to have a lot of people who are immediately under your thrall.
Yeah.
True.
Which is also why a lot of times you would actually have future kings being fostered out to their subordinates. You didn't really foster your kids out to people who were ranked higher than you. You foster them out to people who were ranked lower than you, so that you'd have their support.
Yep. By the way, I agree with AC here, just on a quick note, that there's a lack of Hilhel and Ale in this diplomacy meeting.
That's a good point. It's too bad. It would be great if they could have... Oh, because we actually have that. We've recovered one Fichel board. If they just put
Yeah.
it there and never shown anybody playing it, that would have been great, because we have the board, we know that there are pieces, and we don't know how it was played. So if you just had it there, and there was like an implication that it had been in use, that would have been a clever way to include it.
It'd be
Uh-huh,
a clever way of including.
Go ahead.
I was about to say that it's also kind of like how kill is used so often in the sagas as a way of indicating political maneuverings along with warfare. So it'd be a fantastic thing to have in the king's room when he's discussing this.
Exactly.
FNAF, so your question about the way essentially, yeah, medieval Irish politics almost created it. Their political system caused intense, endemic low-level violence.
So did the Norse one, by the way.
Yeah, it's just it's a funky consequence of the way in which their kingship system developed and their legal system developed, and then it was mad. Wow.
I just
Wait,
bodied
wait,
her.
what?
Yeah, I did just body Kiara.
Oh well.
Oh,
She's
She'll get
fine.
over it.
Exactly.
You can make it up to her later on.
In a convenient waterfall.
Yeah.
Exactly. You will understand.
Something
So-
that was asked last stream and that I keep going back to in my mind kind of is that question. And this is kind of why Ireland didn't. The entire system was kind of gamed against unification.
yeah, and add into that the cultural focus on honor and social status.
Yeah.
That no individual can back. There's a great line. It's in it's in a paper about Gesh, and it talks about how the world we see in the sagas, which is not reflective of reality, but is inspired by contemporary reality rather than the past, of that every action is this constant negotiation of status in a very complicated and vicious, like negotiation. Like everything you do, every movement, every act, every deed, every promise is noticed by other people in this constant, ever-moving hierarchy of position, and it just doesn't make a stable society.
No. There's a reason why one of the worst things that you could do in Irish law was to conceal something. Because Ireland was a world where you were very much a public figure. You didn't really do things privately. You weren't really given a private life in the way that we would consider it. Which is also why, not to be very me, but the reason why Bress is such a bad king. Well, there are a variety of reasons, but one of them is that he is incredibly insular. He doesn't deal with society around him.
Uh-huh.
He
Yeah,
doesn't throw parties. He throws shit parties.
It's the and it's similar with at least what I know from medieval Icelandic law is that the idea that if you kill, the difference between killing and murder is secrecy.
Correct.
Yeah, and in medieval
Graugos
Ireland,
is
the difference
very
between
explicit on
raiding,
that.
in medieval Ireland, the difference between raiding and theft is also secrecy. If you show up and fight and grab something and essentially scream obscenities as you run off, that's raiding. If you steal something secretly and no one knows you did it, that's very different, and people get a lot more upset about it.
Correct.
Yeah. You can kill basically anybody you want in medieval Ireland so long as you have the money. But if you do it in secret, you're going to have to pay more, and there's be a stigma around it in a way that if you had just said you did it, you wouldn't have to deal with.
Uh-huh.
We had a question about the children of Danu. I'm just gonna
Are they a
scroll
thing?
down.
So
Whether or not they would be able to exist in medieval Ireland, that one?
yeah. So
Yeah.
the thing is, it's a bad translation of Tuatha de Danann.
Yeah.
Which, as far as it goes, the idea that they are assholes that you should absolutely be trying to fight and hunt down, fair.
Yeah, definitely fair.
But on the other hand, they're also not a druid cult.
No, they should have been Isu. If they were going to do this, true to the myths, as true as you can be to such a, varied corpus of literature, the Tuatha De Danann should have been Isu. But as far as the idea of the Children of Danu, that idea of a confederation of people working silent, I really don't think you could do something like that in medieval Ireland. Though, of course, it's kind of betrayed by the fact that if it's a secret society, we wouldn't know about it. But
you have the professional orders. I use air quotes order very broadly. Like we have rival legal schools who really don't like each other. Like we do have organizations of professional, learned people, but they're not running around doing things secretly. They're very vocal and it's politics all the time.
And even with the historical Druids, these were a learned class that did exist, and they did keep a variety of secrets that we don't know about because they were specifically against the written word. Though they did survive into the time of literacy being in Ireland. But the issue is, even when Christianity came to Ireland, it wasn't like the Druids were operating in secret. Everybody knew the Druids were there. And it would kind of been a dishonor on them to work in secret.
There is, it's the section in the Ton, where when Luke shows up to try and help Cuchulainn, when a bunch of children go out, like young boys go out to try and defend and give relief to Cuchulainn, as Cuchullann's healing from wounds in a magical sleep, all these children are slaughtered by another army. And when Cuchulainn wakes up, he asks his father, "Hey, why didn't you help?" And Luke just kind of stares at him and goes like, "Well, people would have thought that I was you. People would have misidentified me, and all the benefit would have gone to you. There's no reason for me to have done this."
I
And
love
that's-
Luke.
Yeah,
I
and
love
that's the
him
whole
so
thing.
much.
And that's the whole reason why you don't do things in secret, is because it doesn't benefit you. Everything is that negotiation of status and rank. So doing things in secrecy or making things look like it's not you or any form of anonymity doesn't make sense within the cultural context.
Which makes this
Exactly.
a very fun game to play Assassin's Creed in.
If
Correct.
I was an evil druid, God, I'd be very proud of killing off, invaders. I'd be very proud of killing off priests. I'd be very proud of what I'm doing to take Ireland back, make Ireland great again. So I would be.
Amusingly, though, that would actually almost work with the assassins, at least with their modus operandi for Assassin's Creed 1, where the point is the individual doesn't matter, but the kill is public.
Yeah.
The point is that people see the kill.
And we see that even when it comes to how we confirm our kills, even in this game, where you have to, have that process of confirming your kills. So they could have done it, but they just didn't.
Yeah, you could have even have played into one of the theories or ideas that you had batted around, Adam, is if there was still an assassin order in Ireland and they had just not gone rogue but gone native because they'd been out of contact for so long, and their entire thing could have just been like, we run up to people, we make very formal, we're formal duelists, we go up, we say, "I'm gonna fucking kill you," and then they take people's heads as I have to prove that I actually killed this person.
Yeah, it'd make perfect sense. And what I've been saying for ages is that you could very easily have the Assassin Templar conflict happening under clan rivalries. You can kill that guy in the open, but you're also killing a Templar.
Yeah, and then you have the even more interesting thing of if you want to, the assassins would have to have intentionally have cultivated a very wide berth of people to make sure that they can send people to kill people without triggering kinslaying laws.
Yeah. And you could have a variety of contracts to do at the time as well, because mercenaries are definitely a thing as well. There are just a variety of things you could do here, but none of it... I wonder if that's the bitch who killed Diarmuid.
Our gigantic boar, yeah.
Yeah. It's called the Black Stout in this game. I don't know if there's actually a reference. Ow.
Shit, I wouldn't...
After you, Rachel.
Can't think of anything that's directly called that. Like, the black boar is often a symbol of death in, sagas, mainly because if you come across that thing, yeah, it's going to fucking kill you. But nothing that directly is called that.
Yeah, and it's like less of a distinct entity and more of black boars showing up as mixing very dangerous wild animal and that one color we use to donate. This is gonna probably kill somebody.
Exactly. Like, on one hand,
reasonable.
This is one of those times I am willing to say it shows up so often. There's possibly something behind it, but also it's a very pragmatic thing as well. I'd love for it to be pre-Christian, but also, realistically speaking, it's also a very pragmatic thing.
On the topic of pragmatism, I love the differences in how the first time you fought this, you went in with your greatsword, and this time, Adam, you were just hanging in the background shooting its ankles.
I shot its ankles repeatedly, and then it died.
Did we get a new sickle?
We got a sickle off of that.
Yeah, interesting.
Apparently, your druid tried to kill him, wasn't as lucky.
No, I think we cut off one of its tusks.
Oh my god.
Cat. Hey, kitty.
Hey, cat.
My cat's coming to visit me. Cora, come here.
The oak.
Let's see details. Nope, it just doesn't mention it. The only bit of it that's bone is its handle. Wild.
Fun.
Okay. Fair play. Fair play. Double
Eivor
sickle.
just carved up a bone.
Fine, we'll go double sickle. I don't feel good about this. I just want it to be known. Also, we're just gonna fully upgrade our rations so that we have 6 of those. What's our...
Oh my
Nice
god.
Asterix reference there.
No, I want to do the dash attack. Run, and then... Wow. That is incredibly silly.
I love this.
And then the big attacks... Alright. Alright, these are exceptionally ungodly silly.
We were
So
already
good.
ungodly silly, but now we're even worse.
A good representation of the game, then.
Correct.
Wait, do you run with the sickles held backwards?
Give me a moment. Once we finish... actually, we can check here.
Do we get to Naruto run with the sickles?
No,
Like,
no.
it looks like you hold one with the points facing towards your head.
Yeah, I mean, we are holding them pointed upwards.
Alright, that is weird, but sure.
Yep. Yep.
Dissert?
Yep.
Wanting me to remain undetected in an Assassin's Creed game. How dare they?
It is rude of it. Oh, interesting. Hey, look, more cows.
Wait, did you say cows? Or was that sarcastic?
No, I was going to start something else, and then go, oh,
Real
look, cows. They all
Wow.
have, they're all,
And
they're
Meg's not
all,
even here!
wait, they're all
all
bulls.
here.
They're all bulls.
Do you know that for sure? They could be,
Unless if there are female, unless if there are some breeds that have horns, that where the females all have horns too.
Oh, no, I'm just thinking, like, technically they might not be bulls, depending
They
on
might be
what they're named
steers.
of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They might be steers. Yes.
We're in some really rich territory.
I know.
Yeah. Somebody's having
Oh.
a good time.
We should steal the cows.
We totally should.
Honestly, I'm a little bit sad
Yank.
that we didn't get a single cattle raid opportunity. Like, that'd be such a fun
Yet.
mission to include.
We haven't had a cattle raid yet.
Do you think we're gonna get
Please.
one?
No.
No.
I don't think we'll get one, but there still is hope.
Yeah. I'm just enjoying the scenery
our
now.
helpful people who know things about real life are in the chat are telling us that cows can have horns.
Okay.
Excellent.
Fair play.
Oh dear, you poor soul getting headbutted by one.
Yeah, that's kind of painful. Anyway, Johnny, I see you are lurking around in chat.
Oh.
We have a very strange 3-part, like, Neolithic tomb structure. So, why don't you quickly come in? And we also had a weird dolmen earlier. So, why don't you quickly come in and tell us what we're looking at?
Easy now. Something's not right.
Oh, great, more poison clouds.
Love it.
Okay, I'm in.
Hello, welcome. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing alright, got in from work about an hour or so back.
Awesome. So yeah, what are we looking at here with this passage tomb and also the dolmen we saw earlier?
Well, basically, it's kind of taking an overly literal take on the term passage tomb. This sort of thing is usually actually quite short. It's literally just a small chamber, but it's interpreting these as entrances to deeper complexes, which is that Olam again.
Yeah. It's...
Yep.
Don't worry about it. We'll talk about the implications of this a little bit later.
Yeah, so you find these sort of short little and what look like entranceways, but they're literally just almost the boxes themselves rather than anything that leads into this kind of cave.
That makes sense.
It's architectural more than anything else.
Nope. Thank you. Nice. Cool. And then why don't you quickly also introduce then... So that was our passage tomb. We also saw... I mean, actually, the entrance to this is actually a dolmen as well.
Yeah, like I
Kind of.
say, passage in this case shouldn't be assumed in the meaning of like long tunnel. It's
Yeah.
like there is space to stand inside, if partly because all the dirt that was probably on top of them once has eroded away.
Yep. But yeah, just quickly introduce what like a dolmen is and what its purpose
Okay,
is.
so a dolmen is a Neolithic burial tomb, typically comprised of several standing stones and then a flat lintel on top. This differs from a trilithon, which you see at the iconic Stonehenge, where a dolmen has multiple standing stones beyond just the two, where a trilithon is defined as, well, three stones, two standing, one horizontal. They particularly occur, well, Stonehenge, and the like. They are core Neolithic structures rather than late Neolithic, and you do find a bunch of them in Ireland. And I have been made aware that, especially from instances like this, there's several around in the DLC, which is nice. It's just
Yeah.
them being
The
trilithons are there. It's weird.
the very first one we saw had two of the O'Neill artifacts that we found had sets of stones leaning against each other to make a kind of triangle shape with the ground, and then a dolmen that the actual thing was inside. That the O'Neill artifact in question was inside.
Right, that's something. Also,
Yeah.
to answer Aspihin, when it happens long ago enough and you manage to get away with it is one answer at least.
Fair. Awesome. Thank you so much, Johnny, for that quick introduction.
No worries, no worries.
Cool. So, now while we're writing to think about the broader implications of that, what's interesting to me is that the O'Neill artifacts are clearly the replacement for the Roman artifacts. And so, right, for Ireland, their appropriate coding for old ancient thing that is relevant... Oh, that's not the bow I want. Is to have...
A medieval Irish clan having its stuff inside.
Yeah, is to have Neolithic stuff.
Yeah,
Anyway.
it's this weird thing, and also the fact that they're including Ogam in there when Ogam would be after the time that dolmens would be in practice.
Yep.
Well, yeah,
So-
it's like an intrusion into the site, but it's not treated as an intrusion. It's like seemingly as the way it's supposed to be as far as this game is concerned. But then it's hard to have that sort of discussion in this kind of context. Like, how would Eivor know the difference?
Yeah.
There's a lot about the choices. The choices to use. So, O'Neill artifacts is an interesting choice, especially because I know what the reward for this is, getting all of these, and that means they should be Olav artifacts. Because,
Yes.
So, for everyone's context, the Ulster cycle, so the stories of Cuchulainn and everybody, and Cuchulainn et al., were the traditional stories of the Olav, who were the previous rulers of Ulster before the rise of the O'Neill dynasty, or dynasties, depending on how you want to qualify the North and South O'Neill divide. While the initial Ulster cycle texts, so like what are some early ones? Technically Tokvak Athene, but we're not really sure why it's identified as one of the Ramishgala. Dadriga's Hostel, Verba Skatach, really early texts from the Ulster cycle are being produced, as far as we can tell, by the Olav. However, as the O'Neill dynasty realizes the exceptional power they have in manipulating historical texts, they do two things. First of all, they establish that Patrick is the chief saint of all Ireland, which is very important because they also own Armagh, or they control Armagh, and the Archbishop of Armagh is always a member of their family. And Armagh is the cult center of Patrick, so they make Patrick the chief saint, so their bishop is the chief of all the other bishops to establish ecclesiastic power. And they essentially start fabricating the idea that there ever was a high king, and they make it so that they just so happen to be the descendants of this high king, these true high kings. But they also begin, as far as we can tell, to write down the stories of the previous dynasty. the Olas. They write down the stories of Cuchulainn and everybody, and we think they were doctoring the texts for political reasons. Like, for instance, we think the Tomb Cuchulainn, we're fairly sure was actually about like the original version, and air quotes like original, like the maybe 6th century, 7th century version, was about a war between Connacht and Leinster, which makes all the place names, and because like the war takes place on the Connacht Leinster border, or Connacht, sorry, not Connacht Leinster, Ulster Leinster border, or Ulster Munster border, not Munster, sorry, Ulster Meath border, the other M1. So we think that, and Medivh has a lot stronger political like ties to Leinster and Meath than in Connacht, whereas we're 95% sure Allel was probably always a Connacht figure. So we think that by the time we have a lot of these stories being written down, they are being written by the political enemies of the people who told them, and they're intentionally having different elements played up and played down. So in the Ulster cycle, we see the Ullahs, this previous dynasty, presented as noble and proud and tragically pagan, and while they were great, they are part of a past era and slowly collapsed due to bad kingship and all this kind of thing. And the O'Neills are here to bring us into the glorious Christian future. So the choice to make all these ancient artifacts,
O'Neill, is very interesting.
yeah, they should maybe be Olas. I would have probably made them all relics of Conair Mór and been like, yeah, he was really good. He was a good king. That was a great. He was the last really efficient, absolutely not real, very literary high king. But he did a great job.
I mean, if I was going to go all out here, because I'm me, I would just do Tuatha De Danann and Isu artifacts, like tracking little traces of the Tuatha De Danann across the landscape.
Oh, same.
But
Remember,
that's also because
we're actually like supposedly right around where, or just past where, Catbag Turret should be. Or a site where it may have been, maybe.
It will always break my heart. Where are we, near Sligo or are we near Kong?
I mean, neither of those places are actually given place names.
Okay.
And but instead of that, we have Dunefort instead of Doomfort. I thought it said Doomfort for a while, which would be hilariously dumb.
I think that's Sligo. I think that's the one where the second battle would take place.
Uh-huh.
The confusing thing for anybody in the chat who doesn't have a background with this is that there are two battles of Mag Turth, and both of these are highly important battles in the mythological tradition. One of them more important than the other. That would be the second battle, which is also my specialty by sheer coincidence. First battle is... Actually, I like it more, but nobody deals with it, so that's the one that happens at Kong. And it takes place against the Fir Bolg, who were the inhabitants of Ireland before the Tuatha De Danann or the God People arrived.
I'm super confused by what we're seeing in game.
So the place is real. It is not this.
Oh, that's super cute. I'd love to go there one day.
The Favra are the... Sorry.
Yeah. So we'll circle back to them in a moment. But Dunefort is, as Johnny very helpfully put in chat, a literal, real ring fort. And yet they made it into a giant, like, super Neolithic site.
Why?
Reasons? I'm just gonna say reasons.
I wonder if it was always an island, because this looks like it would have been a pain to build, but if this was originally a high point, that would make more sense.
Damn it. Dang it, I'm trying to do this, like, actually stealthily, and the two druids saw me, like, beef their other guy real hard. Oh, weird. They're doing a sacrifice by yeeting people and animals, but mostly people, off a cliff 6 feet into the water.
Oh my. This is very Midsummer. This is Midsummer.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, that's... I do not know any form, unless this is a we're throwing bodies in a bog thing. The only water sacrifice I can think of is it's one of the things that the Romans say you drown people some ritually, but that isn't this.
Well, it's weird because like we do one of the things that John's done with it comes to pre-Christian sacrifice is that it seems like there was a belief that the gods could be reached below, either below the earth or below the water. But the issue with that is you toss them off a cliff, they aren't going in the water, they're going to the ground. It's a bit of a waste to just go through all the effort of killing them and then just have them be on the shoreline where they can't reach the gods.
Exactly. Yeah.
And also, water, just tossing them into a lake or something would be the worst way of killing them anyway, because they won't sink, they'll float.
Yeah.
Unless you weigh them down.
Uh-huh. Oh, hey. I found another order member.
I love that that we keep encountering these people entirely accidentally.
We super do. We super do.
Oh, that's a good point, Rachel. We're getting druids here, so it has to be a stone circle, not a
correct
ring fort. Yeah.
That is obviously the case.
Druid folk, druid folk. Bye, AC.
Oh, you gotta head out? Alright. We will...
Have a good time.
If you come back, we will make sure to talk about the Ulster Heraldry then. Okay? He can teleport apparently, which is rude. I think that's my that's my reaction, is that is just rude.
It is rude. No question.
Also, the Tuatha Dé Danann can't even teleport. Like, they can fly on the air or stuff like that, but they can't actually teleport. Like, you're more powerful than your own gods, bro.
I think the closest thing you have is that one time Connell pulled all the doors of a hostel at the same time, all 7 of them.
That's not teleportation, that's just super speed.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, I would love if you explained this more clearly.
Like, it seems like the Tuatha Dé can do this odd thing where they just appear in random places, and they seem like they can come out of the mist and stuff, but not teleporting.
Wild.
Alright, who is this order member?
Man,
literally he has stone circles. Hilarious.
He has the stone circles. I mean, like, who isn't of the stone circles?
Dude, in this game, it's a good question, but I think they've beaten our new record for number of people. Because, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So yeah, I think they're a new record given the this weird triathlon ultra piece with 40 skulls, give or take.
Really like the number of subscribers right now. Not subscribers, but viewers. Oh shit, we lost one. Damn. We need to bring somebody back.
I know.
I like, is it Johnny's comment about the kind of codedly crude circles?
Yeah.
Because these circles do not look well made.
True. They super...
and
that's up there.
So
that's perfect. I wanted to go up here anyway for a different thing, because there's actually an interesting reference to stuff here, which makes this perfect for us. Maybe the fastest way is actually by boat. In a shocking turn of events, summoning the boat might be the play here.
While we're traveling by boat, Rachel, do you want to answer that Famori question? Or Favre?
Yes!
Yeah, the Favre.
Good idea.
What about the Favre? So, the Favre are the antagonists of the second battle. The first battle would be the Fear of Volk, though I'd argue that the Fear of Volk are actually the protagonists of that one with the Tuatha Dé protagonists, but whatever. They're the ones who opposed the Tuatha Dé in the first battle. In the second battle, that role is the Favre. Despite the name, the second battle was actually written before the first battle. The second battle dates to about the 9th century. The first battle dates to probably about the 15th century, give or take. So, it's only about 600 years or so. Could happen. But the Favre are these figures who are occasionally they take this very dark role. They are presented as being essentially Vikings in the 9th century. They're usually presented in context of raiding and pillaging, but on occasion you get some really good Favre like Tethra, who generally, even though he does take part in Ring and Cathmac Turith, is also presented as essentially an underworld deity of sorts. Not necessarily
Cool.
underworld in the sense that we would know it, but in the sense that he's a chthonic. He presides over a world of the dead, essentially. So he and Manon and McLear are kind of related to one another in the sense that deities rule over the other world. So it's a very odd thing there. We get a couple other references like that to Favre who are on the decent side. But what makes it interesting is that what my supervisor argued, and which I hope he gets published soon, is that the Favre are essentially the darker side of the Tuatha De Danann. That essentially there used to not be a distinction between the Favre and the Tuatha De, except for that the Favre represent the more intimidating, menacing aspect of Tuatha De. But as time went on, they became sharply separated into two groups. Though that doesn't work, because if you ever look at Cathmac Turith, you'll notice that the genealogies keep on overlapping. You'll have characters being described as... You'll have a figure of the Tuatha De being described as being the son of one of the Favre, and it's never brought. And so it's obvious that that distinction never quite worked.
Makes sense.
And for your Mananan question, Nef, Mananan is a lot of things. Don't worry too much about it.
He's a complicated boy.
Yeah, he's also potentially 4 different people who got confused into one, according to Cormac's glossary, but we don't know we don't know enough, essentially.
The thing with Cormac's glossary is also that it's trying to make sense of the pagan past. So it's saying, look, Manon's associated with the sea. He was a good sailor. And it's their way of trying to kind of rationalize and humorize Mananan. But what's interesting is then the stories of Morrigan, which are some of our very earliest prose tales in Irish. We're talking 8th century here. He does appear as a supernatural figure. He appears in order to conceive Morrigan in a style very reminiscent of Zeus in the story of Hercules, but with slightly more consent, impressively.
And a venomous dog.
Yeah.
And venomous sheep. Oh god, that's such a good text.
Yes, is that the one with the poison warship?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Morrigan in general is a very fascinating figure. If you ever just want to dig around some of the... It's also interesting because Morrigan was a figure who was around about the 6th century, and it's believed he actually was historical. So within 2 centuries of his death, he had attained this mythological status.
And he, for the audience, he is positioned as the reincarnation of Finn McCool, or Finn McCool, as you might know him. Very interesting figure that is mostly surrounded by a lot of question marks and people going, that's neat. Don't know what that means, but it's pretty neat.
And this is interesting because it is explicitly said that he's the reincarnation. This isn't him living years of salmon or anything else like that. He is explicitly said to be the reincarnation of Finn McCool. It's one of our biggest examples of evidence for reincarnation in the Celtic world that we really have.
Cool.
Hey, I'm back. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Hey. Yes.
Hey, everybody.
Incidentally, you can also date Morrigan's text fairly easily because most of the time he only shows up in early text. He falls out of fashion after a certain period of time. So, not saying there are no later texts about Morrigan, but in general, you can tell one of Morrigan's texts by how old it is.
Something about how you said that made me think we need an early medieval Irish dating sim.
We do.
That'd be great.
Truth.
Actually, I have a whole plan for a Stardew Valley game, but it's all Pictish.
Yeah.
But I would.
But good,
if
solid
I could
idea.
code this.
I mean, I would totally do Cathmac Turith as a dating sim. Like, I'm not sure I'd personally want to date Breast, that's the issue, but at the same time I think it'd be hilarious.
Anyway, this is the text I actually wanted to, I wanted to come up here anyway for, so it's nice that they made me have to do it. Thora, I leave for the north to seek out the land beyond Snaeland. I will follow Nanod's route and look for signs of the monks they call the Paupers. So, firstly, the actual word they're referring to here is not paupers, it's papar. Mm-hmm. Which they would know what that word is because it's a Norse word that gets directly borrowed. The fact that they are making they don't know the phonetics joke is kind of annoying. But there's two really good things in that, or three really good things. Snaeland is the original name for Iceland. It's called Snowland before, when the first person to find it, who is, I believe, Nanov. And then Garðar, who's a Swede, finds it next, and so it's called Garðaríki. And then Hrafnafloki finds it, and he calls it Iceland, and it sticks. So that's super cool.
Really cool.
The idea that Iceland was inhabited first by the Papar is attested in the 12th century in Ari Thorgilsson's History of Iceland, Íslendingabók. And he says that, this place was Christian first because we found crosses from the Papar, but apparently shortly after Norse people started arriving, they all mysteriously vanished. Don't know. So
that's say what happened to them.
That's often interpreted as being allegorical to say, oh yeah, Iceland was totally Christian from the beginning. It was claimed by Christians first, therefore it's Christian. We're part of the Christian world, it's fine. But there are some scholars, one in particular, I believe it's Jonas Kristjansson, I believe his name. No, it's not Jonas, can't remember his first name. The book Into the Sea, he recently published on that. He thinks he has a cave near Seljalandsfoss in southern Iceland that has crosses in a Hebridean style from about 800. And so he thinks he's found actual evidence of the Papar. Yeah, carved into the wall of a cave. So they're carved into a style.
Very unusual.
No, it's the specific Hebridean aesthetics that are actually carving crosses into stone, into the soft stone. So it's not... I don't know if Awesome Dude is still around, but that's one of my classmates from my grad program who also went on that trip.
I want to read that because
it's a specific Hebridean, familiar from carved crosses in the Hebrides.
Yeah, but...
But?
I want to read that. Well, I'm just thinking, usually they're not carved into the living stone. They're, cross slabs.
Huh. Interesting.
I'd be interested to read that.
Yeah.
Because maybe there are... I'm more familiar with Eastern Scotland, so maybe there are some examples in the West. That's interesting.
Yeah. So, that's his argument for there being actual Papar. It's not fully accepted by scholars, but a lot of the other place names probably date to the 16th century, when Irish merchants come back to Iceland, rather than being some sort of genuine, very early tradition.
Isn't it thought, I think I'm remembering right, it was argued that the Faroe Islands, there was place name evidence that the Irish had been there before the Norse because of the Sheep Island thing?
Yep, there's that, and then in Iceland itself, there's also, in the East Fjords there, off the coast, there's an island called Papey. Literally the island of the Papar.
Yeah. Barbara Crawford has a really cool project, the Pauper Project. I can't add stuff in the chat, but if people want to Google it, where they map all those place names, because there's lots of Pauper place names in the Hebrides too.
Yep. So, it's super cool that they reference that. And then actually, the statement that way up past Iceland you might find Bifrost, I actually know where that's coming from. I'm fairly sure that that's coming from the Terry Jones movie, Eric the Viking. I'm reasonably confident in that.
Love that.
The actual other possible references that's referring to the Aurora, right? Is it treating the Bifrost as the Aurora, and the farther north you go, of course, the more likely you are to see that. And there's a text from 1250 called Konung Skuxiao, or in Latin, the Speculum Regale, the King's Mirror, that specifically says that the Aurora Borealis is, in the author's opinion, cold fires coming off the glaciers of Greenland. Though others might say it's the sun peeking around the bottom edge of the world.
Huh.
It's wild. I love the explanations for the Aurora.
If I could ask a more mundane question about that letter, though.
Uh-huh.
Those are both women's names, right?
I was thinking that too.
Yeah,
I thought as well.
Yeah, Gida, I believe, is a female name as well. There are A-ending masculine names, but I don't think that's one of them.
Like, I should be thinking about the historical
Yeah.
content of the letter, and instead of just like lesbians.
Yeah, I saw
No,
that.
I think it is also lesbians. Both of these are allowed to exist.
It's something that's interesting with Valhalla that I've noticed, where I feel like even over Odyssey, it does better when it comes to just casually representing gay and lesbian relationships, and also queer characters in general.
Mm-hmm.
It's something that's been interesting to note with it, where even in the main storyline, the whole Soma arc.
Yeah, they have a. They absolutely have. Actually, she's in her boat these days, because she hopped on her boat after that arc.
Yeah.
But, yeah, is super, like, out lesbian, and that's fine. That's the one thing where the game actually does a really consistently pretty good job, is just, that's fine.
And also, I like that. Sorry.
Yeah, no, you go.
Well, I know that when the Irish arc was unlocked for me, there was that letter that I could find in somewhere in Ravensthorpe that introduced the merchant that we deal with here, and it mentioned that they aren't a man or a woman.
I was wondering about that. I didn't actually find that letter, but I was very, very, very curious.
Yeah,
Oh,
so it is
not
canon
available.
that.
Okay.
I think that female pronouns are used, but it is mentioned that they had to go into disguise to hide their gender when they were in the Middle East or so. But then they realized that they genuinely weren't either a man or a woman.
If he lives, I will find him.
Even with your cunning,
That's a really cool touch.
you would not go and challenge.
Yeah, it's something
I
I
love
wasn't
it.
expecting in all honesty, given how the stereotype has always been about gaming being a kind of straight dudes thing, which is rapidly not becoming true, but is still the stereotype, whether we want it or not.
Wait, sorry, quick question, Ray. The dialogue. What's a king's path? Have we established that?
I have no idea. I just saw that as well.
I have no idea.
Like, what?
It was treated as a proper noun. I'm trying to think, what would that be in Irish? Maybe it would be easier to figure that out from that way.
If it means fewer lives lost, you have my blessing.
I've got no clue. This feels like it's just a go find a key card.
Are these the braces?
Probably.
Somebody mentioned that they said they liked the representation, but they were unsure about the historical accuracy department of it. And my take on that is that you could do a historically accurate game where, like, the men who are, like, ergi are shamed and stuff like that. But I think I kind of like it better for a game perspective to just have it be normalized, because the alternative is usually there were no gay people, and that's historically inaccurate. You know what I mean? So, like, I wouldn't want people to it's not true that it was okay to be any kind of queer in this society, but I just like that it acknowledges that it could happen at all. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that those people are like, everybody know, it's not like random gays and lesbians far away, it's people in your community who you know. So just you're bound to feel some way about it that's not just like ew in the generality. These are specific people.
Yeah. I was about to say, one thing that's interesting to me is that I have done research in the representation of gay people in the 18th and 19th centuries, which is obviously a very I can't English. A very different time from what we're dealing with here, and I don't want, to just make broad statements. But despite the reputation of the 18th and 19th century as very repressive times, what you would notice across the board were that in smaller communities, people might, for example, not care because it's somebody you know. You grew up with this person. You're willing to forget. You're willing to forget a lot. And if they're fabulously rich, well, you can get away with murder. Like nobody's going to care if Eivor's a woman who's banging other women if she's also a shield maiden, which questionable historical accuracy, but we're going with it. We're going with a world where shield maidens are normalized.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, who's going to do anything? Her brother's the Jarl.
She is the Jarl at the end, where we're at in the game.
She has insane status.
Yeah. Absolutely. There is no...
That reminds me of, there was this guy I was reading about, a trans guy from early 20th century Milwaukee, called Ralph Carwinio. It's in this book I have called, it's called, like, We've Been Here All Along, Wisconsin's Early Gay History. And, he was arrested in Milwaukee. He was a Cherokee and black guy who was arrested for dressing as a man. His first wife outed him to the authorities after he left her to marry another woman.
Oh my god.
And what was interesting about it though was that national newspapers really sensationalized the story, like with very kind of transphobic language, but local newspapers in Milwaukee were generally more sympathetic, portraying him as a person who had to dress as a man to support his family and like contributed to the community. So it's like that's an example, I feel like, of what Rachel's talking about, of how sometimes it's like the local versus national coverage was really interesting to compare there.
And it's also interesting because in many ways, even though we think of a strict binary when it comes to gender now, there wasn't always, I don't want to say that there was this blurring, because there was an idea that this is what women did, what men did. I'm not trying to say the past wasn't sexist, that it wasn't binary, but at the same time, I think that the divide was viewed as less something that was an impossible boundary.
Yeah.
You do have the idea, for example, that women were simply deformed men, which is insanely sexist. But at the same time, if women are deformed men, well then, that means that they could potentially become undeformed.
Yeah, which some religious women would use rhetoric describing themselves as masculine.
Yeah. And then you get religious men sometimes in the medieval period drawing on more kind of feminizing language for themselves, because
I am the bride of Christ.
Well, yeah, I was thinking actually specifically of like breastfeeding metaphors, which are used in teaching a lot. Yeah. Where it's like you get to experiment with this gender stuff you wouldn't normally have access to because you've kind of given up on heterosexuality as a thing. Yeah.
Yeah, Carolyn Walker Bynum has a great book called Jesus as Mother, which is all about very provocative title, but it's based on like really mainstream medieval writers like Bernard of Clairvaux talking about himself like breastfeeding the monks that were under his care when he was abbot, like you said, this kind of feminizing language.
There's a Norse saga, Floamanna saga, where it's super obviously Christ analog, but a man and an unrelated child get stuck in Greenland, and like the pelican, he actually end up like repeatedly piercing his breast to feed the child off the blood, and actually eventually starts lactating in the saga.
Oh, that's interesting, because that is not a thing that a pelican would normally do.
No, but that's what the medieval symbolism was. Elizabeth I often presented herself as being the pelican feeding her people off of her
medieval
blood.
bestiaries are very explicit that, like Christ, the pelican sacrifices itself for its young, like Christ sacrificed us for the world. Or sacrificed himself for the world.
I mean the lactation is not really possible.
Fair.
Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah.
Anyway, it's armor set. It's armor set time, because we have all of them. Almost. We're missing a couple pieces of the quote-unquote druidic set, but we can do that one on the end. And I think we're missing a couple pieces of the quote-unquote Celtic set.
These armor choices are interesting.
These armor choices are super interesting.
That mask.
So
not a huge fan of the mask.
Here's the thing. It's actually based on a real thing. The mask is 100% based on a real thing, thanks to the kind folks over in the Ask Historians Discord server. And all the wonderful flares there for helping me figure this out. The Iberian helm is actually a Kipchak/Kuman helm. So it's from a nomadic Turkic-speaking people that moved into the Russian steppe in the 11th century.
So it's not even a little bit Iberian.
Not even
It's
close.
very Turkish.
No.
Not even close.
I wonder if they're using Iberian. It's like you hope they're not using it as code for Muslim. Like
They're using it as code for
like
Muslims.
They are. Like, I'm getting that vibe.
Yeah.
Wait, so are we on the Byzantine?
Nope.
set
This is
now?
the
Okay,
Iberian. Good. This is the Iberian set.
Right, separate set.
Yep. We're gonna go through in order because the order is, and the fact that this is in order is problematic for reasons I will get to at the end, because I think we need to see all the pieces in order to make sense of this and what they're doing. But yeah, well, on this one specifically, while the gold, like, teardrop shapes on it, which Eivor is very helpfully not letting me look at, so we'll go into the inventory to do, with the face mask mustache, this is very clearly Kuman. And I had some people check, there is no reasonable trade route in the 9th century for this helm to make its way to Iberia. Just period.
yeah, let alone Ireland.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. We had someone check, it's not attested for the Hazars or the early Bulgarians, and so, right, it's not being transmitted through Europe. And it's not being transmitted the other way, so, right, this helm, well, there are ones like this found in the Kevin Rus, they're from the 12th century. Or the 13th century, because these guys become really prominent with the Mongol invasions sort of displacing them. And then they continue to be prominent through the Middle Ages, as sort of an eastern border people that become eventually tied up with the Ottomans. So, we will have to cycle back around to the full response, get an expert to respond to the Egyptian set, but we will quick show it off anyway. And the rest of the armor set here is kind of silly, though the cloak with this ceiling architecture is kind of rad. Because the cloak does, it has stereotypical Umayyad ceiling patterning in monochrome
right. That is...
as its back, which is rad, albeit not at all historical.
See, at first I was like, did they just confuse their notes when they called this Iberian? But then that is Iberian.
That
so
is an
I don't know
Umayyad thing, so there is some reference here that suggests, no, that is supposed to be Umayyad.
Oh god, the Egyptian pack. This haunts
So,
my nightmares.
we are going to get an actual like Egyptologist in. One of my good friends is a professional archaeologist doing primarily Bronze Age Egyptian. So we'll get someone in. But what I am fairly sure this is that it's a recolored funerary mask. Right? That's the only thing I can find that's close, is that this is the right stylings for some sort of...
A funerary mask.
But most of the funerary masks are... the face is reddish, not black.
Yeah, not black. It's also weird to me because it looks a lot like Bayek's, but it has its own touches, but it's...
Yeah. Yeah, it's not unrelated... Oh yeah, also there's a... I didn't even talk about, like, the Iberian Sayax, which is like a... It's a stiletto type knife.
Oh boy.
The dagger we get from it is actually not... It's like a stiletto. Interesting. The weapon we got for the Egyptian set is... Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? It's hiding somewhere. There it is. This beautiful something. Isn't it great?
What? What? What?
Oh, what do we even say?
As Niram said at the end of last stream, it ends up accidentally almost being a sword found from the kingdom of Benin.
What's weird to me
Oh
is
my
that,
God.
like, we had a whole ass AC game set in ancient Egypt.
Uh-huh.
Like,
And actually had basically a very similar looking blade as, like, the head of the Order of the Ancients there used it. Or, no, it's not there. It's Akhenaten's blade, sorry. Akhenaten's blade from the DLC looks quite a lot like this.
I still need to play the Curse of the Pharaohs, but
Yep.
Jesus Christ.
Yep. So
Just to get some looted Banine bronze references in there.
uh-huh.
Like
the
that.
rest of this is fine. It's at least plausible materials, right? Well, the rest of the armor set is actually just Bayek's from Origins, except the mask and the sword. But right, it's clearly linen, which is fine. The coloration scheme is plausible. This armor, the like shoulder ruff, looks like it's more funerary material. So this is the Egyptian set, blue. You just made it, in time for this nightmare. The the third tier set was the Rus set. Now the thing that strikes me as so significant about the Rus set is that there is no mask on it. It's a shield, I believe, right? The Rus set is Raven Clan, Byzantine Greek, Iberian, Mentors, Galaglar. Where are you? Do we not have the Rus one yet? We might not have the Rus one yet. Okay. That must be the one we're missing. And then Rus pants. Where are you? Iberian, Greek, Rus. There we go. So, right, it's fine. It has no mask. It's got a nice conical helm with a spike on it. It's
Yeah.
right. This I believe is referencing a story from the Primary Chronicle. Actually, maybe this is Perun versus, was it Velesh? That might be referencing the fight of Perun and Velesh. But yeah, right. In the 9th century, there is not meaningfully a difference between your Rus fashion and broader Scandinavian. None of this is egregious, though. I don't love the coat of plates. That feels later to me. You might see scale mail though, due to trade from Byzantium, from Constantinopolis. And there are more coins used as things here, but I can't. It's not quite high enough resolution for me. What? Again, I'm not quite sure. I can't. It's not quite detailed enough for me to make out what the writing on those are. Whether those are Greek coins or Arabic coins or neither of the above. Right. So it's like vaguely business. Right. It's what it really looks like is 12th century Rus armor. It's by and large fine for that. None of this looks egregious. None of this. I mean, the coat of plate on the plated shin guards instead of just wrappings is silly, but for the most part, this isn't egregious. I don't have any problems with this as a historian. The shield is fine. The heraldry on the shield is not something that's attested in this style, but I think I know what it's referencing. I want to take off or put up the cloak, though, since I'm still in an animation. See what's on the cloak. It has... I'm not sure what design this is supposed to be. Is this something Russian?
Pretty.
It is pretty. I feel like it's
I
feel like it's Russian. I have no idea what it is, but it is both pretty. Yeah, it's very pretty.
It almost reminds me of like, I think this might be too early, but like Fatimid clothing.
Fatimid
with
would be
those
later than this, but yeah,
roundel.
yeah,
Like
yeah,
it has this kind of like.
yeah. I'm not super
pretty-
familiar with like artwork from old church Slavonic period, medieval Russia. But I could see there being some sort of either that we're looking at, if we're looking later, either thinking of like the Khanate of Russia, or that we're looking at trade from the Mediterranean causing this sort of influence. Yeah, it's clearly a reference of something, though I can't place what the reference is. And then, yeah, the belt, there's too many leather straps, but everything in this game has too many leather straps. There's only so far you can penalize this for.
Nomura is here.
Correct. And then well, not last up, but the last... Oh, interesting. Immediately interesting that the Byzantine Greek set has an assassin's logo on it.
Oh, that's neat. Okay.
Uh-huh. Byzantine helm. Byzantine helm. Byzantine Greek bracers is a reskin of the Raven clan. That's the choice.
So the Byzantines have a mask too.
The Byzantines have a mask too.
This game is oddly obsessed with masks.
Uh-huh.
It is.
So, shield first.
It'd make more sense if you were actually interested in hiding your identity at any point.
True.
But Eivor's just like, hey, I'm Eivor Wolfkist. You know, I'm Sigurd's sister.
True. Every time. So, Katya, if you are around, why don't you hop in and tell us vaguely what we're looking at? You should be able to see the voice channel in the Discord.
Katya is still ducked out for the moment as of 20 minutes ago.
Okay. Cool. Yep, I will quick just message Katya, see if they are around. Anyway, in the meantime, I can also give my thoughts, because we did some hunting, and the reason the helmet looks like it has an early Roman plume blue is because this is almost certainly based on a, early Roman helmet. Because Roman cavalry did have helmets with face masks. Sometimes. There's a big horde of them from the Netherlands that have face masks. This is way over-designed for them.
What isn't?
Right, with all of the engravings and fancy things here, but as sort of a sportive helmet for games, they actually did seem to have helmets with face masks, but that's 1st or 2nd century CE.
It's always a couple of 100 years earlier.
And not Byzantine. The Netherlands, last I checked, was never part of the Eastern Roman Empire.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, it is a Byzantine-style cross on the cheek for reasons.
Oh, Jesus, it took me a second to realize that was actually a mark.
Yeah.
It's creepy.
I was like, wait, everyone's face looks different.
Are the
yeah.
Roman masks that like realistic?
Well, yeah, actually, they're actually really high quality face masks.
Creepy.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, if I saw that coming towards me, I would probably run the other way.
Same.
Yeah, fair. Oh, it's not Byzantine? Okay, oh yeah, it's equal. It needs to have the bar on the bottom, doesn't it? Uh-huh. Yeah. Fair. This cross is I recognize this cross from something, though. Oh, Genkum! You walked in right on time for the, racialized othering. Welcome back! Just what you wanted, right? For the most part, this set is, just annoying. Right? Fine. It's brightly colored, really high quality, lots of fabric, suggests this is just screaming high status way more than screaming practicality, which, you know, video game armor doesn't have to totally If it was historically accurate, it would often look pretty dumb and unfun. So communicating the sense of what this is way more important. And the sense is some sort of scale mail. Right? With this central armor. It's a little bit coat of plates, it's a little bit scale mail. Somewhere in between. That's fine for a cataphract. It's not brilliant, but it's fine. I'm not so sure about, like, these big, heavily armored things here. On the arms and legs. I'm not super sure on that. And then the spear. I'm not... If the photo mode would stop freaking out, I really don't know what to make about this spear. The skirt is not quilted. The skirt is not quilted, it looks like. Yeah, it's not quilted. Anyway, the spear is... The spear is double Whoa. That's really weird.
It's not long enough to need a brace point. That's weird.
That's just another head. That is a Viking Age style... Well, kind of. The rough triangular shape is a early medieval spearhead. And then there's the top one, which is this giant leaf blade that makes... It's the giant leaf blade that gets me, Blue. Absolutely massive leaf blade. Just vibing. Oh, see you, Luca. Or, see you, Luca. I am glad you were able to make it. Oh, and by the way, Luca corrected me on who was talking about the Papar. It's Christian Aronson. Christian Aronson? So, KristjanahronSson. I mean, is that even an ancient Greek design? Right, this doesn't strike me as in any time period design. Exactly. It is a very D&D spear. It looks fine for a D&D spear. But anyway, right, the thing that is the worst... Oh yeah, we have one more set to look at, the Dublin Champion set. Before we get to the thing that is the worst about this.
Oh god.
Because we've already seen it, right? We've already seen the pieces. The Dublin Champion set is more just to show it off. Carolingian set, Carolingian registers, hold it for... Do I not have the Dublin Champion set yet? I might not have the body piece for the Dublin Champion set yet. Interesting. Okay, then we will save that for another time. We'll save the 3 sets you can actually find in the world for another time, and get straight to the problematic. Look at the materials that these are each made out of. Right, some sort of, I guess, silvery metal, but with bronze detailing. Black. Marble white. There is only one plausible explanation, and nothing. The nothing is the one that
depicts dark and which white.
Especially because the Egyptians, they recolored the mask to make it that color.
Yep, they sure did. And the order we find things is Iberian, then Egyptian, then Rus, then Byzantine. So the game tries really hard to avoid racialized hierarchies, except it doesn't actually dodge them by the order of the placing things of getting this requires infinitely more resources than getting this. Yeah, and this would be marble. This is enameling. This is not actual marble. You can see it's cracked, so this is clearly just enameling. So the really only plausible explanation I can see here is that they are identifying the foreign cultures by the presence of face masks. The Rus are Northern European, therefore they don't need one. But all the other cultures, are being the culture and the ethnicity are fundamentally tied together, and to represent that physiologically, you throw in a face mask.
Yeah.
Despite none
That
of
might
these
suck.
cultures having face masks, right? This is a funerary tradition. This is a Turkic face mask. This is a 1st century Roman face mask.
I think it's also what we see with the DLs have face masks almost across the board, but also with those, there is a sense of foreignness with the shop content.
Yeah, I agree with that too. And so, right, this is the most yikes things I think. Right, I think if I had to choose, I think the Druids are, the Children of Danu are less yikes than this.
Yeah, I'm willing to give that one.
The big thing is the Druids don't actively hurt anybody, and this is one of the big things that I always point out whenever I'm complaining about, Druids or people dropping the ball on Celtic stuff. Is this doesn't hurt anybody who's still around. I mean, it's disrespectful for the dead, but when you do things that hurt still living cultures and still living peoples, that's a big deal.
Also,
Yeah.
the thing with the Druids is, what I'm willing to give is that pretty much anything we've seen here isn't worse than what the Roman accounts said.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they make stuff up blatantly.
Fair.
But I've seen worse in the manuscripts themselves. I've seen worse by the Romans. It isn't really shocking.
So, Blue asked the useful question, how does this compare with, the sudden Who helm also being a full face mask thing? And that's fair.
I feel...
Firstly, the sudden Who helm only exists in the microtransaction store. Nice. And second, right, this mask isn't trying to be shaped like an actual human physiognomy. It's got a nose and a mustache, and that's about the extent, and eyebrows, and that is the extent to which you can say that actually looks like a person. Right?
It's also interesting because it's specifically not a Norse one.
It's
Yeah.
also
Another-
an extant helmet that somebody would wear as a helmet.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
whereas the others are not real helmets.
And they totally do hide the eyes. They hide any distinguishing features. There isn't really a under those.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, the ones here, all like modeled cheekbones. But you can physically see the different cheekbones and nose shapes on these different masks. Hello! Katya, is that you?
And Iberian ones back
Yes,
to the eyes, too.
this is me. I'm not getting any, weird staticky interference, right? My mic was doing that last week.
There's a tiny amount, but not enough to worry about. So,
Alright.
This is the Byzantine set. Why don't you actually quick introduce yourself with credentials, just like kind of your background with
Show
Byzantine.
myself up there.
Yep.
Yeah.
As much detail as you want.
I'm just, I'm Katya. I'm in some of the same circles as these people, though I'm not, I think I look a bit bad by comparison because I'm not like an academic. I just really like this stuff and read a bunch about it.
Yeah, but
But I've read quite a bit of stuff on this kind of early medieval period. Very interested in the Byzantine Romans. Big fan of the work of Antony Cordelis, etc.
Hey!
And I was in chat. Hello.
Oh, good.
And I was in
Sark,
chat.
we will swap over to
most
the
of
Egyptian set later.
I was in chat for most of this stream, and then I had dinner right around just before you needed me, so that was good timing.
It happens.
But
anyway, do you see the set here? What are the immediate thoughts?
Obviously, when you first showed me the image, my immediate thought as now is that the mask is very interesting. I think you said it's not unique to this set.
Yeah, the Iberian, the Egyptian, and the Byzantine sets all have face masks.
Yeah.
They all are uniquely modeled face masks though, and
Yeah.
the marble white with a cross on it is a time.
Yeah, I mean that's very. That's I guess that kind of makes sense because the sort of pop culture understands what's a Byzantine is Christian, they got a church there, don't they? Yeah, but overall it's you know, it's not like completely wild. It's not like some of the other stuff that you were looking at in the microtransaction pack. Like it doesn't like scream, "Oh my god, what is this?" I don't think it's quite what you would see in this period, although I'm not like big on.
Yeah, it's a good point,
Weapons
Blue.
history.
It's Blue.
Yes.
You make a good point. Celtic knotwork on the trim on the tunic.
Yeah, if I was being generous, I would say maybe that was something like added since it got here and got like repaired with something local, but I don't know if they'd have put that kind of thought into it. I think what's interesting and what didn't show up in the as clearly in the preview picture is just how like it's emphasizing what I guess you might call a sort of pop culture imagining of like a classical Roman sort of color scheme and silhouette with like the plume helmet and the just sort of red and white and silver, which I think is interesting because in other instances, this game seems to do the kind of pop culture thing of kind of drawing this line between like, you know, Byzantium, that's just this place, that's just this country, it's over there, you know, it's a thing, but they're you know, it kind of dealt with in realistic terms, but then when they talk about like the prior Romans, which is just the same civilization, they, you know, it's these grandiose ruins that are like larger than life. It's this there's this sort of separation drawn, but then they're still trying to evoke that kind of imagery here.
Yeah, I like that thought a lot because notice everything is Byzantine Greek. Byzantine Greek,
Yeah.
Byzantine Greek, Byzantine Greek, Byzantine Greek, Byzantine Greek. But I agree, right? The aesthetic here is Romanitas.
Yeah, it's absolutely trying to evoke a Roman soldier. I understand, obviously, you know, you want to make sure people know, because a lot of people just straight up don't know what the fuck Byzantine means. But it's still obviously always interesting to see, because, you know, in this time period, nobody in Byzantium thought themselves as a Greek. You know, Hellene, that was like an insult. That meant like a countryside-dwelling pagan. You know, they were Romaioi, they were Romans. But again, I think you would confuse some people if you didn't specify where that was.
True. Yep.
I think just I don't know how long I've got here.
We need to swap over to the Greek side, but I'm really interested by the cloak. What this design on this vaguely is. It looks like there's like two winged. It almost looks like it's like two winged lions here, or certainly two winged animal figures with tails, and then two rearing somethings here.
That looks more like sort of the kind of Middle Eastern imagery. Like I might be wrong, but you know, the kind of thing you would see on sort of older, like sort of that kind of winged creature on like Persian inscriptions. I don't know if that's the kind of othering, the kind of orientalizing othering you sometimes get with Byzantine stuff.
I mean, I'm sure. And then the other thing that's super weird, the double assassin logos on the cloak is a time.
Yeah, that's I'm a secret assassin. Please don't look at my big logo.
You always gotta have good branding.
Yeah.
And
the one thing I did want to ask is, I think I heard something about there is like a Varangian character in this game.
Did
I hear wrong?
Sort of. So I mean, our brother went to Constantinople. Sigurd at the very beginning of the game went to Constantinople as a Norse person as part of the Varangian Guard for a while, for a couple of years. I think that's the closest it gets.
Yeah, I guess I was just curious how that was presented, especially when it's paired with having all these Roman ruins around Britain, if it's like in the same kind of majestic light or in a more sort of, you know...
It's coded pretty positive, and that's where he meets Spasm and kind of the whole plot gets kickstarted. Anyway, Sark, also hello.
Hello.
Can you quick kind of introduce yourself and your experience in Egyptian material culture? Thank you. And yes, everyone, round of applause for Katya for coming in.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thanks for having me here. Yes, so I have my PhD in anthropology. My specialty is in archaeology, historical archaeology to be specific, and I have done multiple jobs in Egypt. My specialty is in the New Kingdom Egypt in the late Bronze Age. And yeah, but for the most part, I'm very familiar with Egypt all around. Not as much in medieval Egypt, unfortunately, but
That's
looking at this.
That's not relevant for this. It's not relevant.
Yeah. Looking at this, I can clearly tell they said medieval Egypt. I barely know one.
True. This is primarily Bayek's armor from Origins, so right. I assume our main reference ought to be Ptolemaic.
Yes.
Though,
This is they're clearly trying to invoke a Ptolemaic view here, and with the gold trimmings at the front, a very Greek sort of overtone with the clothing aesthetic. Big thing for me is the choice in sort of Aegean patterns with the coating, especially with that inner loincloth, the inner cloth right there. Very clearly Minoan patterns, which were very prevalent in Ptolemaic Egypt. But overall, I'm looking at this, and I'm just thinking, if the goal was to be a wandering nomad of Egypt, then you'll probably walk a solid 5 feet before you face planted into the sand. Way too much layers going on right here.
True.
Way too many layers.
1, 2, 3, 4 different, 5 different layers of cloth. Yeah. Yeah, that's a problem.
So I don't know whether Egypt just had a chilly season at this time, but also leather gauntlets. Like, I'm sorry, any Egyptian wearing leather will tell you right now, I hope you don't enjoy breathing.
True.
Because leather is not something any self-respecting Egyptian will wear. Also the sword. I don't know whether is that the Egyptian.
Yeah. This is our Egyptian Khepesh.
Okay. That is gigantic.
Yeah. She didn't die. It's fine for now.
Oh my god, that is gigantic. Like that the pose she has with that. It basically the best I can describe that is, imagine like a claymore when compared to a dagger, with how big you want your Farfetch to be. Like that is basically like you fall off your chariot and your last ditch effort is to stab somebody.
Hang on.
That's what those weapons were used.
We've got what? Hang on a minute. We've got a Copis, which is not Egyptian, but is in the same vein of everything. So.
Yeah, and I.
So that's a choice. That's a choice.
Oh my god. Yeah, no, like the proportions are all off. Like they're clearly going for high fantasy Egypt, which in all fairness, I'm all about. But this is going to very extreme length. To show off how Egyptian they are.
And Golden Pelt. To be fair, the reason it's a one-handed sword is because we are super buff. It is not designed to be a one-handed sword. We had to get a special skill to be able to use that with one hand. So, it's just because we're jacked, it's not actually meant to be a one-handed weapon.
Yeah.
Anyway, the other thing I was wondering about is the face mask. Because obviously.
Yeah, the face mask.
This looks to me like it's a recolored funerary mask, New Kingdom funerary mask.
Yeah, that is very much a funerary mask. I wouldn't say New Kingdom though. That's more late period.
Okay.
You can very clearly tell there are Nubian influences on that. I'd say 25th Dynasty or around that point.
That still is what, 800s BC, or is that older? Still older than that?
Yeah, like 800s, 700s BCE. So I like it. I think it is a faithful Nubian mask. A little bit more jewelry would have added to it, because the Nubian kingdoms at this time are all about like glamour and whatnot. So
in the rare case, they didn't put enough gold on an item.
Yeah, yeah. Out of everything in this outfit, the mask is the one with less gold than it should.
I swear to God. Okay, yeah, all the face masks I was finding were this reddish color. And so, right, the idea that the Egyptian mask is black kind of spooks me.
Okay. So the black doesn't really mean like.
I mean, yes.
It's easy to say blackface at first, but I don't think that's the case. The Nubians did use from what we have been able to uncover, we've noticed black. We think that might just be paint fading. And this is just the layer that we have uncovered. But with this mask, black specifically is indicative of life, which is why you would put that on as a funerary mask to showcase like this is where your life was. So the color scheme, honestly, the mask is probably the least egregious thing
Interesting.
out of this entire outfit.
Okay. Sure. So, we just started the quest to go kill Azar's former business partner, Konstantinos.
But do not deprive me of my revenge. Bring
Subtlety.
him to me alive.
Uh-huh. Awesome.
Another time.
So, anyway. With that note, having done this, I think we've covered everything that there is there. I am never going to put on that mask again. Because, yeah, right, it's not that it's historically implausible, as we've just heard, but it still is kind of yikes to be putting, like, Viking Eivor should not wear this mask wandering around in the daytime. No way, no how.
Yeah.
No,
it's also not medieval at
bad
all.
vibe. Bad vibes.
Yeah, it looks wrong.
The Nubians were Christian at this time.
Yeah. Yeah, by the 9th century AD, they were Christian, yeah.
It might not have been intended, and in its historical context it wouldn't be, but it still looks uncomfortable.
Something may have the best of intentions and not historically be grounded in stuff and still be super yikes in practice.
Yeah.
And I don't want to accuse them of malice here. I think they tried to avoid this exact thing, and I think they just managed to still trip over it.
I think it was dumbassery, not malice, but it's also difficult, especially with a specifically Viking game, because of the bullshit.
Yes, the vast quantities of that is associated with the Viking Age.
You know, you have to be extra careful, and they weren't careful at all, and then they
were clearly going for an aesthetic first with a lot of this stuff.
Yep.
Yeah.
And we are.
And this is the sort of thing you have to do carefully.
We are about to take our longer break so that I can get lunch, because it is we've been going for almost 5 hours, and we need to take a longer break for lunch. But before we do that, there is one other thing we wanted to show off. And,
oh no! What?
What? What?
Raptors, there's a Vinland outfit?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
That's
no.
what we're trying to show. Though it's not letting me show it. It's not letting me transmog things into it, which is weird. They took away the ability for me to transmog into it. That's mean of it. That was mean. I will have to then, in order to do that, I was just going to show it in the transmog menu because that's faster. But that's okay. We're just going to go into our atlas. We're going to hop over to Vinland real quick. We can just do that. And then after that, we will take our lunch break, because that will get us through all of the uncomfortable stuff, and we can just enjoy the plot going forward.
Yeah, and to everyone who doesn't know, I am Native American.
Yes.
So.
Yep. So theoretically, we are theoretically in New York. This is theoretically a Mohawk outfit in most of things.
Oh no.
Yeah,
they shouldn't have gone south of Canada.
Yep.
Oh no.
And this is we're just gonna slowly zoom in on this until everyone freaks out.
That bow worries me a lot. That spear is a huge problem.
Oh no, is that supposed to be like a totem pole or something?
That's a quadrupedal totem pole.
Oh no.
Oh, that's so bad.
Oh no!
Opposite side of the continent. Also, you would never put that on a weapon.
Also,
Yeah, like
this is a historical piece. It's 8 feet tall. It's in British Columbia.
Yes.
It's the one on Wikipedia.
Oh no!
That's where they got it.
So, for anyone who doesn't know, this is a religiously significant symbol that does a mix of genealogy and family histories, and is sort of a sacral site for worship, vaguely, for the Kwakiutl people, who are a tribe of about 3,000 surviving members who live near Vancouver in the Pacific Northwest. This game broadly is supposed wanting these to be the Mohawk tribe, who are the ones who appear in Assassin's Creed 3, who live in still do live in New England, into the very southern Canada, and were part of the Iroquois Confederacy.
So in this game, does the Haudenosaunee Confederacy already exist?
No.
Okay.
Yep, it is truly just the Mohawk tribe is already here. Well, it's unclear when they actually moved into the area. I'm pretty sure they're not in the area in the 9th century.
They would have just been moving into here.
Right.
At
Okay.
This point.
Cool.
So, like, yeah, they would have been here, but I wouldn't say that they were firmly established.
Okay.
Yet.
Awesome.
And
Yeah.
usually, isn't it thought that the Vikings encountered the Beothuk people? I don't know
They
if I'm pronouncing that right.
probably encountered the Thule. They either encountered extremely late Dorset or Thule. That's been
recent. Archaeology has pushed the Thule migration to the 13th century. I think.
Oh, really?
Oh,
even
okay.
into Canada is pushing it back into the 13th century.
Yeah,
That's
they
cool,
start moving
'cause
into like
I know
the interior of Alaska around this time, because I did a picture for this, so I was going to draw the Thule in Canada, but they think that it was actually a pretty rapid expansion in the 13th century.
Interesting, because they're in Greenland by the 14th for sure.
Yeah.
And that was usually thought that
Christ.
Greenland was relatively late. So then, yeah, they're probably running into either an ancestor of the Mi'kmaq, or they're running into the Dorset people in the year 1000, not 870, 1000, when Leifur Eiríksson and then Thorfinnur Karlsefni have brief settlements on the northern coast of Newfoundland, potentially down into the St. Lawrence area.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I want to bring this up because Final Fantasy XIV did this.
Okay, let's go.
The outfit, just in general, why would a warrior who sees physical combat wear the same outfit over and over and over again? These fantasy fictional things get warrior outfits so wrong.
Oh yeah, there are like there's actually bronze armor from not that far off of this time period, in Connecticut. It's been destroyed now, but right, what's his name? Longfellow has a poem of the warrior in armor that he imagines the person is this skeleton in bronze armor. He imagined was a Viking, and no, it was a native person from probably the 8th or 9th century.
Yeah, like, first and foremost, if you're wearing armor, very likely what that means is that, a big thing for a lot of us, throughout most of our history, we didn't fight each other like European, African, or Asian cultures did. For a lot of northern indigenous people, we fought through ambush. That was our main shtick. We would ambush you and torture you. That's how we committed warfare. So
feels bad.
So this outfit right here, this is, I wouldn't call it ceremonial, but this is like formal wear. This is like what you would wear for a nice night out. This isn't what you would wear to go out and fight people.
Oh yeah, Chad is informing me that while I did not bother to go buy the hat while I was in Vinland, and so I have to actually go locate it. The hat is apparently a traditional coin.
So is this Mohawk they're showing on the screen?
Yeah.
Language?
Yeah, it actually is. Yep. Oof. Ow.
So did they get Mohawk consultants for the game?
I think they used the same ones as they used for AC3.
Yes, you're
Which-
legally required to have at least one native consultant when implementing them in official works like this. But it's for the most part, it's basically just lip service.
Oh,
Yeah.
interesting. This is not okay. This is actually not a traditional coin in design. It does have feathers, but it's not. That's clearly not an eagle feather headdress in any of its varieties that would have been used by
Don't the Haudenosaunee chiefs wear those?
Yes, Haudenosaunee chiefs, leaders, they do typically wear feathers. Your standard warrior would often have a singular feather adornment on them. Also, they would be they would have colors galore from head to toe.
Yeah, like where's the porcupine quill work?
Yeah. About Kappa Crab, there is no way to upgrade these because you can't wear them outside of Vinland, and there's no smithy in Vinland to upgrade them with. So, right, there is no way to actually upgrade this gear to higher levels of rarity to get new designs. So,
I also love how they give you the most like plain Jane looking guy to sell you this stuff. First off, the Haudenosaunee love their tattoos. Like, we always joke about how, Vikings, they have all these tattoos and stuff.
They didn't.
The Haudenosaunee would be tattooed from head to toe.
Okay. Awesome.
Yeah, tattoos were really common in North America, which is part of why it's so terrible that the Vikings have them in this game.
Yeah, and only the Vikings. Anyway, it is well past time that we go get lunch, and then we will try and hunt down the remaining members of the Children of Danu, and also finish the main story, and we'll keep going until we're done, because I don't think there's actually that much left. I really don't. I think there's only like 2 or 3 hours left in the main story, and then hunting down the Children of Danu. And we've done most everything else. So, we're going to take a 15-minute break so that I can get lunch, and in the meantime, no one go anywhere. We will be back soon. And then, keep spreading the word, keep getting friends on, because we still want to... This has been awesome so far. All 68 of you that are currently around, you are all lovely. And so hopefully we can get back and still see more people around in the back half of this stream. So, about 15 minutes, and then we shall return. And, as always, don't forget to subscribe for those sweet, sweet medieval marginalia emotes. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you all were able to get food, enjoy your break. We seem to... There we go. There's loaded in. Awesome. You can continue that thought, though. During break, we were talking about some of the differences between, what gets brought into as quote-unquote Irish mythology and all the spectacular anime weirdness that is actual Irish mythology. And so, if you want to just kind of start that thought over.
I will die on the hill that Cuchulain's hair is best represented by Yami Yugi in Yugi.
Yep.
Literally, it's
Facts!
But one of the things that we were talking about was that what I've noticed is that Irish folklore gets represented a lot, and on one Irish folklore to be represented accurately is what the common people probably would have identified with more than mythology, which was always this kind of concoction of the learned class. But at the same time, it's a bowdlerized version of the folklore. It's leprechauns, it's banshees. Sometimes you might get a kelpie or selkie in there, which, I mean, on one hand, they do show up in Irish folklore, but they're predominantly associated with Scottish folklore. But we don't really get the mythology in its purest form in the manuscripts represented.
Yeah, and as you were saying, Rachel, so often the folklore is presented as mythology, and it's like, and I think this comes down to, and this is something that I've had to have explain a lot, is people going, what's the difference between a myth, a legend, and folklore? And I'm like, God, the religious studies people have put in like a century to work that out, and it's very specific, and they've got it down to a fine art of mostly yelling at each other about it.
True.
In all fairness, in all fairness, I do think that the idea that myth has to automatically be religious should be something we challenge, because I feel like in an Irish context you can't really work with that, or that it has. I kind of like Naj's definition of myth as something that is essentially carried on through the years, that people need to hold on to, something that represents an important cultural value.
I think then you do then need a word for those specific religious texts, like religious stories. Because while Ireland does have that, they're just not. Actually, that's not. Ireland doesn't have that in remaining unsuspicious. Rachel, you know what I mean.
Yeah, what I would say, though, is my personal definition as it applies to my experiences with Ireland. This would not work with almost any other cultural system. But in Ireland, myth is what the learned class passed down, and that does have its origins with religious belief, but it is also predominantly the learned class specifically, whereas folklore is the predominantly oral traditions have the common people circulating around. And they often share the same context. For example, Luke shows up in folk tales all over Ireland. Figures like Crom Dubh show up in folk tales all over Ireland. But at the same time, there is a distinctive difference between them and how they developed.
Sorry, but I do not mean to get off this point because I have a follow-up. Is this ship right? Ship looks really weird.
It looks very Origins.
Yeah, so... Right, this is supposed to be Konstantinos's... Oh, crap, I can't kill him easily.
Just fun things to say out of context.
Exactly. Don't worry, context is unimportant. I wonder if I can do this. Oh, crap. I just yeeted myself into the drink. Which was not what I wanted to do. It looks like it's supposed to be a Byzantine-style galley, is what it looks like they're aiming for. Huh. I wonder where he's gonna, like... If I kill him here, it's gonna break the game. So I actually need to let him get to shore.
Very fair.
Swim for your life.
With the one I always find interesting is when people are depicting Irish folklore or even Irish mythology, the one figure that we're like that 100%, this one dude is absolutely a god, and is an example of pagan survival, and really, really late pagan survival never comes up. Because Dawn that is being venerated, and like has animal sacrifices being given to him in rural Ireland in the, late, I always get the century wrong, because I can't do the century date thing really confuses me. In the late 1700s, there you go, late 18th century.
And we also know that he has ties to what were the Romans described Dispater being the ancestor of the Gauls.
Yeah.
So like we have ties to Dawn-like figures as early as the time of Caesar. So it's very likely this is a very old figure.
Yeah.
And
Isn't Dispater Hades?
Yes.
Complicated.
Complicated
Okay,
in the
sorry.
sense that
He's
a god
Roman.
complicated in the sense that he's a god of the dead. But in a Gaulish context, that's what Caesar said. He said that the Gauls worshipped Dispater and that he was their ancestor. He was I think he might have been the very first man in Gaul. I don't know. But either way, he was an ancestor figure to them. And then after his death, he became a god of the dead.
What Caesar says is that the people of Gaul believe they're descended from Dispater, and then moves on. And which it's one of those things where it's like, can you explain yourself, sir?
And then Caesar's just like, nope. And then he got stabbed.
Fair.
Yeah.
Probably for related reasons we won't judge.
I mean, it was the classical story. Brutus kept on asking, when will we get there, and Caesar's just like, I won't tell you.
And for our audience who doesn't necessarily know Dawn, there's multiple benefits of Dawn. First of all, you can read every single piece of scholarship on Dawn in 3 hours if you're a slow reader, because it's 2 journal articles.
One of which is in German, but you can work it through if you want.
How do you spell his name?
Yes, there's one.
Donn.
I think it was Kuno Meyer who did another article on Dawn.
Meyer has
but either way, you can work through it very quickly. Not much has been done, and there's not much primary source material, so you can work through it very quickly.
It's free real estate.
Exactly, it's free real estate. He's
God of the Dead, so God points.
He sometimes. Sorry, after you.
I was about to say he has a relationship with the Tuatha Dé that's interesting.
Mm-hmm. And even then, it comes down to because there's 2 Dawns in Levorg of Ireland. One who's invading Ireland and dies and is bound. Oops, sorry, cutscene. I'll not talk about the cutscene.
Along with your loud bitch of a screaming mother.
Well, this guy's mean.
Yeah, this guy's very rude.
How about it? Let's end this quickly.
Very brave man is an asshole when someone has you tied up.
True. After we killed him with literally Excalibur and the mythical spirit Gungnir, and he still is. Okay, Azar, this isn't strictly necessary.
I don't know.
A little bit of torture, it's fine.
What's a little torture between enemies?
Maybe this is the time to get Ivar on here.
Yeah, Ivar Baylacey would be very happy with this. We're just gonna not watch. Tasteful Fade to Black. Tasteful.
Well then.
Okay.
There's probably a paper somewhere in that the times you get fades to black are torture and sex.
Yeah.
You get desynced for killing civilians, but not for torture.
Yeah, you deserved it. It's fine. Torture is fine if it's people we don't like.
Exactly. So I don't think we get anything useful or good that comes off of this.
I wanted to ask you something about the Dawn guy. Are there medieval references to him, or does it just go Caesar 1700s?
No, we have Levorgabal Aaron mentioning one of the Dawns is one of the Milesians who tries to invade Ireland. He pisses Eru off, who promptly drowns him. Well, okay, allow me to say this. She doesn't drown him promptly. He just happens to drown after insulting her.
Convenient.
There's also a Dawn, which makes it even more confusing. On the Tuatha Dé side, in Levorgabal Aaron, but he's mentioned in passing once. but like in very short consequence before you. So there seems to be two different Dawns, and also Dawn. He does show up in vague references, mostly because the medieval period talks about the House of Techdun, the House of Dawn, as a kind of afterlife. It's a pseudo afterlife. It's like think of it like purgatory, specifically for pagan. They describe it like for pagan ghosts, and Techdun is used as a descriptor in a bunch of different, not a bunch, in a significant number of texts where it's interesting that it's showing up. I don't think anyone's cataloged them all, but because I had to read like 300 sagas this year, I just was making note every time it showed up because I was like, oh, neat. But it's very evident there's some connection to the dead. And then in these 18th century notes from a guy visiting these places and be like, this is super weird. He interviews the local parish priest, and the local parish priest is like, yeah, they believe that when they die, they go off to this guy's place for a while, but then they go on to heaven, so it's fine. Because like the parish priest is like, look, I've got them like 90% on track, and they've been doing this for like a really long time. And like the guy I inherited this parish from says like, don't just push your luck. So like I've just been letting them do it, and it's like interesting. Okay, and so you can see this like really interesting continuation.
Oh my god, it's literal Halls of Mandos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a stickler, and I require a lot to convince me of somebody being a deity. But Dawn is one where I'm like, you're getting animal sacrificed to you in the 17th century. Sure, you're a god.
Yeah, there's just way too much adding up in his case, but it's one that nobody ever brings up because we don't know that much about him compared to some of the flashy members of the day. And also, he's very low profile.
What's the etymology of his name?
The dark one, something along those lines. Dark, brown, along those lines.
I was wondering because the way you spelled it in Gaelic would be pronounced down, but it's just the word for brown. So I was going to put it into Topar and Dulcish to see if any folklore came up, but I'm like, wait, they're just going to give me every time somebody says the word brown.
Also, I believe there's also a place named Inberdon that's where he allegedly drowned, according to Levorg Kabbalah Aaron, and that was used as a place name for some time. I believe it's Meyer who references that in his article. John also did an article on it that's very deals with Amergin, Dawn, and the pre-Christian survivals.
Mm-hmm.
Is it is there a sense that it's underwater, or is the drowning unrelated to?
It all goes back to the world of the dead being underwater.
Okay.
The world of the gods being underwater as well.
If you're interested, if you look up, is it Bull Rock? Yeah, look up Bull Rock. It's an island off the coast of Munster, and essentially it's described as Techdun is beneath that. And when you look at a picture of the island, you'll be like, I can see why people thought there was something underneath that. It's like a giant, like archway, like a colossal arch.
Emmett, do you have this guy dying in 495 in the Annals of Ulster? Because I'm not seeing it in Thomas Charles Edwards.
Son of Kuiper.
I've got Yahu, son of Corpora, being a victor, but I don't have
I've got a different guy.
Yeah.
By the way,
He's
the
not
other
in the Annals of Ulster.
The other thing though that stands out before we get to that is that we actually have like bone evidence of animal, potentially human, but definitely animal sacrifice in these, which is something that I wish we had for all the Norse graves, but we kind of don't, because like animal sacrifice is a super huge deal in the funerary traditions of the Norse. Is it also for relatively early Irish traditions? Or at the time do we have reliable records? Are we looking entirely at Christian burials, which notably don't like animal sacrifice that much?
For Iron Age burials, we can't find any, which is a problem.
That's a problem.
Yeah, for Bronze Age burials, I don't think we have any animals in any of the tombs, but a lot of the tombs, like the grave of the hostages, this is something Rachel probably would potentially know more than I do. But I know the mound of the hostages at Tara, what we've noticed, it was filled with like cremated remains. Like hundreds of people worth of cremated remains.
Huh.
The link that I just dropped, please keep in mind it was written in 1952. I don't think anybody in the field would argue this now, but does go into the Dawn Bull connection. Make of it what you will. If you're persuaded by it, excellent. I just am not. But Mound of the Hostages is filled with cremated remains. I had the fantastic fortune of getting to visit it when I was at Tara. Obviously, wasn't able to go inside, but I got to see it.
You could have with all the intense security of a padlock.
Yeah, I could have gone out and picked the lock. It would have been fine. In all fairness, I was.
There had been a request in chat earlier to find a dog and pet it. Before our break, we have fulfilled this. I will pet the dog again for your dog. It's a good puppy.
Good boy. I love him.
There's animal sacrifices in the Neolithic, although I don't know if you find them in the graves, but in Orkney, there's been a lot of archaeology about that. They think they found at Ness of Brodgar, I think, like the quote-unquote temple where the sacrifices happened, and then there's loads of Neolithic mortuary stuff up there, but I don't know if the animals would have been put in the grave or not.
I can confirm that it happened in Iron Age Gaul with horses, at least. We have a couple cases where you have horse remains and human remains in a very, very creepy grave.
Yeah, in Germanic context, any Germanic context, you're gonna have horses in the burials. There's a ton in Frisia of horses, and then dogs, and then cats being the three main animals.
Yeah, let me see if I can find it. No, I'm not looking for Romans and ritual murder.
In in Stone Age Gaul, you have huge flint mines that normally will have a horse, a raven, and a human interred inside of them. Ooh. Which is always a question like, is this a burial? Are you reusing an industrial space? Or is this kind of like a, sorry we dug up all this stuff, please don't get mad at us thing?
What is this we're at? Is this a Brock?
This is a Brock.
I fed them. I fed the dog.
Drama.
This is a Brock feature.
That shouldn't be here, and that also probably shouldn't be that ruined. Isn't that right?
Yeah, it is very ruined. I mean, the heyday of Brocks had kind of, I think they were reoccupied in the Pictish period, and that was kind of the end of their use mostly. But everyone we've seen has been this ruined, which, if Brocks were appropriate for Ireland, which they're not really, they would be more intact, I think, in this period.
Oh look, it's time. It's another copy of Snorra Edda. A telling of Cuchulainn.
Oh, cool.
Never forget Cuchulainn, son of Lugh, the Beast of Ulster, who fought off Harley Connacht. Always remember the Toyn Coilne, where he singly fought Queen Mev's army monstrous and misshapen through many a moon, and Arboel the Gay Bulk, the spear that slew his son, and his shield and armor that drank of that blood. If you meet them in battle, you're doomed.
I mean, why do we have to make Mev's army monstrous and like? Why do?
I think that's referring. I think that's referring to Cuchulainn.
It would make sense if it's referring to Cuchulainn.
That's the Riastat. That's the Riastat.
That's what I'm. That's what I'm hoping for.
Referencing Cuchulainn as the Hound of Ulster, or like as an animal specifically of Ulster, that doesn't show up until like literally the last 150 years.
Yeah.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
No.
Yeah, he's referred to as the Hound of Morethna, the specific plane that was seems to be a territory he owned as like a petty lord, but like and he does protect all of Ulster, but in the Taun he's like 99% concerned with protecting my shit, and then also everything else. But like the majority of his focus is on his place, and when the invading armies want to like heavily distract him, they start moving people towards his territory, and Cuchulainn like is in a panic, being like, oh god, how do I protect that and everything else.
So is it an antiquarian thing or like a folkloric title?
It's a nationalism thing.
Right,
Yeah.
so it's like a Celtic revival antiquarian, not
Yeah.
like kind of rural folklore calling him that.
Yeah, not even that. the people who are, like, exactly, the antiquarians, people first translating these texts who were very involved with Irish nationalism, or developing Irish nationalism. This is also why you get the early versions of the Taun being translated, where Cuchulainn dies at the end. When that doesn't happen, that's a totally different text, and he dies at, like, at least 12 years, potentially 15 years later. But having a young man dying protecting his Irish territory from foreign invaders. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
That's a pattern. Both the Simpsons.
Also why the Ulster cycle and Fenian cycle both achieved a renaissance during the time of the Celtic revival, whereas the mythological cycle never did. Which is actually funny because really Cathmac Turret would be ideal for it, given it is about fighting against a foreign man. But what can I do?
Literally a foreign colonizing force.
Yeah, like, I don't understand. You'd think that Luke would have been perfect, especially because throughout the 16th and 17th centuries, you do have poets talking about Luke, but for reasons beyond me, they never knew what to do with the mythological cycle, and they still don't know what to do with the mythological cycle.
All the stuff they're saying about these druids is super interesting. I can't form any coherent commentary on it, but, like, there's something going on here.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Capital W weird. But yeah, I don't have... I don't feel like there's enough coherent to necessarily say anything about them quite yet.
I hate to say this, but...
Go.
I hate to say this, but in about 6 months you're going to hear from me. I'm going to be like, I finally have thoughts on Wrath of the Druids, because it's going to take that much time for me to digest everything we're going through here.
Look, I'm only just finally starting to talk about, like, the beginning of the base game in a meaningful, like, coherent way. And if you all check the About section, you'll see a link to the YouTube channel where all of the VODs are uploaded. You can see exactly how many parts that is.
It is a long-ass game.
It is a lot of parts, and we did not play all of it. We skipped streaming several story arcs just so we could get to the end in a reasonable amount of time.
So long.
What's a Scarecrow?
I'm almost 24 hours in, and I haven't finished the second arc in England yet.
Yeah.
Is this a particular crop? Is this like a real crop, or is this just grass?
I think it's grass.
It looks like it's mostly just grasses. Because there's not all the same. There's not all the same thing. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's mostly oats that they're doing, but they've also got random other grasses in.
Okay, but to come back to the Cullen thing for a second, because this is still on my mind.
Yeah?
The fact that, first of all, they mentioned that the Gaebold, like, slew his son, but not that he was the one wielding it.
They did.
Aligning that.
That's such a good use of passive. You're right.
Yeah, but then the other thing is the fact that they're like, always remember the Toyn while calling it, and I'm like, do you guys know that one of the rev scalers of the Toyn involves like all the poets of Ireland being like, shit, we don't know this story anymore because we traded away our last written copy of it for a copy of Isidore of Seville's etymologies, so we have to resurrect a ghost to tell us what happened. Like, clearly people were not in fact remembering it forever.
By the way, I finally got around to checking the guy that we killed earlier.
Cruick.
Cruick!
My bitch is back.
Oh, he's here. Wait, hold on. Emmett has actual academic thoughts about this figure.
Perfect.
Okay, what year is this? What year is the game set in?
870s. Late 870s.
Okay, Crom Cruach is probably an invention of the last 20 years. So, yeah.
He was raised to worship the new god.
Yep.
Correct.
So, for our stream's curiosity, Crom Cruach is a big old idol, big spooky idol. Essentially, think of it like a Lovecraftian rock. It forces you to do self-harm to worship it.
That's messed up.
It's super messed up. But what's fascinating about it is 9th century Ireland had sufficiently lost... They didn't know what... Okay, so in Armagh, Patrick's cult center, St. Martin of Tours became super popular in its exact period. St. Martin of Tours is known as the Hammer of Pagans, and his main thing he does is go around smashing pagan temples and destroying pagan idols.
And cutting down trees.
Exactly, and cutting down trees. And throwing them with his brain, with telekinesis. He's great. Because of how popular St. Martin of Tours gets, Armagh needs, or wants to add some of his stuff to Patrick to legitimize Patrick. However, so they needed him to destroy pagan idols to make him very like trendy and in with the current cultural milieu. But they don't know what a pagan idol looks like anymore because it's been at like between 300 and like 700 years. 700 years since the start of Christianization, 300 years since it's been like that's when it was over. That's when Ireland was like solidly. Yeah, it's the build an idol, and they essentially go, "What do we know about pagan idols?" And they go, "I don't know. They're in the Old Testament." And not Catherine Forsyth, Jacqueline Borsch has an excellent paper on this in the book "The Strange World of Human Sacrifice," where she specifically talks about this. I think then also the Iona sacralization scene with the monk who was buried alive. But with Crom Cruach, specifically they take bits and pieces of different biblical idols and mush them together and go, "That's Crom Cruach." And then they create these narratives of Patrick opposing Crom Cruach. It's very cool. And we know it's specifically dated this period because from the 8th century, we have stories about the conversion of Mag Schliet, where Crom Cruach is supposed to be found, where Patrick doesn't even do it. It's just like a random place he sends a subordinate to, and it gets over and it's super easy. Nothing's really weird about.
Incredible.
What I would say is that while I do think that you have that influence of Marn of Tour in there, I do think that Crom Cruach itself, as a figure, might be a holdover. Underline might, simply because he shows up frequently in the folklore. He doesn't show up at all in the tradition. Strange, but he is almost omnipresent in the folklore as Crom Duv.
But that's assuming they're the same person. Not everybody named John is actually the same person.
Yeah, it is a leap of faith to think that they're the same person, but I do think it's strange that we have these two crooked ones in the same place. But also the fact that Crom Duv does have that odd rivalry with Luke and Patrick across the tradition.
Right. But that the Crom is just the adjectival element. It's just crooked person. So,
It's a stretch. There's no way of saying that it's 100%, but in this particular case, I'm inclined to lean towards something. I can't really say much more than something, but I can say something.
Remind me where we're headed right now. Where are we going?
Going to a trial of the... I didn't die? That did not kill me.
How the fuck did we not die?
So I'm just cleaning up some stuff in this corner of Ulster, because I marked out things I wanted to do. So, right, we're going to do another trial of the Morrigan and then head up here to the Giant's Causeway. And then and then we'll get back over to our main quest way the heck on the other side of town.
Is there a benefit for... I assume there is some kind of... Have we been getting experience or something for the trials of the Morrigan?
We've been getting experience. I assume there's something else, which is why I'm doing them.
And we never get, anything explained about these, do we? No one ever tells us what the Trials of the Morrigan actually are.
Drug trip.
Darn.
What are these figures, like the face that you see above the basin type
thing? The Boa Island figures. This one specifically, the Janus.
That's right.
Yep.
Yep, I remember this now.
You're joking. Nothing for all the trials? Nothing?
Seriously? What a waste. Waste of literally everything.
I think they were just like, you gotta fight a werewolf. Isn't that what you always want? To be playing Resident Evil 8 right now.
I could be playing Resident Evil 8 right now. And it would be different. Oh, that's gonna hurt.
I could be fighting werewolves, I could be fighting vampires, I could be fighting guys in mech suits.
This is the only time you'll ever hear me say this. I'm so sad they didn't go with the Gerald of Wales route on the werewolf.
True.
Yeah, it'd be 400 years too early, or whatever. No, not that.
But at least we'd have something.
But yeah, But also the Gerald of Wales werewolves is just so much more fun. They're just like people who hang around as wolves and will talk to you and walk around on two legs.
Also, there
They
might
go,
actually
they go to church.
also there might be something to it. Like, I'm not saying we trust Gerald of Wales entirely, but at least the man was an observer from the.
He never went to Ireland, though.
I think he did actually.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure he did.
He
Did
just
it, but-
happened to have the English king's gold in his pocket while he was in Ireland, which is the
Okay.
issue. But the thing is,
caused a
And he's
lot
been-
And now we're all quiet, waiting for somebody else to speak.
Yep. Sorry, I got distracted by the werewolf throwing a giant rock at my face.
Okay, yeah, apparently.
yeah, I thought it might be a good idea to give you a bit of space while you're doing this particular boss battle.
Nah, it's fine.
Apparently he went
I am on the
with
last fight.
Henry II's son John on John's first expedition to
Oh.
Ireland.
So the future failure Prince John.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But the issue is, of course, that because he was definitely being paid by the English king. How
Yeah.
much of this is absolutely things that happen? How much of this is him observing things, and how much of this is pure propaganda?
How much
And
is
if you
completely
ask,
made up.
and if you ask 10 different Celticists, you will get 10 different answers.
At least.
I am middling to correct in the sense that I think that for the most part, Gerald actually did write down what he thought he saw. But what he thought he saw and what he actually saw can be two very different things.
Yeah. The reason
he
that
al-
I kind of. Sorry, go on.
He also had an obsession with bestiality, just for the record.
He really did.
Yep.
Some of that
the reason-
bestiality might be real, but
Yeah. The reason that I think it would be fun to have the Gerald style werewolves in here, if you're gonna have werewolves in it all, which you do not have to, like, nobody's particularly interested in werewolves before the 12th century. But if you really want to put them in, Gerald's werewolves have like a solid medieval mechanism for becoming werewolves, which is that they get cursed by a saint.
Oh,
Something
yeah.
that is incredibly lacking in depictions of saints in this game.
Uh-huh. Who's it? The Conan Skugsia, which I mentioned earlier, records the same story, and St. Patrick just, like, cursed them because they were being annoying and would howl at him as hecklers whenever he tried to preach. And so he prayed to God and they became cursed to be werewolves for 7 years.
Yeah, like, at least we do have a medieval mechanism for how you become a werewolf that is not be druid, something goes wrong.
Oh no, it's be wolf, walk into druid fog, everyone else hallucinates you as werewolf.
This
Oh,
game
that's
not
just
enough cows,
sad.
not enough saints.
Yeah, we did see some cows earlier. I don't know if you were there for that, but we did
Oh, might have been
encounter
when I
a
was
couple of
having
cows.
also in
Hide
hindsight,
in front of me.
also to make absolutely nobody happy, I can think of one example where somebody's able to transform themselves with a druid wand, and it's into a pig.
Ha! Get wrecked.
The chat has been, or at least the people who come to my lectures have been well educated in the great Irish tradition of bonk magic, of just inscribing a spell on a stick, and if you hit somebody with it, that means you've got the spell on them. Which can be, and like any clever magic system, it has a lot of technicalities. That target self is valid if you hit yourself with the stick, just as Rachel said.
In all fairness, though, with that one account, it's actually, apparently in Livorgabal, it's actually a lapdog they turn himself into, but frankly, does anybody really want to fight a lapdog? I couldn't do it.
No,
No.
the emotional thing alone. Okay, but actually, while we're talking, now that I'm thinking about animals and I'm thinking about like unlikely animals for us to ride and saints,
Wait,
I
what?
think we should be able to ride a seal.
True.
Because there is a story where St. Brendan turns some seals into horses, and then people get on the horses, and they're taken into the sea, and the horses turn back into seals, and they drown. So, like, why not?
Hey Rachel, is this a thing?
What?
Giant's Causeway.
Yeah, no.
I don't think so. Cool.
Where the
I was
fuck
like,
are
it's
they?
Finn, isn't it?
Where the fuck are... It's Finn! It's Finn! Why?
It's Finn,
Oh,
yeah, it's Finn
they did-
Huxtable, right?
They did the giant thing. It was the assumption that the Fomorians are the Irish Jotnar, and therefore, yeah, and because that's in that story, Finn's a giant and he deals with a giant. Yeah, that's how they got there. At least that's how I would put money on it.
Speaking of Finn, Ben Bulbin. It just has Finn. I'm not sure if that's a thing.
Yeah,
Literally the other side of
probably.
Ulster.
Wait,
Or
I'm sorry, Yates? Who's fighting Yates?
I mean, I'm down for
no,
fighting
Sean's just referencing Yates because Sean's incredibly needlessly posh, despite being an assassin.
No, I just like just to remove all plausible deniability that this game takes place in the 9th century.
No, the codex entries are written by one of the people operating the Animus.
Oh, right.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Oh.
No, not saying. We found the other saga page. It said roar. It should just be
I think I know why. I think they know why they did that, because the one song that Kiara sings is Cunad Leophile. The Leophile sings, so they're calling back to the song there.
No, you got me thinking about that harp again.
You're welcome.
Why do they mention the Isu with the Giant's Causeway and not put in a point?
I've got nothing.
Project Gutenberg. Well, the question is, what are you looking at on Project Gutenberg? Because Project Gutenberg is basically anything that's over 100 years old and is in the public domain. They don't function as a quality source. They function as what they could get a hold of. So on that level, if it comes to resources in the public domain, I highly recommend Celt page or the Mary Jones Celtic Compendium, because you can be guaranteed with those two that you're looking at genuine medieval Irish materials. And I'll get you a hold of the UCC Celt page, because me talking about it won't exactly help you.
The big thing, the helpful thing with Project Gutenberg, Project Gutenberg and the Internet Archive are different things, aren't they?
They are very different.
Yeah.
Things.
Right. Yeah. Never mind.
Yeah,
Internet Archive is that it's less than 100 years old.
Yeah, it's why I use it to get a hold of Makana, because I can't be forced to buy Makana yet.
Yeah.
There's also Open Library, which is very good, which is basically Internet Archive again.
There are a bunch of early Celtic studies resources that are not great in public domain, but the only thing that has ever been done on a certain topic, because there are so few of it. Oh shit, cutscene. I'm sorry.
Well,
another of these?
You deserve
Yeah.
a seat next to Odin.
Yeah, don't worry about it. We're gonna just kill another random Norse warrior because that's what we do.
Dudes are we gonna run into who are just like, kill
Just these two.
me.
Just these two.
I'm like, you're young enough to still fight people. You could.
Celt
You don't have to do this.
Celt is ancient, and it shows it. Mary Jones, of the two of them, I kind of recommend more, because even though it's less thoroughly academic, you have it divided by genre. So if you want mythological cycle literature, you get mythological cycle literature. If you want Fenian literature, you get Fenian literature. And it's really helpful if you just want to refresh yourself on something. If you know what you're looking for, there's also the you know the one.
Codex.
The Codex, exactly, where you can just look it up, and it will give you a link to, if it's on archive.org, anywhere that it might be stored, they will link you to it. So I've been known to use that.
The my totally incomplete thought, which I've almost lost track of what was it. There's a lot of work in Celtic studies that is super duper old and super outdated and not great, but the only thing we have. So like those of you who have tried to read the Book of Invasions know that it's very hard to deal with because it's formatted in a really weird way and kind of a mess, but it's literally the only time it's been edited or translated. Edited or translated, or edited and I think it's either
Edited or.
Yeah.
It's literally never. Nothing like it had been done up until that point, and nobody is going to do it again. Even though, if I'm mistaken, there is somebody who might be doing it, but it's
really?
the kind of thing you drag your feet on.
It would be functionally, for our audience, for context, it would functionally be a life's work. It is such a big and complicated mess. It would require someone to dedicate their life to it, and no one's going to give you funding for that.
The thing, what should be kept in mind with the Book of Invasions, we call it the Book of Invasions. That's a mistake, because it isn't one book. It is a patchwork of traditions compiled across Ireland's history. And there was a time when basically any scribe worth their salt would have had a copy of it in the library, which means you have numerous redactions of it that would include different information. And the job of a proper editor would be to make sure that all of the different traditions are represented properly. So you would have to make sure you went to every single manuscript we had on hand and write it down. And Irish material is written in a very difficult to understand script that also uses heavily uses abbreviations, it heavily uses different tricks to try and get it down.
Uh-huh. By the way, Jake, I see you. Good to see you, man. Ace of Spades there is another one of my former classmates. Heyo. And once again, a thank you to everyone who has followed over the last stream. I cannot thank you all because there are, well, 31 of you who have followed recently, which is awesome. But I appreciate every one of you.
Good news. We're about to go to the loch that was formed by horse piss in the Denhenicus.
Oh, heck yes.
Oh, this is my master's supervisor. This is her PhD
Yes.
Oh,
yes,
awesome.
Lee Bon. Lee Bon was also here, but I primarily know it as the horse piss loch.
It's a better story.
Wait, isn't Liban in the horse piss story? I swear.
Yes, because it was her father who was drowned in horse piss.
Mm-hmm. And then she lives in the lake.
In the horse piss lake with her lapdog who's turned into an otter, which is like a fun pun.
And then she becomes a saint, presumably for living in horse piss for all those years.
Yeah, because there's also some debate, right, over whether she was a salmon or whether she was just like a salmon-like mermaid creature when she was in the lake.
It's super unclear in the text.
This is my favorite story in the Denhenicus, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I love art stuff, but this is my favorite story.
This is... Yeah,
I'm very interested to see the shield.
I also love that she lives in the horse piss lake for like a year or so before she turns into the salmon.
That's actually...
That shield's fine!
Yeah.
I'm spooked! What is this?
Yeah,
so, I'm not used to this.
Thorgester supposedly was... And this description was also fine. A shield used by one of the first chieftains to set foot in Ireland.
In Ireland, too.
It's fine. The whole thing is just... That's historically plausible. In every way.
It's scary. When something's too historically plausible, I'm just like, where are you?
I don't know. I don't know. I am literally using Gungnir, which has the superpower of is long. And then I get saddled with this totally normal shield. What this means is we're going to have to upgrade it and see how it goes weird. I have to warp over anyway, so we can actually just warp quick over to the... We can warp over to the blacksmith, we can upgrade it, we can see how it goes weird. Exactly. Position, you understand.
I'm gonna head out.
Okay.
I'm kind of falling asleep.
That's reasonable. It's been...
Good night, Meg.
Yes.
Good night, Meg.
Thank you so much for coming on. Chat, everyone, all subscribers throw a wave for Meg in the chat.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, Gazishan wants a sanity check.
Oh yeah, no, it's gone. It's gone.
What?
What?
What is happening?
What's going on?
We're good.
This is
We're good.
fine.
I loved that phonetic spelling of Dinhanicus that we saw in the chat. That was beautiful.
I can actually link you to the horse piss story. I'll hook you up. Incidentally, there are in fact multiple horse piss stories because they loved this story so much. It was so heartwarming to them. This is one variation on it. There are a few others like this, but this is one that's easy to link to, so I'm including.
Lads, I've got to go. I'm being summoned for a much later dinner than Meg's.
Sounds good.
I will try and make it back if I'm not like completely asleep, but this might be a goodbye for the rest of the stream.
That's fair.
Okay.
Thank you so much for coming on, Eleanor,
Thanks for
too.
coming out.
This was awesome.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. I loved getting to see the every armor set. Oh god.
Every single one.
Every single
There's
one.
no escape.
Okay, good night all.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Sure, it's a pleasure to see you.
I just looked at it, Cap. It looks to be mostly modern folklore, so I can't comment on it too much because I'm very solidly like medieval.
Okay, this is by. I'm looking at it. This looks like the kind of thing I would have read about 7 years ago, but I'm way behind. It does look very thoroughly folklore. So, and the problem with folklore is it's rather hard to check folklore for authenticity in the same way that I can check mythology. Because with mythology, you could tell me, yeah, I love the one story where Lugh is Nuada's son, and he rides to Cathnag Tirith on a rainbow unicorn. And I can go, so I have Cathnag Tirith in front of me, and there's nowhere that happens. So either you have a source I don't, or one of us is wrong. And I'm leaning towards you. But when it comes to folklore, it's kind of hard to do that because by the nature of folklore, you can't really check it.
I'm so sad about this shield.
This
shield was so good.
The shield is still, could be way worse. The shield is still at this could be far worse than it is. So the Druidic breaches can upgrade, and the Dublin champion stuff can upgrade. Okay.
I'll be honest, I kind of like the darker look to the sickle these days. It's looking more and more goth.
Uh-huh. I think I got the rest of the Dublin champion set too. Where is it? Modernate, Roos, Dublin champion. Does have upgrades. Let's see what this does. Well, that was
fascinated that you can't.
That was underwhelming. I know. It is weird. It is extremely weird, and there's a lot of scrolling these days.
Any experts on modern Irish folklore? I don't really know anybody off the top of my head. I know plenty of people who do modern Irish folklore while they're doing the medieval stuff. And I have access to a few resources on it, but I don't know anybody specifically who focuses on them. I know that they do it because at UCC we have they have their own department. But unfortunately, they are more with the modern Irish department, and we don't really deal with them.
You guys don't talk to each other?
They kind of stole our common room.
Reasonable. That is the exact kind of petty we like.
Yeah, it's a thing, and they also stole our manuscript.
That's a bigger problem. The infinitely fluffy pants become now fluffy pants with bones.
Something I've observed, and I'm not just talking about UCC, I'm talking about more in general, is that I've noted that among certain modern Irish scholars, there's the belief that while they are relevant and necessary, we just study old dead things.
Mm-hmm. I will say about, sorry, I lagged out super heavily there for a second. Whoever was asking about the folklore question, the language consultant for this game did their PhD on, am I going to get this wrong? No, I'm going to get it right. Modern folklore regarding the seal woman motif as it appears primarily in Ireland and Scotland around the North Atlantic.
I think somebody did that. I think that was, did they go to Harvard?
Yeah, it's Greg, the commenter, the language person.
Yeah. Because I remember seeing that in the most when I applied to Harvard, I was trying to make sure that I could actually do what to do. Seal wives, excellent.
Yeah, Greg is a total sweet dog.
I have a lot of admiration for him because he was one of them who, when I got into the program, he was right there asking anything I can. Sorry, they were one of the first to go, hey, anything that you need help with.
Totally, like, biggest sweetheart in the world. Like, also, very helpful for our audience. Great thing when you're very, very, very tall, like Greg. When there's a conference going on and you have, like, a ton of people in the same room, you use them to help find everybody else. Because you're like, I'm south of Greg. I can see Greg. Greg is standing over everybody else here.
Smart. Cool. We have spent all of our upgrade materials to make things painful. Amazing. Well, yeah, that shield. It still is wooden. It didn't turn up fully metal. It just turned mostly metal. yay. I guess.
It's not awful, is what I would say it.
Could be worse. Could be worse. That's just the state we are at. We are always at it could be worse. Let's go potentially raid a monastery, but also potentially just like yoink ticket to get into something.
Yeah, I'm interested in seeing what this King's Pass is, because...
So am I. I am very curious.
Because they treat it as a proper noun in the sentence, so I'm like, I'm worried that this is something that I should have figured out by now. I've been thinking about it, and I googled it once or twice, and I'm like, I don't know what we're talking about.
I'm just going to assume it's like a random, like... Basically like an admission ticket. That looks and functions like an admission ticket.
Charlie, you can't sell my mouse. My dog, unfortunately, is trying to sell my mouse, which is... Fine, you get attention.
I mean, give the puppy attention.
He gets scratches. This
There
is
we
my
go.
mouse. Oh god, you smell like poop breath. Curly.
Cap, for the sake of, because this is being recorded and they are my colleagues, I will qualify it as just differences in university politics.
Exactly. It was a difference of university politics. Curly is very happy with the game because it keeps him in the room and giving him scritches.
Aww. Well, I'm glad I can help the puppy.
And also because this is being recorded for the sake of diplomacy, I'll say it isn't more really like they physically stole the manuscript, more that they have taken the burden of dealing with the manuscript off of our shoulders because they're the ones who have been primarily dealing with it when it comes to the public. So when it comes to, for example, public presentations, stuff like that, the Modern Irish Department has taken over with that, as opposed to burdening the Old Irish Department with it.
I'm really interested in these house designs.
These house designs... Yeah.
They're not roundhouses, and it's confusing me.
Yeah, I mean, there is one roundhouse right there. But I think it's, you know, this is a Norse settlement TM. Ergo, you do Norse settlement things. Which means Norse-style houses. Even if that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. That doesn't work as an entrance. That doesn't work as an entrance. Perfect, this works as an entrance. Maybe? Maybe not. Because that's blocked, that's... There's a piece of gear in here that I don't want to lose out on. Because I am nothing if not here for questionable gear sets. Oh, perfect. Suspicious fall. Okay, so that does break... No, that doesn't break open.
Are these the same watchtowers we've seen in, like, England? These kind of, like, weird, like, tree things?
Yep.
Okay, cool. I was sitting there staring at them, and I was like, if those are unique to Ireland, that's a curiosity, but if it's just a game thing, that's fine.
Let's see where I can possibly... No entrances in here. Nothing. Can't blow the roof off that. You can't just burn down the roof and then walk in. That doesn't work for some reason. Is this you have to come in from below?
I bet it's some kind of cellar, because it's kind of like on a raised part of the... Yeah.
A raised part of the rock, but I don't actually see... I don't actually see an entrance down here that is...
We think medieval Ireland has achieved more attention in media. Yeah, yes and no. I think the Fate franchise has done... which would probably upset a fair amount of scholars, but the Fate franchise has done more to popularize the images of many figures from the Ulster and Finn cycle than that has been done since the collapse of the Bardic Orders.
Yeah.
And even probably including those, because just how population sizes work. However, and while I obviously make fun of Fate constantly for being wrong, the thing is, Fate is using... I'm pretty sure I can figure out exactly what, but I'm pretty sure they're using a specific... what's his name? Set of Yates translations. So while it's wrong because there's only specific material that has been translated into Japanese, and it's based off really old scholarship. That while Yates is a very important figure for Ireland culturally, had some opinions about the method of translation that are
also
not held up.
And also certain feelings when it came to the female characters. His treatment of Aoife was abominable. As was his treatment of Ever.
Which is too bad, because Ever, like, for everyone's context, as you know, the figure Rachel was talking about earlier, the Favre Tuatha. Tuatha is Cuchulain's, so Ever is Cuchulain's wife. Tuatha is her
uncle.
Words, great uncle,
Great uncle, great uncle, because his sister, I think it's his sister's son is Forgal, and Forgal is Ever's father.
Those are mountain lions.
Great. Those shouldn't be here at all.
So yeah, he's Ever's great uncle.
Where are they importing these from? Why is Ireland importing big cats?
I was wondering that when I saw them in England, but at least in England
there's a brown bear too. Apparently they're just importing all the things right now.
Huh. I mean, sure, medieval kings did import animals, but...
This is next level.
I feel like
the back-ass end of Ireland.
I feel like they were just like, you know what? Everybody loved the animals in Origins so much, so you know what we're gonna do? Put more animals in cages.
No, Niram. They aren't cougars in Ireland. Those are called sovereignty goddesses. Women out stalking dangerous areas for young men.
Bad. No, but
okay,
that's
so that
an angle.
Ah, there it is. There's our entrance. Found it.
But no, that idea of Ever being part Favre is something that literally never gets brought up. And it's also hilarious because if you take Luke as Cuchulain's father, that means that Luke's father fought Ever's great uncle at one point. And nobody brings it up.
It's fine.
It could be hilarious. And yet we never get it.
Wait, aren't we in a religious... Are we in a Druid site, or is this a religious site?
We are in a Norse site, actually.
Oh, geez, alright, never mind, ignore me. Then this house is fine. Why am I complaining about the house?
Yeah. I mean... Yeah. Though the people are doing the bandits are doing the bandit thing of here, let me just show y'all his face no, never mind. It's just twisted around. See that lovely human skull?
Yep. Oh.
Just strapped to their face. Just casual like.
Where does Mork show up? Is he? That would be in the Valhalla era, and that's why I wouldn't know.
Yeah, it's one of the. Is it the Partholonian one?
Yeah, it's in the Partholonian. That's why I didn't deal with it as much, because I'm much more focused on the Tuatha Dé and Fairvolk. but one of the reasons why he might be named Mork is it depends, because sometimes you have characters who have and sometimes it's literally because they wanted to fill a name slot. I'm going to check Edil really quickly. I'm not going to guarantee I can find anything on Edil, but I'm going to check anyway.
Okay.
I hope
Okay.
it's based off more, and it's just like this guy's name's big.
Okay, here's what I'm getting from Edil, keeping in mind that Edil can give many different meanings. One is that it means a great fire, a bonfire, possibly a large mass heap or pile. And another possible meaning would be a boar. Either way, I think that with this, no matter what we get from that, we might get that feeling of destruction, of chaos, which works very well for the Partholonian section of the Vorgabala era.
Actually, before we go off and do the thing, I want to go get another item, because we can. We have the power.
Incidentally, as far as meaningful names go, one of my favorite would be Strang McSenken, who's the guy who cuts off Nuida's arm in the first Battle of Moitura. And the reason why his name is important is that it literally just means to cut. That's literally all it means.
Fair enough. Well, you know what his job is, and he does it well.
I mean, he's my boy, so...
Oh, and by the way, thank you, Jake, for the subscription. I appreciate that a lot, man.
If any of you, since we were actually just talking about a name and the meaning of the names, if anyone's interested, there is a medieval Irish text, there's 3 medieval Irish texts that all deal with this, all the same name. Very confusing. But they're up on the Mary Jones site that Rachel was talking about. It's called
On the Fitness of Names?
Yeah, Cor Athnam. But it's attempted medieval Irish like linguistics and like explaining why people have certain names. Some of it's very well done. Some of it is they do not understand how Latin works, but that's fine because it is like they are like 13th century texts. I'll give them a pass on not knowing linguistics. Are there any theories about why they on the storm cloud? I'll give that to you, Rachel.
Yeah. What you might see in a couple stories with the Tuatha De Danann where they appear in this cloud of mist, and it's just like, I feel like there's something to do with liminality in that sense. They go from their world into ours, and they do it via mist. This also happens in Violent Skull, where Luke shows up in this cloud of mist. And on one hand, it could be just a later tradition. But on the other hand, I do think there might be something behind that idea of the Tuatha De going from one world into the other and via that specific cloud. So, that's what I suspect happens in the Vorgabal Aaron. It's hard with the Vorgabal Aaron because we're dealing with the idea that the Tuatha De they aren't part of Ireland's legendary history until fairly late in the game. So, we have to be mindful of that and that we're dealing with a later tradition here. But at the same time, I do think there's something to it.
I am now panicked and going through my list of articles I have on my computer trying to find the translation of the Cuchullan's shield text.
Because he does have a shield, right?
It's just a shield.
It's just not this shield.
Yeah, it's...
At all.
Yeah. Cuchullan's shield also isn't magic. There is a description of it in... is this dated? It's not dated. For context, the last time this was worked on was like 1911, so it's been a while. But it is it's described as a shield. All the men of Ulster have to have unique designs on their shield. This has become the trend when Cuchulainn comes back from his training. So he goes to the shield maker and says, "I need you to do this for me." And the shield maker goes, "I'm not too sure about that. I'm kind of busy." And Cuchulainn goes, "If you don't do it, I'll fucking kill you." And the shield maker goes, "Oh, good argument." So he gets his design etched onto his shield, which is kind of like an upside, like a wonky looking V is the best way I could describe it, from the description we're given. Yeah. So it's
yeah, real thing. And the description actually did vaguely reference that saying that Cuchullan's shield is uniquely engraved, unlike that of any other Ulsterman, which
that's technically true.
Technically true.
So is everybody's.
Yes, but this particular shield is a scaled-up version of the Battersea shield, a Law 10 design shield found in England. So probably dating to the later Bronze Age. I think the estimate is like another one that's like 4th or 5th century BC. That shield is actually only 77 centimeters long, so it's really just sort of present. It covers your arm and not a whole lot else. But here we are.
The garnets on it would have to be fucking huge if it was an actual,
oh god, yeah.
like, shield.
Yeah, and so the piece we have is actually bronze, and it's the covering to a wooden shield. Which, it's not clear if this one is. It's not... Nope, this one is fully metal. Okay. Way up in the ring fort, there's a piece of gear. I wonder if I can get in that. Boo. Okay, then we will do the main story, I guess. And yes, it is the pair, according to in the British Museum's catalogue anyway, it is the pair to this shield, which is the Wandsworth shield, which is found literally in the River Thames. No, it says it's Spartan according to this game.
Cap, if you... Not to just constantly tell people to come and bother me, but if you want to come bother me, I have done a bunch of work on Celtic D&D stuff, so I can potentially help you with that. Just come send me a message on Discord through those stuff, and I'll get you set up with stuff.
Also, even though I'm not as good with the Discord and the gaming stuff, if you just need somebody to consult on some of the stuff, Emmett is very capable, but if you need another opinion, I'm here. I'm not just here to consult for this.
If you want a pessimist, you have me. If you want an optimist, you have Rachel. You've got both sides of the coin.
Who is Fergal?
The King of Dublin speaks of a cousin who
Oh,
advised
shit,
us
cussing.
for a time. A glorified goat herder who should have taken our advice. So, Stern,
Oh, look at that fucking chair.
what brings a Viking from Donegal here?
You tell me. I came at your invitation.
There's some mistake. I sent no such message.
Donald and Neil.
It could have
Why
been
is Emmett the pessimist, I wonder?
But he loves Vikings.
Emmett's the pessimist about gods. I'm like, fucking prove it.
We'll get to the root of this, I assure you.
In all fairness, I'm not that optimistic, but I am optimistic. Because I studied under John Kerry for too long.
Barthur, you're
And I-
extremely drunk right now.
Is that shield right?
What?
The big round shield, like with the
No drink for
with the
me.
cross hammered
I'll
onto it.
return when you have finished
I'm
your
not sure which
king's
one.
business.
Oh, it was behind Bard, sorry.
Drink you're wanting, you should take a tour of the ring fort. It's
Oh,
enough
I see it
to
on the
have
over on the side there.
As we've told you several times, King Barda, the ring fort.
I will say, what we're seeing in this scene right now is pretty on point.
You could even say that it's closed.
Like, it would be very expected to,
So you're keeping prisoners there.
that actually is potentially illegal, what they're just talking about right now.
Yep.
Do you think I haven't taken a few
Like,
hostages
probably in
myself?
violation
We'll
of
seek
some
out
of the
a place to
hospitality
rest
laws.
until you remember
Yeah.
why I was summoned here.
Yep.
Of course.
But getting someone super hammered at a party literally would be expected. Like, not doing that would be considered quite rude.
Literally, one of the reasons why the Tuatha Dé get so pissed off at King Bress and Castlemac Turth is that their breaths do not smell of ale when they leave his fort.
Aw.
If I read
He throws shit parties.
freeing
Yep.
Fergal could be key to liberating Harlech. And to do that,
I'm now really thinking about that, like, Hilarious with two shields on. I'm trying to decide if this would be in violation of those hospitality laws or not. I think it would.
I think it would
Because
too.
Eivor probably technically counts as a king legally.
Probably.
Like a jarl probably count because of like what, like
Yeah.
the lowest form of king.
Yeah.
Sort of, kind of.
Under Irish law, the lowest form of king is just like person in charge of a bunch of other people in a vague territory.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think you can make a strong case for Eivor being a king under the Irish laws.
I think that's fair.
Eivor is almost definitely from nobility, given what we see of their father early on. Like, that's a nobleman.
Her biological father is definitely also a chieftain, Insofar as, right, if there isn't exactly a very rigid vertical designation of anything in Norse society, especially early in the Viking Age. So it's not like there's any sort of hereditary nobility. It's pretty much who attracts followers. And Varden clearly accomplished that. So, yeah, petty king, chieftain, king, kind of however you want to frame that.
Now,
I'm
not
sure there
sure.
has been work done on this. Because, like, this feels like something that would definitely have come up in the early period, like trying to legally quantify the Norse who are showing up.
I feel like what they would do with the Norse would be they'd just say king. Like, the Irish, I don't know, they were very liberal when it came to who they described as kings.
They had a broad definition of the term.
And, you know, and I think in a lot of the annals you do just have, and then this came over. Though a part of me is tempted now to look up when, for example, the Ragnarsons were in Dublin and seeing what it has to say about them, because that would be an interesting.
Looking up which text has to say about them?
Well, that would be in the Annals of Ireland. They would have been bringing that up with the Annals of Ulster.
That makes sense.
Because I know that in the Myth and Mythography Truth article, one of the ways that they were able to show how Cathmag Truth reflects the political reality of 9th century Ireland is that they use the annals as a source.
It makes sense.
That is actually an interesting question that we have just been asked. Adam, how common would it be for someone of Eivor's status at this time to be illiterate? Ignoring literate in all the different languages we see, but just like illiterate at all.
Complicated. 9th century. It still is extremely possible for an elite Norse person to go through life not knowing minimal to no writing. Maybe having basic runes. It's just like a thing, but for the most part, you're not seeing a whole lot of writing going on as like a common or particularly present thing.
But in terms of skills,
in the time, if they're in contact with overseas stuff, having rudimentary Latin is probably fairly plausible. So you're right, you might have some basic literacy, but it's super variable based on individual as to what is likely. Pretty much any combination of from the scale of fully illiterate to fluent in multiple languages is plausible.
And for our audience, which I just realized might be useful to point out, while we teach reading and writing at the same time, that's not the case in medieval Europe. It is common for people who know how to read, but not write.
Yes.
Right, because you don't always you can pay people to do that yourself. You don't necessarily
specialized
need
skill.
that. Yeah.
Do you really want somebody to not be able to read your diplomatic dispatch because your writing is so goddamn poor? No, you hire a professional scribe for that shit.
Yep.
Which is also why, despite what the game wants you to believe, there wouldn't be diary entries written around because the diary hadn't gone into use yet.
Correct.
Hey, you're Eivor, right?
But also, I do like the point that literacy and education are two different things, because if you're a nobleman or woman in this case, you're going to be taught a certain group of elite skills.
Yep.
Oh, an interesting thing we can actually talk about right now, which I just realized we should have been talking about right when all this came up. Hostage taking.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
So, okay, when we say hostages, everybody has a very specific thing in mind. Medieval Ireland takes hostages constantly, but they're different than we often imagine. If there is an agreement made, there has to be a hostage exchange, unless it's between two foster siblings or immediate family members. Any contract at all has to have hostages. Hostages are not necessarily a hostile thing. It's just a way contract law works. There are also expectations for how you treat hostages. Not everybody always follows them because, you know, life.
No,
When somebody
say,
becomes king, after you.
But you say not everyone always follows them. It's more like the rules are more guidelines.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know, when you're wealthy and have a small army, the law can kind of be what you want.
But I will say that from what Philip, one of our PhDs, is actually doing his dissertation on, and he kind of pointed out that it looks like, for the most part, given the general casualty rating in medieval Ireland, your life was fairly good if you were a hostage. You had a significantly higher chance of surviving it.
Yeah, it's super cool. And Philip, shout out to Philip, who probably will never in a million years see this. Philip is our PhD student who has a real grown-up job. Philip is an actual, like, engineer, who is by far the best dressed person at the department because he has come from his actual job in his full suit. And it's like, yes, Philip. He's great.
But the work he's doing on hostages is absolutely brilliant.
Oh, like, amazing. Like, he's... Oh, and, like, one of the... For the audience, and again from... I'm pretty sure this is from the same lecture by Philip that Rachel and I attended. Killing hostages was a super big deal.
Yeah, you don't do that.
It was one of the 3 black crimes, is killing hostages.
I was going to say you don't do that, but really you do that if you want to make a very specific point, which is mainly you fucked up. Like, if you really want to totally break with somebody, like totally nuke everything to the ground, that's when you kill the hostages.
They will normally then kill the hostages of yours. It's a big deal to do it because you're choosing to sacrifice a bunch of people
of yours as well.
Yours. Yeah.
And also, it should be noted is that we think of hostages, and there was this major negotiating period with them, where it would be like, because if you are taking a hostage from somebody, you want somebody who's really close with them. You want somebody who, if they die, the king will be personally devastated by. Whereas the king doesn't want to give over any of his, so he'll be like, take my second cousin 3 times removed. I swear he's really important to me. I would really care if he died. And you're like, I want your brother instead. How about my uncle? You know, you go back and forth on that sort of thing as far as who you want to lose. So, when we talk about killing the hostages, we aren't just talking about really killing random people here. We're talking about killing people who are fairly important.
Yeah, and this is cross-culturally true in way more than just Ireland. Right, the exact same thing goes on in Norse and early English contexts as well. It's just... This is a broadly cross-cultural thing, and Frankish context. It's pretty much everywhere in the early medieval world is doing this in some form.
I think that to some extent you could almost argue that fosterage was a form of hostage. Like, the idea is that you don't kill your foster son.
Sometimes it absolutely is.
Yeah, sometimes you force people to do it. Like, I'm taking your children, and it's like, okay.
Yes,
I will give them a profession, I will train them, and they'll be more loyal to me than you.
The difference, I would argue, is that in a hostage situation, somebody who is of higher ranking is taking a child from a lower ranking. Whereas with most cases of fosterage that we have, it was actually somebody of higher ranking giving their children over to somebody of lower ranking to foster bonds between them. But that doesn't mean that you couldn't take a child as a hostage and then raise them up. And I'm fairly certain that at least a few times that might have happened politically because, like, you just killed the king. You don't necessarily want to kill the kid because that looks really bad. But you also don't want the little brat running around. So what do? You take him in.
Yep.
Oh. So this scene is interesting. First of all, for everyone's context,
hey, they just specify the difference.
Yeah, an abbot taking hostages is fine. Like, that shouldn't worry anybody.
Yep.
Hostages, not prisoners.
Not
okay,
prisoners.
Very cool.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Good.
Exactly, they just specified that there is a difference.
I appreciate this.
I wasn't going to sit on my arse waiting for you.
I'm impressed.
Don't be. It took days of drinking that swill before...
Very brilliant. This is...
This is better than I thought it could be.
Also, Exactly. Also, Barith pretending to be way drunker than he is,
Make sure that message reaches
as a
when you are
deceit,
later.
is something that is almost explicitly addressed in the poem Halvamal. Of one of the things is, be moderate, because if you're too drunk, you won't pay attention to when people are trying to betray you. And so he's turning that on its head to pretend to be more drunk until he gets a chance to betray someone.
I have to admit, that wasn't Curly, that would be Louis. You can tell by how high-pitched his little voice is. He slightly resembles a mole rat.
Oh, the
Oh,
God, that was such a good. That entire
good.
section was great.
That was brilliant.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh,
my
oh,
standards are so low, but that was a fantastic bit of nuance.
Oh, fucking Christ. Alright, hold on. I have to pull up the resolution so I can read this.
So we had a good.
Marcus?
We had a, now it's time for a bad.
Okay, literally, Marcus would mean pig, and I'm pretty sure that would be primitive Irish. Oh, okay, that is Gaulish. Interesting. He is a real.
Yep.
Oh,
Yep,
Jesus
he is.
Christ.
He is an incredibly faintly attested Gaulish deity? Question mark.
We've got one inscription, just like most Gaulish figures. We got one, and we're gonna make a fucking god out of this.
Hell yeah.
His
Yeah.
name means pig, therefore he's a pig god. It's like, okay. Is every single person named William a very thoughtful helmet?
Yes.
I mean, it's like when people try and argue with titles like Brennus that it, well, with names like Brennus that it was a town. I'm just like, or it could have been a very common name among the nobility.
Yep.
Just like Yaakov with the Irish, we have that name show up a lot. Doesn't mean they all call back to the same god. It means that it was a very popular name among the nobility for a certain period of time. Possibly because the nobility loved their horses so much. The name Yaakov has the root meaning horse.
Oh, this helmet's so fucking weird.
This helmet's a time.
I don't know enough about history. Like, do we have Niram or somebody who knows hats good floating around here? Because
I don't know. Niram, do you know hat's good? I know you know sword's good. Do you know hat's good?
Because the spine on this, I mean, it's making me think Greek stuff. But
It's
that's just because I think horsehair spines.
Yeah. I would say like it could be Roman horsehair crest, but I think there's one Norse helmet I know of that has a horsehair crest. But it does. This whole thing feels Roman.
Yeah, I will say that entire set does feel Roman. I will say, like, if they wanted a medieval Irish warrior set, it's not this. Like this, like it looks like a legionnaire here.
Yeah.
Medieval Ireland had the great invention of very tight woolen pants. Why don't you want those in your game?
It is a mistake. The lack of extremely tight pants is a mistake.
Fucking looking like goth kids coming out of Hot Topic.
True.
Oh, that'd be great. Emmett says as though Emmett wasn't one of those kids coming out of Hot Topic. Oh.
I just want to make sure that there's nothing of value in this abbey. Otherwise, we're not going to. If there's nothing, we're not going to raid it.
Totally fair.
But if there's gear,
I love the breastplate.
Yeah.
I love the little like Cuchulainn and the Hound scene. I'm like, that's very cute. Like, I quite like that. But like the rest of it, I qualify as like that's not like a thing. Cuchulainn does have a screaming hat. It's not that hat. I don't think it's described, but it does scream with the like the cries of battle and the Thuadae, or like it is a Thuadae or spirits of the air, one of the two.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Anyway, we also need to get the rest of these clues real quick. Because we do need we will do the next quest, but right, if this has us kill Alien, then we're gonna have to then hunt down the rest of the Children of Danu.
Yep.
Yes.
Alright, let's go find these.
Because we do need to find a few more of them.
It is interesting that the Druid set that we've got that has all the bones on it. Like, just whenever we've seen bones in this whole stream, I've been thinking about like, that's gonna be useful.
I know.
More evidence.
It's so great.
More fuel for the fire.
AC, we actually haven't I haven't been paying super close attention, but I haven't noticed it yet.
I don't think we've seen the hand, if that's what you're mentioning, AC.
So, we'll keep an eye out. We might be about to go see it right now, but we may not see it until we attack Arma. By the way, Peter, if you want to just mark where they are on the map, if you have a copy of that, and can just, like, quick edit the photo to mark where the people are, in the end, for the 3 I don't have, that'd make my job way easier. Because there's no point in us hunting them down. No, that is just the Leofowl again.
Looks like the earliest reference to the Red Hand is 13th century, but it theoretically existed before that. Yeah. It's a good story.
It's a good story. I'm not sure whether I believe it existed, how far back it existed, but it's a good story.
It is a good story.
Yep. Oh, that's actually kind of an important position the Aura is being given.
This ruse is part of a larger trap, not yet sprung.
Bareth believes to know the minds of these kings, but the church has taken root and flourished since my uncle's death.
And a few centuries before that.
Against you. Did the message say nothing of Abbot Owen?
King Neil and King Donal were doubtless seeking to cast blame elsewhere.
They're saying that the church only moved into Ireland in the time of his uncle?
What?
No.
What?
Wait, like, the earliest we are... The earliest we can date is potentially the 2nd century. Which, yes, it would be really early, but Ireland's weird.
It did.
Yeah.
Also, in theory, his uncle might be very, very old.
You do not command me, Bareth McKeever.
How old is...
If there was an army, my scouts...
Your scouts are dead.
Like what? Like, can I do math? Hold
How
on.
many must die before you learn to trust?
So, 700 years? Yeah.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
Could be anyone.
Grimmelkin makes a good point. How old is his uncle?
Don't invoke your false gods in my presence. Calm down, sir.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Superstar.
Oh, reference of wolves is... Ooh. If that's intentional, it's very clever. I don't think it is, but if it was...
It's also a Norse thing, so it's probably intentional.
Ah, cool.
Yeah.
Yay. Also, Barrett isn't a High King, but he has that... The diadem?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna question it. I'm not gonna do anything.
It's the one... I like how you immediately identified it as a diadem, and I'm like, ah, yes. The one word that's in the Burning Old Irish book. Yeah.
Miund.
Yep.
The word that haunts my nightmares. Actually, I was able to remember it because I thought, okay, Miund looks like mind, which is close to the head, and you put the diadem on your head.
Very
smart.
Clever. The way I remembered it was, what the hell is a diadem? Oh, okay, and it stuck with me since then.
The reason why I pronounce it Miund is that with certain stems of...
Oh, hang on, guys. I have to change some voice settings because my headphones just died, so hang on just a moment, pause that thought. Okay, can you guys hear? Yeah,
I can hear you now.
Perfect. And that means that means that everyone else should be able... No, just a moment. The stream cannot hear you. Yeah, it happens. Device, speakers. There we go. Should be good now.
How about that?
Yep, you guys are here.
Awesome.
Okay.
So yeah, you can just resume that thought.
Okay. With certain stems of Old Irish, if it's an ND ending, you actually kind of add an kind of off sound to it. So with Mind, it is generally pronounced Mind.
I'm grabbing this book to write column down in the chat for people who are interested.
Yeah, of course. Listen, we gotta convert as many people as we can to Old Irish. I don't want to suffer alone.
For anyone who's interested, it sucks. It's awful. That language is terrible. It goes through it comes out of a language collapse and immediately goes into a language collapse.
But it's fun.
Well,
kind of. You'll suffer, but you'll be happy about it. It's kind of like...
It's a good Stockholm
It's for it's Stockholm syndrome mixed with masochism. Okay, Japanese I respect because Jesus Christ, kanji. I tried. I couldn't do it.
Oh, this guy's
Modern Welsh is fun.
on fire.
Seek out Thorn and Kira at the barricades. I'll gather the men and meet us back here.
Modern Welsh is fun because now they have standardized spelling.
Let's end this! Won't take long! Down you bleeding stump!
Sir. You've been standing there for like 10 seconds.
My modern Irish is limited to various imperatives that you can tell your child when they're being slightly misbehaved in the supermarket, because my mom grew up in Ireland, so I know how to respond to various commands.
I don't have that. I just have really the first couple lessons on Duolingo, which are absolutely useless for anything besides Duolingo. I will say that with the program that I'm getting into, they do expect me to learn modern Irish. That is the thing that by the time I'm out of their program in the next 2 years, I will be required to do that and Latin. Okay, so in theory the program lasts for 6 years, around. It usually takes about that long. But there's a big test at the end of the 2-year period where I'll be quizzed on everything that I study, everything I know. Yeah.
I'm glad I exchanged those.
It's going to be fun.
Yeah. If there's anything, obviously anything me or the department can do.
Much appreciated. I don't really know what is going to be required. I just know that it's going to be coming. And it's kind of ridiculous to be worried about it now because it's 2 years in the future, but I am a little bit nervous.
For a question about popular bedtime stories, I don't know, I'm Canadian. Any stories I would read to kids or pets I have? What story? I like the story of the wooing of 18, but I'd cut out the end of it. For a child.
Yeah, that's fair.
But it's nice. If you tell it in a certain way, it is the story of a really excellent romance of somebody chasing their lover through reincarnation.
Or stalking.
Yeah, the end of it is the bit where it gets a bit much. Also a bit in the middle, but that can just be slightly muddled.
I can't honestly.
The wooing of Ever is quite good. If you focus on the fact that Ever plans her own kidnapping, it's a very empowering story.
Just remove the sex and the rape. Remove the rape especially, but also the sex.
Yeah.
But like Children of Lear is the one that people usually use for kid stories, but also there is no way I would traumatize any child of mine with Children of Lear. Like, it's one of the 3 stars of Ireland for a reason. It's depressing. And the one that I always kind of grew up with, and I don't mean grew up with in the sense that it was a regular feature, but in the sense that it was one of the first Irish myths I ever learned, it was the story of how Finn, when fighting, the story of how Giant's Causeway was formed by Finn. So that would probably be the closest.
Where is Barith?
Barith! Can you hear me?
By the way, Sean, do you let me know if you're picking up an echo from my microphone?
Have you seen King Barith?
Aye. He was headed towards the
What see you, old friend?
That may be a thing just because I have to have the game volume up to
He was headed towards
computer
the
volume
farm
up
on the
enough
edge
to
of the
hear
village.
everyone else.
A cold hand that grips my heart.
In general, I think if I ever had any kids, they'd probably not be as enmeshed in my world. Oh god, not Dear to the Sorrows.
Joe doesn't like to do that. Like, Like my dad's a specialist on a specific kind of square. And if you're listening, Dad, hi. If you listen to the last one, my dad's a specialist in a specific kind of squared timber forestry in Canada.
True measure.
Historically.
Not even you, cousin.
Hi, Barrett.
You had your doubts. Good thing I was too stupid to give up.
Your bravery will be remembered, Barrett. I'll see to it. Hold your weapon well, cousin. I will see you in Valhalla.
Siegfried is my Valhalla, Eivor. Valhalla need not be a place.
I actually like this. I actually
like
this line, though it's not.
Flan
it's
must
probably not
back him.
something that they
Have him
necessarily
swear by his God.
believe.
There's nothing the Christians
or
fear
something that they
more
would have
than
believed. It
Almighty's
is at the same time something that is
wrath.
eminently resonant with beliefs of old age and the role of children in the Saga Corpus, and just the importance of children and the importance of passing on something and the pain that comes from losing that. Sona Torek in Ale Saga is perhaps the biggest example of that.
A hero's funeral. Aerith has become a greater man in death than he was in life.
Or maybe we were too small to see his full size.
A harsh truth, but fair. He saw more clearly than I.
Johnny, in historical reality, Sigfrid is probably his brother. In this game, Sigfrid is explicitly his son.
When the abbot is gone and you've tamed the north.
So,
I would expect that was changed to make people understand the inheritance.
Will you give him your royal support?
Clearly.
When he has proven himself.
What was that?
It would not be good politics at this time.
Trolls take your
I
politics.
expect it was changed for the game to make people understand the inheritance more clearly. That this guy's going to be king of Dublin.
Twice?
Yeah, probably. Also just lets them do...
I'll return the favor.
Tell a very specific story on
ready.
specific themes that are way
But he
more
could
resonant than actually
proper
happens
teaching.
Good.
with
He'll benefit from your wisdom.
sibling to
And
sibling.
my support. But neither
Yeah,
throne
that makes
will
total
be
sense.
secure
Also,
while
let them do that. This is a very interesting conversation.
And afterward, the fate of this land will be in your hands. Yours and Sigfrid's.
The horses are being made ready, my king. Sure you don't want to rest your bones and leave by dawn's light?
My thoughts ride too rough for sleep. I've an army
Eivor should be much more worried about this
The
relationship
second may prove harder
than
than the
they are.
first.
Yeah.
Siegfried would have, as a young person, a new king. That is a very
mother used to
precarious
tell me how the
position where they
Morrigan would feed on the
establish
death
more
of
powerful
heroes.
hiking.
Then
That's
fill
begging.
men's heads
Hey,
with thoughts
please
of war.
kill me and take my land
I
and
imagined
money.
using the Tara
Morgan.
Storm to drown out their song.
Morgan
the
came
way
on the
Bishop
Death of
Patrick
Yorkshire,
drove the
yeah.
snakes from
Nation's
Ireland.
bird eats corpses.
There's no power strong enough to do
Maybe
what you
Bishop
say.
Patrick drove away snakes from Ireland.
Not even the
Is that a
gods
thing
can
yet?
change
I don't
fate. The world
I
is
think it might
destined to
just be
end.
becoming a thing.
'Twas not but the fantasy
Like,
of a
I think
young
that might have been a
girl's soul.
9th century saint's life that
Tell
appears
Flann
in
I'll
for the
come
first
to him
time.
after I've
You're right,
arranged
it's the
things
patrician
with
text,
Sigfrid.
so it would be
Tell him
contemporary.
yourself. I'm not leaving
Still,
yet.
isn't something that Kiara should really know because she's a druid.
Yeah, she's not one of the 10 people who's currently in a O'Neill monastery making that up right now. Being like, how do we make this guy look like he can fucking bench press a bus? The most important thing.
This is so sad. Play Desposito.
Rachel, no. So Adam, from a release the
Irish firefly?
You can collect fireflies in this game. It's not a big deal.
That's cute. From a Norse perspective, Adam, would this situation between the younger King of Dublin and a more powerful established, like, from an Irish position, that automatically makes me anxious. I'm like, that kid's gonna die. What would the situation from a Norse perspective be?
Oh, the kid's position is super precarious right now. It's hardly a guarantee that they're gonna die, but it's also they've got decent spots of being coerced and or persuaded into basically signing away the kingship and just getting incorporated into the larger domain, or just getting gobbled up. It wouldn't necessarily happen. There are plenty of cases of father-son things where it wouldn't. The thing that honestly is more convenient is just that there currently isn't there isn't a sibling. Right? There is only one heir to this throne. And the nobles of the city are likely to accept him as that, even if there's a High King and or neighboring king that's quite eager to gobble it up. But the bigger thing would if there was another sibling, part of inheritance, basically guarantees there would be a civil war. Like, solidly 80% chance of there being a civil war over the title of king. So, yeah, it's not a great situation. We don't envy. I don't envy Sigrid at all. Okay, Bali Nagal along the Ban River in southeast Ulster. Okay, we're gonna go hunt down the rest of the Druids, because this seems like a good time to go hunt down the rest of the Druids.
Sounds great. Bali Nagal sounds really familiar, and I don't know why. It's probably just one of the place name stories, but we've heard a song about it. Is it something of the foreigners?
I was thinking. Let me check. Because it's annoying me now. No, I don't care about AC Valhalla.
Oh, that's the one thing I will say. This game has made searching some place names really hard. Because all it comes up is IGN. I'm like, no, I'm trying to...
Bali Nagal. Okay, it's supposed to be one word. Okay, let me check. Or... might be Town of the Foreigners is a Gaeltacht village in the Ardnacapna region of the Dingle Peninsula of County Kerry. Its actual name these days is Ballydavid.
That shouldn't be on the map if it's in Kerry, right? Because Kerry is beside Cork.
Okay,
right?
this might be the wrong Bally... Oh my god, fucking Vikings settling everywhere. There look like there are two Ballynagals. There's one that's written out is all one word, and one that's written out is 3 words. And we're looking at the one that's all one word that's in County West.
Oh, okay.
In Leinster. This is our place. But fucking Vikings settling everywhere.
And Irish are like, oh no, it's the place where the foreigners are. It's like, there's a lot of places.
Best in Hanukkah story for me would be Carnunate, which is in, these days it's known as Mizenhead. It's the southernmost tip of Ireland. And I love it because it's where my favorite character died.
There's one, for my answer, there's one text that is a very, very long joke that I really like. Essentially, it's a long thing, it's a hostage, there's a hostage exchange, it goes badly, a contract is broken, and the guarantors have to step in. And the guarantors are like Ket Maga, Cuchulainn, and Conall Kirnoff, and there's these duels between our 3 guarantors and the people who violated the oath. And the story sets up this one guy as like the antagonist for Conall, and like hypes up how big and dangerous he is for ages. And he referred to as like Eric. I think it's Eric. Eric of the 3 heads. 4 heads. Eric of the 4 heads. And just all right, sure. We got a marble pedestal sitting on the ground, sure. If he eventually, when he does fight Conall kills him in like half a sentence, and then it goes, and that's why and thus he was killed by Conall of the 100 heads. So it's this very funny thing where the text establishes what you expect is going to happen, and then immediately undercuts it, and then emphasizes how much more powerful Conall was than this person they've just been typing up for the entire text.
Instantly, that text is relevant to my interest because that's also when the are been totally annihilated from Ireland. Another favorite would be the Danann of Carmon, because with that one, you have a Greek witch trying to invade Ireland, and you have all the Tuatha kind of banding together to fight against her. It's just a really interesting text from that perspective.
All the ones that are named after bits of the bull that got torn apart during Pombokulina, that's just neat. So you have places like the horn, or like I think there's the thighs of the cow of the bull somewhere. Good stuff. Oh, and then there's the Ferdia's Ford, which is one of the 3 places in Ireland where murder is legal. Because essentially the thought logic is there's 3 places where technically murder isn't a crime, and it seems to be because such a heinous act was done there that other murders don't count, because the giant murder that happened there is more significant.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's already all ruined anyway. Might as well here.
That's what I was looking for. Apparently, this town full of Vikings was murdered by the Druids, and so now there's a hint as to where the Druids are. Burned houses between the Blackbag's Dyke and Clogher. Okay. So let's see, the dike is there, so right here. Okay, so yeah, we're just hunting down Druids. It's fine. This'll take probably 20 minutes of me just running around to just find them all, because there's no convenient way of doing this. I just have to kind of run over, locate the hits, and then locate them, and then murder them.
I guess in that case, if the audience wants to just throw questions at the 3 of us, go wild. Otherwise, it's going to be me and Rachel just talking nonsense.
And that's going to include me too, because while there's been very little Norse stuff in this, there's not been no Norse stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, I am actually kind of grateful that they're not focusing again on like Norse culture, and they're letting Irish, some semblance of things that resemble medieval Irish culture, stand on its own argument. Instead of trying to force a comparison that largely isn't valid.
Well, it's funny you say that, because I was thinking this entire time, oh shit, I know nothing about hybrid Norse culture of the 9th century. Shit, fuck.
See, all I know is I don't know, like the Favre are like them, kind of. That's my. I was sitting here being like, that's about all I know. I know they really annoyed the Irish. I know Ulster hated them, which the game does do.
I can talk a little bit about it in the sense that there are some things that I've looked into while I was doing work on the Favre and stuff like that, but I don't know a lot about how this stuff applied in reality, and that's the problem with anything like this, because the reality is different from what we might see in the annals and what we might see in the written sources, and I am way behind on my archaeology.
Yeah, I've been looking at some stuff about North Dublin to make sure that I was at least prepared for it, because my focus is all later saga literature too. I wanted to make sure of at least one, because I knew, right, my job is to be the Viking specialist, and that includes Norse scale.
That's why I'm kind of here like, help us, please, help us.
Yeah, the thing that, the big thing that annoys me is the claims of it, being somehow, I guess. Now, where can you be? North, burning fields and cottages north of the dike. Okay, so he's actually right over in this area. Anyway, they're he's truly right here. Fancy.
He's a sociopath.
Oh, he did an iron house. That's so. Again, for context, I'm sure Adam can confirm the same for the Norse. Burning buildings when people are in them, very effective. But because it's so effective, makes everybody very anxious, and they're very illegal.
Yes.
Yeah, it's
Very
the most
true.
effective way to kill people because people will get into there'll be a feast going on. And what you do is you take all your lads, you go up outside, there's big music and going on so nobody hears you nailing the doors shut. And then you kind of sit back and you put 3 or 4 people by the main door where you haven't locked. And you set the thing on fire, and your guys stand there and just kill everybody who's drunk who walks out of the building.
Yep.
It's also why it shows up so often in revenge stories.
That's super true. Anyway, Rollers J did ask, are there really Vikings south of Denmark? And the answer is, you can make some arguments that parts of the Frisian coast went on raids. But in terms of things we recognize as broader Viking culture, of like stones referring to clearly the Norse gods, and camera please, and some of the specific material cultures, Frisia looks a bit different, and so I think you really can't meaningfully say that by the 8th or 9th century that we are looking anywhere farther south than Denmark for an origin point for raiders. Now, push Denmark's borders south. I think that's an important thing to keep in mind. We need to Haithabu, or in modern Germany, and actually in Schleswig-Holstein, counts as Denmark. According to several Arabic texts, right, that is clearly a Viking Age town, and in fact, we know from the material culture there that is Norse. So, this is, we need to push Denmark's borders to be farther south, but yeah, especially post Charlemagne's conquests at the very beginning of the Viking Age anyway, you really can't meaningfully speak of any farther south than Denmark being Viking culture. Problematic term, but we'll use it anyway. And then also, so there's a lot of external, position asked. There's a lot of, external people coming into Ireland. Are there any famous medieval Irish people outside of Ireland?
Let's see your silver.
To
That's a drinking game without a prize.
We actually do have a few, mainly via the ecclesiastical route.
I guess Brennan.
Because you have a few. Brennan is one. The one I was actually thinking about St. Columba, who established St. Gall, along with the titular St. Gall, both of whom were Irish. So you have these Irish scholars, these Irish monks, really going far abroad and spreading not just the Bible, but also Irish literacy with them. So you have this period of time where a lot of material that's being produced. The manuscripts and stuff might be held all throughout Europe, but they were Irish hands that wrote them down.
Yeah, I don't really know of any, like... I feel like I should know more. I know there's a lot of Irish people who are miscellaneously wandering around. But they're like... Ireland is mostly concerned about Ireland, and people leave Ireland to go in... It's the reason it's mostly the religious caste, or not caste, religious class who leave is just as part of these kind of like overseas adventures where they go and find more monasteries. They're really influential in the Frankish courts, but you don't get like a random Irish king going and bothering, I don't know, like Muslim Spain. You get it the other way around. You have some very poor, awfully unlucky, I think a brother of one of the Iberian kings, who is sent up to Dublin because he was being too annoying, and he had to live there for like a decade as an emissary. But yeah, like there definitely were Irish people out there. Just, you know, I don't know any named ones.
I believe that Shakespeare might have made a reference to Irish poets rhyming the rats to death. And if that's the case, then that actually would be referring to Torpius, who was a medieval Irish bard. So apparently some of this might have spread to England.
And for Sunshine Moon, your Druid question, this is the very tail end of the historical period for Druids. Yep. At least that's what I got told by John. That like the 9th century is like the last moment. They're gone in the 10th, but there seems to be a ghost of them at the start of the 9th. But technically, we're not at the start of the 9th, but it's technically the same century. What kind of characters or stories involving these actual late era druids would I love to see? I would love to see the late era druids have been pushed out of their social niche. They seem to have had one before this, but by the time we see them in the 9th century, they seem to have been oracles before this. But because Irish clergy were very functionally broad, if you needed curses, you could get one from the clergy. If you needed soothsaying, though you probably shouldn't be, you could get it from the clergy. The clergy had, the clergy had taken over the druid role. Now, were the druids originally priests? Well, that's a big question that no one is willing to answer on the grounds of, oh, that's hard, especially in Ireland where there's other people who may have filled that niche instead. But specifically, what we can say is that the druids were pushed out of the historic social niches they held until in the 9th century they existed essentially as war wizards and then faded from that too. I think it would be an interesting thing to look at, literally the last of the druids, and it's just like my social niche doesn't exist anymore. My job, it's like being made redundant at a job. Being like what I can do is done by other people that the public is more willing to trust and work with. You could even examine the really funky legal situation druids are in, where legal texts simultaneously say these are very naughty boys, very, very out there doing naughty things, and then at the same time says, oh, they're also one of the highest status people. They're in the, third highest social group? Mm-hmm. Third highest social group. I think that would be an interesting story, and it would be historically accurate, and it would be mournful in the sense of this is the end of a tradition, and who knows what this tradition used to be, but it's ending here, and you can even then bring in the modern themes of redundancy and the loss of jobs and things getting narrower and narrower. And what are these people going to do? They're losing their jobs, they're losing their social niches. It's all kind of fading away.
Hard seconding to that one as far as that idea of loss and what that idea of them being the last. It's over. What I'd also be interested in seeing would be dealing with the preservation of materials, because even though the question of how much of this stuff was actually written down is always contentious, we do have druids existing at the same time as this stuff is being written down. And the druids were historically opposed to writing this sort of thing down, but that kind of tension that's going on here, and that kind of tension as far as how do we transmit this stuff, how do we keep this stuff alive, that's a topic that a lot of medieval Irish live very much concerned with. Joseph Naj has done a lot of work with that one.
As we've been sitting here, Rachel, I'm it's very easy to figure out who our supervisors are by the same 3 people we both of us always talk about. Yeah. In all fairness, I haven't done as much with Naj yet, but I've been trying to prepare myself because I will be working with the man. I can't either. Rachel, you get quiche with your old Irish class. It is. I know. I'm so envious of you. This office is so cute. Oh, you're gonna love it. I can't wait. Oh, do priests do necromancy in Ireland? I don't know. I'd have to check the Central text. I mean, probably.
Yeah, necromancy isn't really a thing yet in the 9th century. The druids die out before necromancy gets codified as a thing. Most of our ideas of medieval magic and necromancy in the Middle Ages means black magic, not death magic. It does derive from Greek for death magic, or death divination, I should say, but it means black magic in the Middle Ages.
The point about St. Patrick and sorry, continue.
But yeah, it doesn't count in a somewhat meaningful way. Black magic doesn't get codified into a thing until the late 1200s, and then you immediately have big problems of the priests are doing magic. And so we've got 15th century German texts that are very much, oh oh no, the priest is doing magic.
I'm sorry, after you, Rachel.
I was about to say, the point about St. Patrick raising ghosts is we do have that a couple times. We have that with the recovery of the coin, where you have Fergus McRoyk's ghost coming up. You have the Phantom Chariot of Cuchulainn, where Cuchulainn's ghost is roused, and he basically is just like, look, repent of Christianity, or you're going to hell. But the thing is, with those, it's hard to say that they're necromancy so much as just raising the spirit from hell. And it's a miracle, not necessarily necromancy. No, there is an account of it in the 11th century of Borgabala Aaron, where you have the Tuatha Dé creating what's essentially people puppets. So it's uncertain how much of that's than putting spirits into dead bodies.
It's essentially what modernly in pop culture, it's how necromancy and D&D works. It's not what medieval Europe would regard as necromancy. They literally raise undead by taking demons and shoving them in corpses.
We do have healing wells that are able to restore just about anybody's health, but the idea is that essentially you do have... The healing wells are kind of different than the necromancy, the Tuatha Dé practice, in the sense that it's just created kind of curing an ailment.
Cap, you mentioned using druids as like a CEO class. I think a lot about what I'm really interested in is medieval Ireland is a exceptionally not in a good way, social class society. They are everything. It's the most complicated way you can be classist is medieval Ireland. It's granular to an absurd degree, and that's what I think makes medieval Ireland a really interesting thing to bring into modern media, to talk about this really weird situation where you have this extreme social striation, extreme wealth gap, an importance of learned education, but how that learned education is pretty heavily kept behind bars for people who are the children of learned people. There's a lot you could say about that, and what I normally do when I have to modernize things and like tell a modern story using Celtic materials, the Fovra are my favorite capitalists, because if you look at the Fovra in the texts, they use social norms, very normal social systems of like raiding and extracting wealth, and they use it to support themselves at the benefit of at the cost of others. So if you assume that the Fovra haven't all been killed, and they aren't imprisoned or like sealed like the Tuatha Dé are, they probably have been keeping up with the modern world, so they're probably just like capitalists out there doing their whole thing and like being. They don't have to raid anybody anymore. They just sell you. They have their CEOs. They own stuff that doesn't work and make other people give them money and don't pay anybody anything. Yeah.
Honestly, this might be wildly unpopular, but if I was going to do a modern take on the Druids in particular, I'd probably actually make them modern academics, but a specific brand of academics, where, you know, they're the ones whose grandparents went to Ivy League schools, they went to Ivy League schools, and they feel it's an entitlement, and it's one that they kind of feel protective over, as opposed to letting less privileged scholars in.
Yeah, there's if you want to use druids, if you want to use like the gods came back thing, like a Rick Riordan style novel, the Tuatha Dé would probably identify almost any scientist as a druid.
Mm-hmm.
They'd essentially go like, what do? You deal with stars? Yeah, fuck, that's a druid. What do? You deal with plants, druid. What do? You deal with numbers. That sounds like a druid thing. Like they'd probably hear about an accountant and be like, that's
druid.
Probably a druid.
Kind of.
Yeah. The thing they would probably be most concerned about is like new styles of art, because that would make them very anxious. Or new kinds of metals. They'd be like, oh, how does that work into our weird striation of smiths? But well, like most things, it would just be, that's a druid.
Well, also, I feel like they would actively look down on other forms of art. Like, if it wasn't around in their time, they'll this kind of new concoction. Think of it as the grumpiest, most conservative old man yelling at the smallest cloud.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
If it wasn't around in our time, then obviously it wasn't good enough. Why are you doing this garbage? Back in my day, we didn't listen to that junky music.
Now, what
Pick
you
up your
could
harp
do,
like a real musician.
what you probably could do is if you wanted to tell one of these stories and you have your protagonist, and say your protagonist is like, I don't know, what are the star scientists that aren't astronomers?
The astrophysicist?
Astrophysicist. There we go. Thank you. The astrophysicist. Say you have an astrophysicist character, and I don't know, their dad's now let's go like, yeah, their dad's Mythier. And if this kid explains to Mythier, hey, look, I put stuff in the sky. I can put somebody on the moon. And there's a way that your character could probably explain modern professions to a Tuatha that might get them very interested, purely on the grounds of the scene at Terra, where they're like, oh, we have all these professions already filled. If you can go to them and be like, here's a new profession, and B, one that for whatever reason doesn't fit any of your preconceived notions about anything. So that's why I say like going to the moon. They would probably be like, go on.
Go.
I'd like to know more about this. This is wild. The other benefit you have is while 90% of the time they will be just, as Rachel said, they probably should be dismissive of everything that they didn't invent because they're kind of like that. If you have a character whose child is one of the Tuatha will probably start trying to exert influence to benefit their child socially because their child is a reflection of himself. Mm-hmm. So they'll be like, of course this is a legitimate job. I'll start a war over this.
Be my
It's
eyes.
like how Luke is at his most sympathetic when Cuchulainn is around. Not necessarily because Luke is such a fantastic father, but because he's got to keep an eye out for Cuchulainn because that's his rep on. And also because I do genuinely think that Luke does care for Cuchulainn somewhere in his little black heart.
Yeah, I think he totally does, because he could just choose not to. He could just choose to let Cuchulainn die there, and nothing would have really happened.
He would have still been a very brave hero. He would have gone down in history as a very brave young hero who died. So again, I genuinely do think that Luke cares in his own awkward way. Yeah. But I do think that also
he does let all those 9-year-olds die, though.
Yeah, exactly. The thing with Luke, and it's the thing I always emphasize with Luke, is that he loves very deeply, but I'm not sure that it's necessarily a good sort of love. It's kind of monstrous.
Yeah.
Luke is...
do you want to do one story and I can do another story, Rachel?
Yes, let's go on to how Luke is a bitch. So my personal favorite is obviously the one where Brest dies a horrific death, because who doesn't love a story where Brest dies a horrific death? And in this story, now, if you're taking it into the context of Cath Mag Turith, then Brest is a bad king who was ousted by the Tuatha Dé, and Luke valiantly defeated the evil Brest. But I'm going to point out the Danann doesn't mention that story. It mentions absolutely nothing about Brest and Luke's rivalry, so we're not including it as part of this continuity. But Luke, Brest is basically exerting attacks on the people of this region, in Munster. And Luke goes in and he's just like, hey Brest, you'll have to, I have about 300 cows. I think it's either 300 or 200. I think it's 200, actually. Either way, it's an ass load of cows. And Brest is under obligation that he can't refuse anything that's given to him. It's kind of a double-edged sword here. And so he's just like, okay. And Luke's just like, okay, take this. And it's bog water. And Brest has to drink all of it. All 200 vats of bog water. And it's noted that Brest pretty much knew exactly what he was in for, but he didn't really have much of a choice, so he took his death bravely. But it's interesting with this particular legend as well, because while people generally think that, oh, Brest is the bad guy, Luke is the good guy, Brest is given a ton of very heroic epithets in this particular story, whereas Luke is only described as dutiful. Asshole.
Yeah.
Are you having a hard time finding stuff? The location, Little? Or Adam? Or... could have been a horse piss water bog water. That is very true. The other Luke being an asshole story that isn't the children getting killed is the tragic death of the sons of Tuatha, where, long story short, Luke's dad gets killed. Luke's dad gets murdered. Luke figures it out. Luke, the murderers are at King Nuathu's court. Luke is there, and Nuathu is like, "God, it's awful. Your dad got killed, Luke." And Luke's like, "Oh, yeah, it's terrible, isn't it?" And they're the murderers are in the room being like, "We're gonna get killed. This is really bad." And Luke goes, but if the murderers were here, I'd only ask for like a puppy, an apple, a spear, a pigskin, a chariot, a horse, and and a cooking spit, and 3 shouts on the hill. And these guys go, "Oh, yeah, okay," and they go, "Oh yeah, we killed your dad," because they're relying on the fact that Luke just said this in the presence of the king to bind him to his word. And Luke goes, "Yeah, for sure." And they're like, "Oh, Red just got out of this murder." And they go, "It was like specific things though." And they go, "Oh?" And he goes, "Yeah, so like the apple I want is actually like this golden apple. Actually, they are these golden apples. It's the plural, and they're in this this specific place, kind of like in the near the Pillars of Hercules. There's these golden apples there, which is obviously actually this is referencing the Garden of the Hesperides because this is a later text. And then they go, sorry, beg your pardon.
And then they got eaten by a dragon.
No, shockingly, they go through all these things. They get him that spear from Persia. They steal. They do so many crimes.
They kill so many people.
Yeah, it's just this compounding of they keep doing worse and worse things to try and get out of this. And then at the very last minute, essentially, at the last request, Luke is standing at the specific hill where he wants the sons to give those 3 shouts. And one of the sons has made it back. The other 2 are dead. And then he gives Luke all the stuff, and Luke takes that hill I want you to give shouts on. And the kid looks at the hill and looks at Luke, and Luke goes, "There are people sworn to kill anybody who gives 3 shouts on that hill." And the kid just looks at Luke and walks up on the hill, gives his 3 shouts, tries to fight his way out, and gets killed. And the reason this is Luke being an asshole is because in medieval Irish law, you are allowed payment or killing people as revenge for murder. And preferably payment. You could kill somebody back if they didn't give the payment.
Attention here.
This is Luke exploiting the legal system and the expectations and the rules of King's Court to get both benefits. And to have somebody else commit crimes for him, which is also technically illegal. But he does it in a way where it's not illegal because he could deny knowing that they do a crime for him. It's very, very touchy. Like, I don't think anyone's ever talked about how that entire text is like super dodgy, but it really is.
Mark Williams discusses it in Ireland's Immortals, and how it's essentially a text about Ireland rotting from the inside, because you see Luke in there and you think, "Oh, it's Luke, he's such a great hero," and then you realize, "Oh shit, it's Luke, and he's a little bitch."
Yeah, and he does it's really interesting. It's super cool.
And it's something that I've noticed a little bit with the early modern period, where Luke takes on this much darker aspect. And even with one of the recensions of the Borgabal Aaron, it's actually said earned their ships when they came to Ireland was so that Luke wouldn't be able to find them. Which is interesting because with Cathmag Turth, it's interesting because, of course, Luke is born way after the Tuatha Dé come to Ireland.
Yeah, but there's that spear named after him that they bring from a different place, which is like, why is this named after you? You're not born yet.
Also, we have one story where he murders the Dagda's son because the Dagda's son slept with his wife, which subsequently led to Luke's own death because Dagda's grandson succeeded to kill him. Which, those are the 3 who are on the throne when the sons of Neil come to Ireland and take over from the Tuatha Dé.
I'm sorry to tell you, my king.
We have this ongoing thing here where Luke
are being held
is a brilliant hero, and he's willing to do anything for Ireland. But the problem is, he's willing to do anything.
Forget about shows
any horrific murder, any political scheming. Luke is willing to do it. And he also kind of justifies it every single time.
Who's supplying him?
A shadowy web of
I would
pirates
say he's a
run by
bigger
a
asshole than
druid
Zeus
cult.
on the grounds that
They
in the
roost along
context of his
northern
culture,
coast,
Zeus is
looting
actually,
and
because of the
trading
way
in equal measure.
their religious
These
system
druids.
works. While he
They
looks
call
very, I'm
themselves
also
the
reading
children of
this
Danann.
absolute
In
wild
fact,
shit
they
that's happening
do.
on the screen during this.
Led by one they call the Seed. Now that you have their
Zeus in
scent,
cultural
I wish you a
context
good
is a
hunt.
good person.
If there
actually
is
the
nothing
best
more,
person.
my king,
Luke in
I will
cultural context
return
is
to my
supposed to be an
shop.
asshole.
Yeah, pretty much. And the
gather
thing
what
is, they
forces I
also
can
deliberately
wherever I
use
can,
that with
and
Luke as
join
far
them
as
to
showing
floods.
when Luke
Together
is
we
bad, you know
revenge my
exactly what the.
father. You have a
Also,
strength
Ball and
that
Skull,
comes
he
from
does
him.
kind of try
You
to
find
shoot
that
various and sort of casts at Khan before he's like, "Oh yeah, come to my place. It's going to be great." Here's the one in Codex. You can choose your own translation from the list because there are two. Okay, actually, never mind. There's only the one. Never mind. Here you go. You can have the one from 1901. Basically, it was made yesterday. It's another one of those that we really need a new edition and translation of.
Ah, that's like every text, though. What else is new?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this scene we just saw was really interesting because he insulted the. He said your place smells like a brewer's hall as an insult, and I'm like, that's actually that's a good thing.
Yeah.
That's legitimately a like I would that be a bad thing in like for the Norse? Or like does brewery involve urine or something else that like weird where it smells funny?
No, I think it's more of an accusation that you've been drinking an immoderate amount because there's no visible alcohol around, which means you must have been drinking too much.
Ah, okay.
That's a problem.
Right, that makes sense. That's just a funky way to word that. All right.
Yep, it's very, very unnecessarily poetic.
I'm also super excited to see what the hell these siege weapons at Armagh are, because I'm sitting here being like, what siege weapons does 9th century Ireland have? They have some, but like maybe probably catapults, but like nothing comp big and ridiculous.
Yeah, that's what I would assume is some sort of either generic big bow or relatively simple catapult. Because those are the ones that are also tested. There's arguments as to whether ballistae are actually a thing attested in the Viking, in Norse culture. The evidence is questionable and depends on what source you're reading, so whether or not they seem to think they exist or not. Because like some of the Arabic sources seem to think they do have them, while most of the English sources think they don't.
That's interesting. That's an interesting divide. Huh.
Yeah, because they're mentioning ballistae and flaming arrows actually being used at the siege of Sevilla, led by who's his name? Bjorn Bjorn Ironside and Housestein. So, yeah, the Arabic sources seem to think that there are at least some kind of ballistae. And there probably are other sorts of siege weapons vaguely around, but you're not looking at much, even in Norse contexts. So, right, if they roll up here when we eventually bust those siege weapons out of Armagh, if they even are modeled, if they're like clearly packed trebuchets, I'm gonna laugh.
Yeah, see, like that's just the siege weapon that people, like the public, that exists in the public consciousness. So like I'd expect so.
Yeah, I'd also expect so. It's just not me. Right, expecting that. There's a thing here. I need to look. So there's a thing I need to get, and there's a piece of gear floating around up there.
Show me what lies ahead.
So.
Does this abbey not have walls? Fascinating. Okay.
Expecting to be raided.
Yeah.
It is begging for me to hit that start raid button.
Like, you know, you don't build walls.
This is true. You make a compelling argument.
Well, actually, what is interesting here, and this is absolutely not what they intend. This is like looking at the scene. This is what you can see. So we've got the big the round tower. There we go. Round towers. So we don't have walls. So we have round towers, not walls. Round towers developed with the Norse. Because they're just a way to hide. Monasteries tend to be wall or have the religious settlements in Ireland tend to be walled even significantly before that, because religious settlements like raid each other, and like local kings raid them. Where we often have this image of like the Norse showing up and bothering Ireland constantly. Like, Ireland was bothering Ireland constantly, you know. So that this choice here to have only the round tower and not the walls is very like, you know, it frames the defense in a Norse context way, when really for the majority of this settlement's existence, they should have been mostly worried about Irish people. A lovely art story, though.
Really, the abbot here never wanted to be good.
Exactly. I guess that those big walls keep the sticky horned helmet out. What I will say is, what has been interesting watching you play through this and commenting on it, Adam, consistently makes me look at it like it's something in the scene and go like, I do not know the history of that. Like, I'm looking at the well down there, and I'm like, I have no idea when, like, I know what Irish wells look like. They tend to not have that top thing. So that's obviously a top, like, that thing that exists in our consciousness of what a well is. Or like when the scarecrow was in the field earlier, I was like, yeah, get scarecrows.
Oh yeah, that is interesting. Yeah, those are the small things we don't necessarily think about, but yeah, I agree, right? Those aren't really... Oh, okay. That's not really something that is attested, but you're right. It's just an expected
Must be blocked
thing.
from the other side.
Look at this little horde.
Weird. Yeah, I didn't even think about that, but you're right.
Yeah, like just those little details that are such background elements that just kind of exist as like almost white noise. Yeah.
Ooh, boy.
What do we got here?
Druidic? Oh my god.
Oh, it has the skull face. It's a good. Oh, great. Brilliant. I want to say about it.
Oh god.
That's a good question. What does it say about it?
Oh god.
Fashioned from a human skull and the cranial bones of several animals. Okay, that's it. That's all it says.
Huh.
Yeah, I've got full. I think I have full druidic set now. Let's go full bone. Fluffy. And fluffier. And bones. And where's the cloak? There's the cloak.
It's amazing. It keeps getting more hideous with each one.
So, are we supposed to read the Mystic set as a druidic thing because of this then?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. It's the same. Is it a recode?
It's a recode of the mythical level. Yeah. You are exactly right.
Okay.
Apologies for the default. That would be Curly and Riley.
They're having fun.
Uh-huh. And that was from orders for double shekels. I don't have enough materials to upgrade all of those all the way, so that will get in our way, but we will try and upgrade at least one or two of the things. Sickle. Oh, I did the same sickle twice. Oops. Sickle. Other sickle. There we go. So, rate my druid outfit.
I think it's fascinating that we've got all these bones and everything, but then we have the Irish like brooch kind of thing that's not a brooch, but like that metal pin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I still need to locate where the freaking order member is. Investigate, just says investigate the abbey. Okay, we're gonna assume it's in the chapel. And then we will not wear this for very long. Just because this is hilarious. This is just dumb. There's no pleasure to be had in this.
It hurts me.
There's
I'm
literally
feeling
no joy to
years
be
of my
had in
life. I'm losing years of my life as we speak.
sorry, but not sorry.
Christ, Nesty? Little son of...
Was it? This little son of... Nah, let me check what...
I don't know why you have that eye with the father there.
Yeah, that would usually involve the enclitic. But I don't like the enclitic. But it doesn't make sense in the context of a proper name. It's going to... I'm not going to touch this one.
No, yeah,
you can do
fair.
it if you want to, but
No,
I'm not going to touch it.
See, I'm just sitting here being like, I have no. Like, I was like, is it like a this or that? Like, is it a demonstrative? No, it's not. It's not long enough to be a demonstrative. It's weird.
I honestly have no idea how that works in the context of an actual name, because Irish names are generally fairly straightforward.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's usually like another person's name is like a noun.
Also, it's
Yeah,
not
like-
clear, it's not clear to me that that's, I mean, it is an Irish name, but it's not clear to me that this person is supposed to be, like, native-born Irish. Let's check their thing. They might be. Oh, no, okay. He's from the, not Ringfort that we fought in earlier. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Sure.
Travel by sea, distant lands. Sure, right. Yeah, fair.
Honestly, I'm not going to be over his name literally being little. Not saying that you can't have that medieval island, because I think I have seen property, but it still is hilarious when one of our druid antagonists is named Little One.
He's nosy, you know.
And it is for... Yeah, it is a real name. Like, in medieval Ireland,
Yeah.
like, Beck is an acceptable name for someone. It's just... It's
funny.
It's funny to be, like, walking up to the student and be like...
Hey, Shorty.
Oh, alright.
Hey, short shit.
And it is, this castle looks very wrong.
That looks
Or
very
is it
Norman.
a hill that I mistook for a castle?
It looks
Yeah, okay, it is
very
actually- okay,
14th
good for me.
century.
Okay.
Yep. I wish you were
I'm
happy
looking-
14th century.
Okay, perhaps, and this is a
It
big
is
perhaps.
14th century and yet
The
ruined.
Tsar spoke of. I must approach
The Isu were very advanced.
exotic goods.
Smart.
These traders.
They obviously built this fort.
Romans
even
got
though-
here for reasons.
Also, I'm looking at the word Noth,
This
and
area
apparently
is off
Noth
limits.
would translate. It could translate out to a poetical composition or a poem. Though usually the genitive singular form would be Notha instead of the palatal Nothi. So I don't know what Nothi would be, but that's the best I can get.
My god.
What?
This place we're at, it's actually my Twitter banner. I've been here.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I was here when I was like 16. It's literally my Twitter banner.
Ha!
That's
And you
hilarious.
didn't. And you didn't recognize it.
It's like 2 rocks currently.
Well, I mean.
Oh, great. Oh, God. Oh my god.
If it has the indicative, not the indicative, the enclitic after it, maybe it'd be more like little son of that poet? I don't know. I'm not gonna. Nope, I give up. Nope, nope.
Stop trying, Rachel. Don't worry about it.
Let it
It's just gonna
go.
drive you even madness.
Let it go.
No, most notable for its castle. What was it built?
Your time's up, Kurt!
The castle was destroyed in 1642.
It didn't have much time. Well,
No.
what, 300 years?
Yeah, really, it's not exactly like this for very long.
You know, it was basically modern architecture when it was destroyed.
Huh. The Leah flail was transported from here at one point when it was sent to Scotland and returned. for the coronation of one of the Dalredan High Kings. Interesting. I didn't know that happened.
I think that's why there's the common theory that the Leophile is the stone of Scone. Which... No, it isn't.
I can't see when this was built, but it's obviously like it's based on what we're looking at here, and this ruin is a very square ruin.
Druid and bishop. What god great in that is death? The other side must be God.
Ta-da! Look at that. The head, surprising no one, is the abbot and bishop of Armagh. And by the way, they did specifically mention here that he is both, that he is a bishop, even though his title is abbot. And this is another case where the associate narrative director helped us out, by going like, oh yeah, we chose to call him the abbot because from what our research that said that was the most common name, but he was totally both.
Yeah, and that's something I was like, that's fair. Yeah, all right.
That's a fair decision. Also, it should be known, my screen decided to go blurry there, so I can read literally nothing about.
Nah, I didn't bother to stick around long enough for it to read anything. So, no, nothing of value lost.
Nothing on his tragic backstory.
I don't necessarily care. Well, I mean, we'll check it just for the sake of it. But
I'm curious if he's like a secret pagan, or like was this like a scheme all along, or is he like, you know, just both?
No, he's a secret pagan. He's a secret pagan.
He's a secret pagan.
Got all the way to being
while
Archbishop
keeping
of
his
Armagh.
druidic life secret. Close brackets.
9th century. This guy should be a member of the O'Neill family. Like.
So by killing him, we're gonna get into so much shit. In theory, if this was going to be realistic, which it isn't, because it's Assassin's Creed.
The earliest and most brutal form of paganism as a means to destroy or to threat to their beliefs. That last paragraph is a problem.
It's a hell of a problem.
Yeah, why don't you guys talk about how much of a problem it is, quick.
Emmett, you want to go?
Okay, well, it's implied because the earliest and most brutal. That's implying that these two bits are the synonymous things to each other. Because something old doesn't mean it's brutal. Like, come on, brutalist architecture is like from the last century. That's a joke. Please laugh. But it's not right. Religions aren't brutal. Like they're complex. Human sacrifice exists for a reason. It's not just, oh, they did a bad thing. That's because, it's very loaded. It's full of assumptions. The idea that this random dude could reconstruct the oldest form of his religion is, impressive, because I'm like, define oldest form. Do you mean, pre-Roman?
Yeah.
Are we going back to, fucking, trying to figure out what we were doing in the salt mines over in Austria?
Eivor, come in.
Also, I can't emphasize enough that by all of our current evidence that we have,
God is truly with us.
Owen
is weakened and will soon taste God's justice.
Do you have the men to take Armagh?
We do, thanks to Siegfried. He has rallied Vikings from every corner of Ireland.
How did you convince the Norse to fight for you?
I told him of a monastery full of silver.
Isn't even bothered telling us where
your father would not have made such a promise.
And he would not have raised as many men.
Cannot win the goodwill of the people by destroying their homes or their church.
Okay, but you're Irish.
My lord, these men came expecting a raid.
You're Irish.
If we deny them,
the monastery is fine.
I think in this case some burning might be useful.
Tell me how.
When we were attacked at Clough, Owen didn't stop there.
But
he burned Cashel as well, to send a message. It is our turn to light up the land with fire and smoke to let the people know that Armagh has fallen.
Burn what you must, but keep your warriors leashed. Kill only those who oppose us and spare the church.
As you command, my king.
There is something else. Abbot Owen leads the children of Danu.
So, the poisoning, the ambush, they're all part of Owen's nefarious schemes. We'll cleanse Armagh of this unholy filth Siegfried and I will prepare our men. Join me when you're ready. Choose a good view, dear poet. It'll be a battle for the ages.
Thank you for not saying anything about my past.
The past is past, not our future.
I swear, Eivor, you really are like a hero out of folk tales. Do I have permission to sing your song?
You do. Once I've had a chance to finish it.
Oh boy. By the way, the other thing I was curious about with Owen is, right, we've been joking about these being just like Catholic cards on his mantle. But they totally just are, right?
Yeah, I really don't think those exist at this point.
Yeah.
Okay, in the meantime, everyone has grown tired of the bones. But there's some conflict as to which one we should replace it with. So we'll go for a hybrid. We'll go for partly the Celtic set, for that sweet, sweet Marcus. And also, as many crosses as we can locate.
Oh, exciting.
So that I believe that counts as the St. George's Tower Shield. So that's a cross. And the St. George's Cave, wherever you are, because that has like 3 crosses. And the Celtic Helm, because Marcus. Exactly. They understand perfectly. We shall be the embodiment of a balanced Ireland. I believe I need St. George's for this one because it has crosses on... Nope, none of that. Yep, there's a cross there. Okay, we're doing good. And... What sword... What weapon should I use?
There's the cross axe.
We don't have Moonlight. If I had bought Moonlight, we'd use Moonlight, but I don't have it.
I mean, a hammer is essentially a cross.
Smart. Yep, you could... Yeah, you know what? Perfect. Because Mjolnir pendants were forged in the same mold as cross pendants were in the 10th century. We're gonna pretend that Mjolnir is a cross.
There we go.
Perfect. Is this suitable to everyone? Oh, we need to get rid of our pants.
Absolutely.
We need to get rid of our pants.
I think it's proper bishop punting attire.
Good.
And so another thing when it comes to the bishop is also that, again, human sacrifice by most archaeological records that we have ended around 2nd century BCE.
Good to see you take
That's
command.
the last time we have any bodies being dug up in the
heavy and
bog.
stiff like this
So,
new armor.
That's...
I envy you, Eivor. When battle is done, you can move on to what you like.
I go where my destiny takes me, Siegfried. None of us are free from that. There are worse fates than being a king.
Perfect. Let's see who else we have to talk to. There's Juan. Is there anyone else to talk to? Might just be Siegfried. And we're good on... Back on. Okay, let's go.
Our forces are replenished. Thank God's good grace.
Some part of those thanks should go to Siegfried, Lord.
Aye. I'll not forget his role today.
You know, in the map that should be visible from our map with how squished the map is.
You must show
I
him
doubt
what it
it's going
is
to
to
be there.
lead, Lord, in the court and on the
Which
field.
one do you think is visible from Armagh?
The capital of mythological
Let's flush out
or
this false abbot without delay.
Saga Ulster. Big funky hill fort.
Yes. Owen must answer
It actually
for
should
his
just be a hill at this point, I think. I think the hill fort's been gone for like 1,000 years.
Which means it could very well likely be in the game, because as we know, all of these time periods are exactly the same.
There are fewer defenders.
It's like a 6-minute drive in real life, so like if it's not like visible as we're walking up to it, it's probably actually isn't
Remain
there.
alert. God will guide the right.
Easy hiking.
This is an easy way to get shot. Sir, please wear a helmet.
Oh, perfect.
All of you should
AC.
be wearing helmets.
I believe you requested a certain heraldry of Arma.
Oh.
We need you, AC. I'm hearing one person continue to shout, even though we're in pause. Are we
Hello?
Hello, there you are.
Okay, so this is the one they showed in the trailer, and I hate it.
Reasonable.
Because, well, one, it breaks the rule of tincture. It's red on green, which is no bueno in heraldry. I hate that it's a clover, because we have clovers in heraldry. It doesn't look like that. It's called a quatrefoil. I think that I thought it was Ulster because it kind of like that, but no, it's Arma, and I guess they're supposed to reference Saint Patrick because clover and color green, but also I don't like it. Oh, then again, they can't use what Armagh actually has, because this is a fun fact that I've learned. The current Diocese of Armagh's coat of arms is the same one as Canterbury. Take that as you will.
Incredible.
Right, I'm off.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that breakdown. And by the way, for
Thanks,
anyone in
JP.
chat who doesn't know what the rule of tincture is, you cannot have the metallic colors against the metallic colors, and you can't have the colors on the colors. So, right, what is it? White and gold can't be on, can't be next to each other, and then red, green, blue, purple, black can't be next to each other.
Oh,
yeah.
Just as AC said, this is 95%, actually 99%, because of Patrick and Clovers, but there's two things wrong with this. First of all, Patrick's Clovers is specifically a three-leaf clover, to use as an analogy for the Trinity. Also, the very first time this is attested is in a 15th century French herbalism manual. So, yeah. In this medieval Ireland, in later medieval Ireland, straight up start showing up. But in early medieval Ireland, it just isn't a symbol of St. Patrick at all.
Fair. I mean, that makes good sense. There's no reason for it to be associated. There's really not a lot of reasons beyond modern, like, Irish TM, for it to be associated with Patrick.
Well, they even gave the four-leaf one, which is the lucky one, right?
Uh-huh.
Anybody who's better at cereal than I am, is the one in the Lucky Charms a four-leaf clover or a three-leaf clover? Yeah,
it's four-leaf.
Good. Excellent.
Because it is in the modern period, it is the stereotyped luck of the Irish TM.
Yep. Which I always thought was like a bad joke, because they're not very lucky.
Yeah, historically, it's poor.
Yeah, it's been a bad time.
I will say, absolutely delighted in getting to show a friend of mine from Northern Ireland who'd never seen a Lucky Charms commercial before.
Oh boy.
Is it Alexander?
Yes!
That's good. I can't decide if I like Armagh or not. Like, I don't think these walls are great. Like, I think this is like really fortified.
Right, you were complaining about the other place not having quite enough walls. This one has a few too many. Yeah.
I'm interested why we have a stone wall and then an internal palisade wall right up against it. I think that's just for visual, but it's like...
Yeah. It makes...
Sorry.
It makes less than no sense to have these two walls next to each other.
And again, like, I think I don't know enough historically about, like, I don't know if portcullises are a thing at this point. I feel like... No?
Anyway, you were going to say, Rachel?
Well, I was just looking at the recent question about how far back do leprechauns go, and we actually do have a couple references to them in different myths. Not really in a concrete way, but in the sense that they sometimes show up among groupings of monsters, and they show up in one of the Danann tales that involved nipple sucking.
Yep.
That's that origin for that.
I think
that one's a later one.
If you have access to an academic library, there is a what's it called? Simon Rodway's.
Yeah, I'm looking for it right now. I'm looking for the mermaid one because I actually, if I'm trying to check really quickly to see what our first reference to it. It has to do with it has to do with Children of Cain. That's the thing that annoys me.
Yeah, it's really colorful.
It really is.
The earliest theoretical reference to air quotes leprechauns is in Exoda. Wait, am I gonna get this right? I might. Exoda Fergus Megalethi, which is a 7th century text.
Okay.
In the earliest form, they're just drowners. They're your standard. They hang out by water and they carry people in the water and they let them drown.
Okay, this is great. I'm just finding this now. I haven't found the actual Simon Rodway article, but I do have one of John's articles, and he cites the Rodway. And Irish accounts of the origin of the monstrous races of mankind, which, like other medieval writing, derive such beings variously from Cain and from Ham, list them as the monsters of the world, i.e. Favra and leprechauns and every monstrous misshapen form that existed among people. One brief text undertakes to explain how Favra and leprechauns descended from Cain and still survived the flood by making their ancestors the offspring of Cain, who had become a mermaid. I love this stuff. I love it so much.
And for this is one of my favorite articles. I've read the Rodway one a bunch. For our audience, the reason child of a mermaid is because the Irish had to explain why these people lived through the flood. This is also like a 12th, 13th century text, like the explanation, the Sex Axis Mundi. Yeah, the Irish Sex Axis Mundi just comes up. And then the reason Favra and leprechaun are related to each other is because the Irish imagined the mark of Cain as physical deformity instead of like a scar or a brand, which most of the rest of Europe did. And the Irish seem to consider it that these malformed things, so like because the Favra are too big, and I cannot remember the medieval way you say leprechaun, but those are too small. They are the descendants of this fish woman who was Cain's daughter, just like compounding physical inhumanity. That's not a word, but you know what I mean. It's a great article. Go read it if you can. It's so good.
It's fantastic. Oh, I just found John's werewolf article, which is useful for an entirely different section of gameplay. Don't care about Kuroi. Okay, I care about Kuroi a lot, but not right now. But I'm gonna find the article like an hour or two after the stream is over.
Oh, are you looking for the Rodway one?
Yeah.
Are you just looking for the name of it?
No, I have it somewhere on my computer. Coming to terms with Druids in early Christian Ireland, good article. Celtic Collective Tradition. Tutor classroom, definitely not needed.
Valhalla, you're totally right. If you're too short, you're a descendant of Cain. Medieval Ireland it's like with Grendel as a descendant of Cain. Medieval Europe uses Cain as the ancestor of monsters quite normally. Medieval Ireland just has a very limited number of monsters. They mostly are dealing with, like, you don't have, like, you do have some random, like, dangerous, like, monstrous beasts, but they're much rarer compared to, like, dude who's a problem.
Ikaba S. I got it. Mermaids, leprechauns, and Fomorians, a Middle Irish account of descendants of Cain. Excellent. Now, keep in mind, because it's Middle Irish, that means that it would not actually... This is coming up, but it means that there was an awareness of Ireland of leprechauns as early as this time. We might not be able to verify it before this time, but at least we know that at least as of that time.
Eivor!
As regards to text date, give me the number, Father. Give me the number.
Leave this house of God, Flanshina, or be cursed with his wrath eternal.
You desecrate this holy place with foul corruption. You are a sickness to be purged.
God will be my judge, not you. You act the Christian king, but let pagans and wolves do your dirty work.
Do not preach about playing both sides. I know you lead the children of Danu.
Do you? Then you should know you cannot win. My children are everywhere, even in your court.
Who do you mean?
Kira had the makings of a high priestess, but she was careless. Dabbled with forces she could not control.
Don't listen, Flawn. He tries to cloud your judgment.
Small wonder she charmed her way into your court. She's always been attracted to men of power.
Having sex with you, okay.
You lie, devil.
Oh, Jesus.
Blah, blah, blah,
Love
blah,
conceals
blah.
blemish and evil. It's easy to lose sight when
This
you're
guy
following
is doing a
woman's
good
backside.
job on proving himself to be just horrible.
There's no shame in keeping your hands clean of this filth. Let me do your dirty work.
It's God's work.
Protect your abbot!
Alright, we need a good shot of these cards. Because this is the first time we actually get to take a look at him in any detail. And of course I don't have the resolution where I need it to be for this to actually work. Shame.
Just me looking at them right now, those are like, they look high medieval.
They may look even later than that.
You're
They're
gonna
at
hate me
least
for
high medieval.
You're going to hate me for saying this, but I see those robes and I think evil Santa.
Fair. No, that's fair.
Evil Irish Santa.
Fair. No, that's what we're calling him from now on.
That cross above the cards and below the cards looks not medieval.
Correct. It's got a skull on it. I'm real sure that's a skull in the center of that cross.
He had to keep on the theme.
Right, I can't believe no one figured him out.
Honestly, I feel like the real reason he didn't want to be church was because he was... And he was just like, it's not a phase. You're going to the church no matter what.
True. But also, unfortunately, right, I can't get enough detail to identify who these are supposed to be. Right, my gut feeling before them is, of course, the evangelists, but that doesn't actually... I'm not seeing any of the signifiers to actually say that that's true. But honestly, right, these guys might be high medieval. I could also see these things being like 19th century, like medievalist romantic.
Yeah, I can totally see that as well.
And unfortunately, right, I'll have to... Rachel, when you get to this point in the DLC, you get a chance to see him, turn your settings up to Ultra for just a moment to get the good screenshot.
I'll get all the good screenshots, and I'll send them on to you.
Good. So, again, everyone, make sure you join the Discord server. Link is in the About section of the stream data to get to see those when we've all mulled over that. Oh, just what does he have on the floor of this thing? Also, what is his weapon? See, he's got a spike on the bottom. Yeah, I didn't get too far before running it, realizing. Is this in anything? At least it's not Egyptian, right? At least it's not Egyptian.
I mean, I would have expected a crozier. This is just his pointy stick.
This is just
but
pointy
it's
stick.
on the wrong end.
Yeah, this is just pointy stick. But yeah, this is not a crozier.
You know, I'm honestly a little bit disappointed we didn't get to do a fist fight with him like old times.
I know. I wanted to fist fight the Pope. It's just not in
Forgot
style
about
these
that.
days.
So you just said that. That was a weird experience for a 15-year-old. I remember that.
I mean, honestly, I feel like you need to play Assassin's Creed.
We're gonna play Assassin's Creed 2 on stream. We started with 1, then we did Valhalla as the 2 medieval ones, and then we'll move on to 2.
Not sow your
Okay, but you need Unity simply so that you can have the experience of playing
Do not quote scripture
and then
to me,
climbing the Eiffel Tower.
May your
shoot a
tongue
machine
burn
gun
for
at Knox.
eternity while your throat is
Oh,
pierced
wild.
with jagged glass.
Oh, that is
I love
wild.
it.
You would rather have a song from your pagan poetess.
Okay, so...
If she didn't tell you.
Wait, why is he shit-talking the use of the
What
pagan
other
poet
secrets does she keep?
if he is...
He tries to poison your
Also,
mind
were
with his
those,
dying
if anybody
sword.
in the
Don't
chat
let
is
them
better
in.
at scripture than I am, was that whole, like, don't sow seeds with the
Leviticus,
wrong... Yeah?
I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
that's just quoting Leviticus at Tim.
Could he speak
That would be, yeah.
The best liars mix truth
If he's
with
not,
lies.
if he's a
She was
secret
part of that cult.
pagan, why?
She isn't
What?
anymore.
What? I don't get.
You're
This
right,
entire scene
of
has not
course.
read as though this man is a secret pagan.
This fetid air
The boy is
befouls my
very
thoughts.
confused.
Let us step out into God's cleansing light.
On multiple levels.
He's been hiding it for so long that he can't tell what's real or not. Oh, is it Deuteronomy instead of Leviticus? Okay. Fair enough.
I'm really invested in this guy now because, like, he accidentally faked being a Christian so well that he ended.
That he's able to quote Christian law at us.
It is a beautiful
or
land.
Abraham or old Judaic law at us.
We are a blessed.
Do you think he'd ever be in a meeting with his
Word
fellow
of our
druids
victory
and he'd
spreads
just
like
suddenly
fire
start?
in a dry field.
True.
Remember,
Couldn't
we're
stop all
pagan.
the looting, my king,
We're supposed to be pagan.
but I made certain the people were spared.
They will sing of the High King who cleansed the church at Armagh, and the King of Dublin, who
Fair
fought with
enough.
honour at his side.
We have, I think, 2 quests left in the game, and things I've heard are
And
about
the
to go
hero
extremely
came
off
from
the
the
rails.
land of heroes who helped
Oh,
them
Yeah.
win the day.
Excellent. All right.
But first things first,
All will be
you know
remembered.
what it's time for. We have wiped out the children of Danu, and that means we need to turn the amber of the tree salmon.
Oh yeah. Right.
Yay, Graves! We love to see you.
I'm fascinated by. He described the warrior from the land of heroes.
Yeah.
I don't. As somebody who has had to multiple times read every single dictionary entry for the word hero, I don't know if I like that. It feels like an actual thing, but it's not hitting any memories. Like there's other words, like the warrior from Lachlan, the other one that I've just forgotten the name of, the other way the Irish describe Scandinavia.
Let's see, where do I need to turn that into? I don't remember. That's Amber Sun. Oh, okay, Amber Sun is here. Perfect. Perfect. Where's our closest thing? It's probably here. You know, Dash Fox, we are doing actually pretty well. There's been... Throughout this stream, there has been more good than there has been bad, though we have dealt into some really poor and problematic choices that they have made throughout this whole game in it. But, you know, they've actually... There's been more good than bad.
Yeah. There was one scene that was actually... There was a section dealing with hostages that was actually exceptionally done.
Yeah.
We had one sequence where we were happy.
Yeah. There was a really good shield. The upgraded form is a bit more iffy, but the original version of the shield was pretty great.
There was an appropriately sized legendary pig. It's appropriately monstrous, even though it wasn't actually hard because I had an arrow.
To be fair, that's because all the builds from Legendary Ireland aren't designed around the arrow metagame, because it's such a new introduction to the
True. They did
river.
ban arrows, like voluntarily banned arrows, and it put them behind the curve.
Yep, exactly. AC, I'm so glad you're still playing my dumb bingo card. What's the last thing you need?
We just need to meet a living saint. Ooh, yeah, I don't know if we're actually gonna get one of those.
Oh. Which is too bad, 'cause that would have been really cool. You could have done it.
I know, that would have been a cool bit. Well, I think
too
we
much
still
history.
I think we still get the Tuatha, the Danann, or actually Isu. I think we're still gonna get that one before we're done here. Rat?
'Tis done. Here
Rat.
are your blood-soaked bits of amber.
That one.
I felt them die.
Keep an eye out for that
Each by
one.
each. Boil these shards. Make your potion.
Okay,
I
we're gonna
shall.
just
I still
boil.
love that the good druid essentially has
I've
the
been
crown of
preparing
thorns.
for this since we
Yep.
met.
And Futhark. Futhark Bindrid.
And no skull. No,
And no
she
skull.
isn't wearing any bones.
No skull at all. There are bones around, but she's not wearing them.
You spoke of great
She isn't
power.
goth.
The spear.
Exactly.
You'll have it in your hands soon.
This entire game is incredibly
Once
goth-phobic.
you defeat Balor.
Oh.
You said nothing of this. Surely you remember Balor. He is heat, drought, a scorching sun come to earth. I know of no such creature. Many heroes fell to him, but Woden would not. The lance
That's
called
not-
Gaebulug
that's not a
pierces
valid,
his flesh.
version of
This
the name
is where
Odin.
he is weak. Are you ready
Just
to
crying
fight him?
here. Balor,
Let's
Let
go.
me drink.
I'm so sorry.
By the
Drink
power of all of
deeply.
our crosses,
You'll
we will
remember.
beat.
Balor is ancient.
Okay.
He is chaos itself. Defeat
Balor.
him, and the spear.
Actually, I
is
have seen what
yours.
they did with him because absolutely. And I might have told them in a PM that I really thought that Balor was a little hot. So
Fair
make
play.
of that what you will.
Fair play. By the power of all of our crosses, we shall. Interesting. Fjolnir. So Fjolnir is a name for Odin. That's just an attested name for Odin.
I have come for your power.
Awesome. Okay, bingo card. If those who have a bingo card that says Tuatha, the Danann, on Isu, mark it off now, but tell him it's Isu. I mean, I know he's technically the head of the Fomori, of the Fomori, but no. Now.
I'm still reeling over Cuchulainn dying because of Balor, apparently.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Rahel, you have a lot to answer for.
Weird.
Hey, Genkum, you joke, that's literally how we defeated Odin. We are also Odin, but that's how we defeated Odin. Okay, Emmett, do you want to take this one? That's a no. That's
okay.
So,
apparently the Gable broke.
I'll tell you the truth. Oh, fascinating. That's not a thing. So my game has been. Oh, there we go. Okay, now I can. Keep
Oh, do you need a
fascinating.
refresh? Are you like 15 seconds behind?
Oh, this is clearly based on that one piece of art that so and so did.
Yeah, I know the one you're talking about. Let me see if I can find it.
So yeah, the Foveri fish people. Here we go. Clearly fish people. You can see the barnacles.
Oh, I'm so sorry, love of my life. They did this to you.
Isu helmet with a giant spike. Shoutouts to horned helmets. Though, scratch that, that's not a horned helmet, that's a horned face. Why does he have a horned face?
Because he's secretly Kernunos in disguise.
But these are the wrong horns. Why is there is the spike blocking off his eye? What is the spike? This is the most dangerous headbanging garb ever. Do not go into a mosh pit with one of these, that edge will murder someone. The sword has the edge, has a central fuller like a sword, but it has, oh, it does have keons, okay. What the fuck is going on? What is growing on it?
It looks
Why is
like
growing on it?
Poem letter on his
Smoke?
hand.
I don't know if anybody can access this, but there's a picture to the Valor that I'm like 90% sure they use.
We will pull this up on stream by the power of pause menus. Yeah. Yeah, that's... They went for emaciated instead of chonk, but yeah, I see it.
They decide to go for the twink model.
I don't like you phrasing that. I don't like that phrasing it this way. Okay.
I think it doesn't hurt that they do generally put Balor as kind of like a two-dimensional satanic figure to the Tuatha Dé. That's the kind of general thing we've seen the last sense about the time that Arbor de Juvenville described the Favre as the enemy of light and learning and being gods of darkness, chaos, and disorder. We've basically been seeing that. It's kind of also the natural progression of Balor being changed from basically a champion of the Favre, ultimate overlord of the Favre. Yeah, honestly, I don't know where that came from.
The dude in charge is a different person.
Indek.
He's doing his own thing.
Like, where the fuck is Indek? Indek is cool. He's a bastard, but he's cool. He kills people, and it's not just in battle. He has family drama, but with Balor, it's like people have kind of latched onto him as an enemy. Partially because I think the story of Luke and Balor is kind of like folklore, and because people are more interested in Luke fighting his grandfather than they are with whatever Bress has going on, which is surprising me because obviously I love Bress.
You know, since he keeps accusing us of being Odin, I'm actually gonna... Since he keeps accusing us of being Odin, we're gonna oblige. As soon as we finish this animation and are allowed to.
Oh, Celtic Tales, Balor the Evil Eye, bestoldgames.net. I'm gonna have to play that.
The Balor is a sun and heat god. Is I think that's O'Rahilly.
O'Rahilly.
No, that's the other guy. Is it O'Rahilly?
Let me check. I have O'Rahilly to hand. Let me check the back.
I specifically remember that O'Rahilly is like really does not. It's like the one valid statement the man has where he's like, the sun gods aren't a thing, or the solar god thing's done a bit much. And it's like, huh. Or you could take off the helmet.
But O'Rahilly was a little bit obsessed with solar gods.
What letter is that?
Let me see.
All right, I have to go get the OM list out.
Because
he has a letter on his forehead. I hope it's letter B. God, I hope he has a B on his forehead to be hilarious.
It's the same one he has on his hand, by the way.
Okay.
If that's more helpful.
I hope you all understand the sacrifice I'm making by going through O'Rahilly.
It's just the letter O. He just has the letter O on his hand and his head.
It stands
I
for
was really
O.
hoping it'd be I really was hoping it'd be an L.
That would be amusing. I would not be mad if it was L. Like, you know, I would be mad because who puts a Smash Mouth reference in a video game? But also I wouldn't be mad because it's a Smash Mouth reference in my video game.
Okay.
So the third eye thing is based off some old theories that Balor and Sheev are equivalent figures, and Sheev's third eye that will be used to bring the end of reality is related to Balor's eye. This isn't a thing, but we're using it on the sword.
It's also that people never know what quite to do with Balor's evil eye. Some will show him as a gigantic cyclops, with the one eye being in the center. We'll do the three-eye method. Personally, I think that they're perhaps just being a little overdramatic with this entire thing. I think he just has two eyes, same as everybody else. It's just that he paves one of them closed. But either way, it's...
Yeah, that's what I get from the description. Like, it's that he was a kid and he looked in a specific cauldron and it's like, you know, one of the eyes got really big and it's like, okay, this is implying he has two.
Which also, I've always felt bad for Balor because he was just a kid when it happened, and like, your entire life would be ruined by something like that. Maybe I humanize him a little bit too much. Also, by the way, I tracked down our bastard and let me read full O'Raheliness. But I may remark firstly that Valar, the sun god, and Goyfu, the smith god, though they were differentiated in later times, are ultimately one and the same. And secondly, that in the primitive form of the myth, the hero, as we Cullen and Finn, slays the god, represented by Valar, the dog of age, with the latter's own weapon. So, if we were going to do this O'Rahilly's way, it would have been Cullen killing Balor as the sun god with the guy Roga, Balor's own weapon. Which... and apparently in this, though, Balor killed Cuchulainn.
Correct.
So they didn't even get their O'Rahilly right. Okay, the story of how Balor got his eye. About 6 years old, he was looking in on his father's druids when they were doing druidy things. And some poison from the spell seeped into one of his eyes, and it cursed it. It made it so that anything it looked upon would die.
There.
And after that, the little 6-year-old became Balor.
Woohoo! And we're going to, on a technicality, because I think it's fair to assume that the lesson, even though it's clearly a Witcher 3 lesson, I think it is fair to assume that that is actually supposed to be Carnunos. So, congrats on that for getting bingo during this DLC.
Good for you. I am very impressed. Well, I will say, I love that the gay Volga has red lightning, because that's specifically from Fate.
Is that actually where it's from?
Oh, Jesus.
Yep.
One of these days, I will actually have to sit down and watch Fate.
It was an unusual contest.
Not good. Well, it is interesting. It's confusing.
Bullock is yours for crushing the children of Danu and defeating Balor. Kira will be pleased the Danu have been quenched.
She fights
I'm
hard.
sure she will be.
Those she calls true druids.
Keep the spear close, Eivor. I sense a great battle ahead.
Goodbye, Deirdre.
Slán, Eivor. Slán.
Okay. Well, that was a time. Let me check, because you know we gotta. We're gonna swap out our shield for the Gaybolg. Gifted to the demigod Cuchulainn, said to be made from the bones of a sea monster.
I mean, not wrong.
Yeah.
For once, I've cat penis spear, but
yeah, ultimately it comes down to exactly what do you mean by demigod, sir? But if you mean like half, yeah, sure. Like if you're referencing the look thing, yeah, all right.
yeah, I'll give it.
Yeah.
I don't go with the idea that Cuchulainn himself is a god, because I feel like even in pre-Christian times you would have heroes who were
yeah,
heroes.
unlike O'Rahilly, who says every single hero is secretly a single deity. Like, oh, calm down, sir.
Like, I think you'd have a hard time arguing that.
Oh, it is a lightning spear.
Yeah,
it's specifically this lightning stuff. Fascinating. Were they actually using O'Rahilly?
They're using O'Rahilly.
It's O'Rahilly or Fate. I
honestly think that they're using O'Rahilly because of the way that they have the Balor Cuchulainn conflict. Which, you know, I don't like O'Rahilly by a long shot. I disagree with almost everything the man said, even though I do him because of his thorough citations. But, you know, a lot of people still do use him, even if it's more in the way of just mining resources.
It's public domain. It's super easy to access, which is unfortunate.
O'Rahilly isn't. O'Rahilly isn't public domain at this point.
Isn't he? Oh shit!
No.
Wait, didn't I get that?
He was in the 1940s.
That should be 75 years.
If I'm not mistaken, I had to order his goddamn book myself because.
Yeah, 'cause I remember you sent me scans. Like you got me sections of it before.
Yeah. So I'm fairly certain that it is in public domain at this point, but he still is fairly influential, and it's something that you have to deal with when you're doing mythology, as you know.
Yeah.
So I give them props for where it's due for using somebody who is, God help me, an authority. Note that I'm using scare quotes the entire time. Like, I can't say they didn't do their work on that one, because they did. I just disagree with the final result.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, he's certainly a choice.
I wish they could have chosen anybody else, but they did use somebody who was regarded as an authority in the field. God help me.
Now, O'Reilly isn't like a bad person. Like, this isn't like a DeVries situation. This is just O'Reilly has a lot of opinions that he doesn't really argue out and just states as fact, and then doesn't necessarily provide any evidence.
O'Reilly was an asshole, not a monster, and there's a difference. Like, he would routinely give his opinions. He'd smack down other scholars who'd said things differently without really explaining why they were wrong. He did kind of sell Deus to the Nazis, but also that isn't really.
They have summoned
he might have
Thorn.
sold Deus to the Nazis.
Exactly. Technically, we don't know.
Technically, nobody is willing to say 100% sure. We don't know. It's a potential possibility. But even so, he's definitely not the worst monster who's ever existed in Celtic studies. He was just your garden brand asshole. The thing is, though, that he was writing in the 40s.
Lord,
so
there has
it's
been
a little
much
bit
deliberation these last few
dated.
days. News of Owen
Still would
has
have been
spread
better
like
to
a
hire an
mountain
actual
fire.
consultant, but they did
The
something.
people are
I
frightened.
mean, they probably wanted
We
to
are
fight,
unsettled, to say the
this
least.
was a way to
A trusted
justify
abbot,
the
unveiled
fight,
as a
even
pagan
if they know that's
conspirator.
not good scholarship to him.
The Druids have permeated the church.
Well, I've been
at the
standing by
highest
my
level.
belief that they should have
There's
had the
no telling
Tuatha
how
Day as
far
the
down it
to his
goes.
boss fights, but
Something must be
I was
done.
never going to get that.
We must rid
But I
them of
really
this
wanted
land.
to kick Luke's ass.
Begin an
It would have been cool because you could have had the East Sage
dare you
program, and it
speak
could have
like
been
this?
like
Owen acted alone.
sure, the Tuatha Day have
belong
somehow
to a sect.
half
There are
nicked
others like him.
the Yggdrasil project,
I do not deny
and
it.
so they're coming back
But
to
then you
life
will speak only of the children of Danann.
as East Sages, and you have to go and be like, oh shit, and put them
A
down.
part of me would also like the Tuatha
How
Day
can we
just
ever be
staying
certain
beneath the earth and
this
doing their
will
own
not
thing.
happen
Like,
again?
well, yeah, we could do
Flom,
what the
I
other
do not
East are
like
doing,
what
but
these
also
men are
why would we?
implying.
Fuck them.
Do not
Yeah, they could be
entertain
super
this.
factionalized because that's what they actually
You
are.
would presume to tell
Yeah,
your
the reason
king
why
what to do.
their Isu never quite
Who share those
did the same
Druid
things the
roots.
others did is because they couldn't
You
agree
even
on
know this
anything.
sect by
Yeah.
name.
Interesting.
Perhaps
At
like
risk
Owen,
of derailing
there's
everything,
more to you than
they are
meets the
currently
eye.
advocating starting by their
Enough.
word an inquisition in
Speak
Ireland.
to her like that again. I'm not too sorry.
I don't know when Inquisition as
lied.
a concept comes up. It's not unless it's not for example several hundred years. I'll go ask.
Correct.
I'll go ask
I
Sacredus.
do not mean to cast
I know, I
suspicion,
super agree, right?
only to draw a very
while there
real
are
comparison. We do
like
not know
ad hoc
from where
inquisitions
the
in the
next threat will come.
13th century.
And we cannot simply
for the most
hope
part, this
that
is
it
a
will
late,
not come. We
extremely
must
late
put aside
14th
our
century,
differences and come together
and
as
then
Christians.
the big
We
wave
wish
of it
to
starts in the late
preserve an
15th
Ireland
century.
under God.
So,
Well,
yeah,
also
the like there are inquisitors in Germany in like the
Flan,
1420s,
if you do this-
but it isn't until
I know
the
well where you
1480s
stand, Kira.
that an
Are there any
inquisitor
others who
goes
wish to speak?
big,
I will.
thanks to the Malleus
This gathering
Maleficarum.
shows us something very
Well,
clear.
also, I don't
That there
think
is
that
solidarity
a
in this
Inquisition
cause.
could even
If we
really
do
gain
nothing,
a foothold in
the
Ireland at
weeds will
this time
continue to
because
sprout, leading to
what are you going
unrest
to do?
across the
Alienate
kingdoms.
the wealthy?
But if we
Because, like, if you alienate the
begin
learned
an
classes who
inquisition,
are spreading the
it will lead to
stories,
unity this
even
land
if you
has
don't view the
sorely
stories as
lacked.
necessarily
These are
pagan,
my people,
these are still the
Siegfried.
stories from
And there are
Ireland's
those within
past
who
as they
threaten the
understood
very
it.
fabric of this land.
So,
Can you really stand
you're going
there
to
and
alienate
defend
them if you say you can't do that. How many
am
nobles are you
anyone
going to
else?
kill?
I'm really interested to see which way they end up saying history went here.
Which way do you think we should go?
I don't agree
Oh,
with
I
any of
suppose,
this.
yeah, the Albigensian Inquisition, as a response to the Cathars, I guess would that makes sense as an early example of it. Okay, yeah, so I'll push that. I'll freely push my date back earlier for the Albigensian Crusade being a form of Inquisition. Are we anachronistic enough for this?
I don't want to agree with it.
What is being proposed is a bold strategy, the consequences of which cannot be properly weighed just now.
Uh-huh.
You must allow time to reflect.
Well, that's
Lord.
not what I said. That's not what I
Every
said.
moment we waste weakens
Let
our
me call him a
position.
dumbass.
Lord,
We kings are all in agreement. There is but one
Wow, the
move
Kings of
to
Ireland
make.
in agreement for one thing.
Is Munster even
We will
invited
launch
to
an
this?
inquisition.
No, Munster is
You
certainly
can't
not
Every
sit
affiliated.
with
druid will
us.
face a choice: reform or exile. The future of Ireland is a
So
holy Christian.
even though we said no, an inquisition is being formed.
Our choices do not matter. Our choices
Or
do
our
not matter.
choices, our choices don't matter, and we've just been told that that Ireland becomes Christian due to the Force. This is some fascinating value, because we all inquisitions are bad, right? That's just a thing.
That is the standard, yeah. Inquisitions are bad.
Yep. So we're being told that Druidism
Where
is
did Kira go?
killed in
Set off for
Ireland
her house,
by the
just
presence of the
down that
Inquisition.
road.
There's
mighty upset.
I don't like
There's
this.
so many angles here that are very unfortunate because, like, on one hand, we're supposed to think the Inquisition's bad, but also what we've seen of Druidism for the most part has been pretty bad as well, even if the two...
Kira is not sound of mind. That could be read many different ways.
Especially as a woman.
Yeah.
I'm just going to be the one to say the sexism thing here.
Oh, you're right, Johnny. It's the Patrick and Snakes thing. And the snakes is an analogy
Kira.
for druids, which isn't, if anyone
Get
cares,
out.
isn't true. Medieval
Leave me.
Ireland
It is-
didn't.
What
Medieval
is
Ireland
this?
didn't consider that
What are
Patrick
you
got rid of the
doing?
druids. There were too many
Flom.
druids in later times.
Spineless
Sorry, see what's
fool.
happening.
Also,
What was
Druids
he
could
thinking?
fight.
He saw an opportunity to unite the kingdoms. He seized it. It is what any king would do.
Oh, what is on
not
that piece of
defend
leather
him.
in front of her?
I am
We're
not.
supposed to agree with Eivor here?
Consider what would happen if you ignored
I
these
don't
allied
know that we're
kings.
supposed to agree with Eivor
You're
or
right
not.
to be
I
upset.
don't
But you know Flawn best.
actually know.
This was not a decision he made lightly. Let us go back and talk with him. If anyone
Hi,
can
guys,
convince
what
him
is
to
this?
reconsider, it's
There's
you.
an inquisition being
Oh, you
founded
missed
to
us
destroy
like
the
Balor.
druids.
Whether he wants
You
to
are
or not.
shitting me.
What? I am sorry, Evod.
How is...
I cannot let them erase us.
We fought Twinkie Balor.
Oh god.
And,
And
he
she's
didn't
turned
even-
evil.
She smoke bombed us. She smoke bombed us.
Yeah, she
you
used
hear
the
me?
druidic mist against
Evil.
us.
This
You're
is
right.
why we had a
Wait.
romance with her? So that she could do that?
Did you
We
see
had
Because
a romance
all
with
women
this-
are betray us.
this
Expect
Ruby.
you're here.
Is inherited here. Oh my god. How? What? Ah.
Okay, just think it. I'm sure you guys have covered this, but the concept that the Vatican gives this much of a shit about what's going on in
No,
Ireland.
this isn't a Vatican thing. All the Kings of Ireland got together and just like, you know what we should have? An
I
Inquisition.
think it's Kira.
It must be. I do not know what she's trying to do, but she's angry.
My fault. I must speak with her.
It may be too late for
By the way,
that.
I'm just
She
here
said
for
she
like
would not let you
5
erase
minutes
the
to say
druids.
hi, but it looks like I took a good 5 minutes
The
to
Leah
join
Fall.
for.
Eleanor, this is the gay Bolg. We got the gay Bolg by
Oh
killing
my
Balor.
god!
Does it
Oh
look
my
nice and
God.
tram-worthy?
And Balor recognized us as Odin.
And that's really interesting. I
I
don't know
think
what to
she'll
make of
try
that.
to use it to stop you.
Yeah. Because I thought we weren't doing Tuatha De Danann as Isu.
Yeah, jokes
We're
on
doing
you.
Tuatha
We
De-
totally were.
We're doing
Oh my
Tuatha
God.
Day as Isu, but we're going to ignore the Tuatha Day as much as possible.
Exactly.
So that everybody's miserable. People who don't want the Tuatha Day as Isu don't get, have to deal with that. But the people who want the Tuatha Day as Isu don't get to see them.
But I'm
Okay,
Not that
what
I-
a
well,
fucking
this
waste of
thing-
parchment this is. This is a
Because-
stretching rack for parchment. And then
What-
they
what
didn't
is
let the
this?
parchment stretch.
This looks like when my lace knitting goes horribly wrong when I'm blocking it.
I
True.
can make a joke about that, but I'm not going to. And what it looks like they're worshipping.
I mean,
I-
what did,
what's
is
They,
that
Wait,
of course
from?
it looks like that's what they're worshipping. It's
This
no.
writing system.
Yeah,
Random
not
scrolls.
Odin.
Random scribbles is the writing system.
Like, not even remotely related to any real writing system?
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, Jesus.
It looks like it's just random shapes. Tetris? I think it's written in Tetris. Also, the pendant with the Order of the Ancient symbol.
Underline Leah fail. Couldn't resist.
Uh-huh. And the Boa Island stones.
What
I
does the
did notice
Leah...
those were here inexplicably.
The issue is, what does the Leah foil look like?
Oh yeah.
Like, does anyone think so? So I've got some ideas here. Is this the Eye of Valor super weapon, or is it Krumkura, or is it just a big glowy rock? Anyone got any takes?
A super weapon.
My money's on big glowy rock.
Definitely a super weapon.
Also,
I gotta see some hardcore tablet weaving going on in there somehow, but
yeah,
that's probably the least of our worries right now.
Probably. Annoyingly, I can't just go to Tara. I actually have to like go
walk there.
Follow Flan.
I think she'll try to use it to stop you.
A stone.
Oh.
It's an
and yeah, because I don't think we mentioned that Eleanor, Kira has betrayed us because
would upset her.
Because even though we disagreed with the Inquisition founding, we're now seem to be okay with it. And we had to go try and settle her, like, it implied that she was not in the right frame of mind, which is not...
Hysterical woman.
Yeah.
Hysterical woman.
I listen to fight men.
Sorry, what is AC discussing in the chat right now?
So, the Liofel image there, with the people worshipping a standing stone, is a thing, the lingam in Shaivite Hinduism is actually modeled as, like, an idol site via a standing stone, except that the thing is actually just a penis, so the phallic imagery is explicit.
Okay, thank you. You finally said it. Thank God.
Yeah, come on. The phallic imagery is super freaking obvious with this.
I mean, in all fairness, you will notice that I do have a picture of me smirking beside the Leopold, and everybody's like, "Oh, Rachel's so happy to be beside her, one of her favorite artifacts." I'm just like, "No, I'm smirking because it's a gigantic dick."
True.
Yeah.
It's all. I love the hill tower because it's super important. Is there a visitor center here? Not really.
Yeah.
Hill in the field. That's weird.
Also, one of my favorite.
No, go on.
Well, my favorite John moments of all time was when I was in his Celtic Myth and Religion class, and he was discussing the Leofoil, and he was talking about the stone that's at Tara, which isn't really the Leofoil, but we call it the Leofoil. And he was saying it has another name, Baldfergus. I won't translate it because it is obscene, but I'm sure you can guess based off of the shape of it what it might mean.
Yep.
I'm like, oh, John, that is so delicate, and that is so you. But also, I did know that particular word of Old Irish. I know that much.
Oh,
Leave.
Yeah, something's happening.
Kira!
You want to rid the world of us? I'll rid it of you.
So, what?
Well then.
Oh great, they're now mind controlled. Mother.
Fabulous.
This is Thriller.
You know, Johnny, if you witnessed a giant space laser coming out of Taro, would you be the one to say, yeah, I'll brave this and try to figure out what the hell's going on? Or would you go,
Where is she?
No thanks. I would go, no thanks.
The sword, Flan. Stay close to me.
Eivor, what do we do?
I'm not over the concept of like first of all, this whole Inquisition deal. Like, no, that's your local bishop's job, and what the local bishop is probably going to do is complain, and then tell the priests that they need to work harder. But secondly, the implication that all of the kings in Ireland can agree on something.
That's what I pointed out. Also, this is how we get monastic reform in the 12th century, specifically because they couldn't keep their dicks in their pants.
So the Gables might be a little overpowered with its explicit lightning powers.
Listen to her, Kira.
I mean, we are. I just have to emphasize, we are using it wrong.
Yeah, you should be launching it with your...
using it extremely
wrong. We're also not using it on the correct. It's like we're using it on all parts of the body, which is not how it works.
Correct. So
I feel like this game would get such a bad rating.
So Scar, yeah, we would be dead by virtue of Scar being like, no thanks.
Flam's sword is stupid large.
Flam's sword is stupid large.
How do you sheathe that?
You don't.
Cool.
Yeah. Flan?
Flan? Oh, come on.
No.
Eivor!
It's fine. The others are expendable, but Flan matters.
True. All right, we're just gonna lightning strike Flan from the sky. Boom. Easy.
Sorry, Flan.
Stun attack.
You kind of deserve it because you did start the Inquisition, but you know.
I figure I won't actually kill him by virtue of the plot won't let me.
Who in the 9th century has the time to start an Inquisition? Like, that's my real question, even if you want to. Who has the time and the resources to do this?
Nothing but a ruthless raider, hollow inside. You speak of honor. Where is yours?
What is going on?
This was one bad breakup.
No kidding.
I like that the Vader is an insult, and it's like, that's a normal person's job. That's a rich person's job.
That is what Eivor came here to do and has been doing the whole way through the game.
My people will live to see tomorrow. If it means I have to kill you today.
Oh, Bronze Age swords.
Yeah,
no, they're not Bronze Age swords. Right, they've got the hilt, the antenna hilt of a Bronze Age sword, but none of the rest of this is a Bronze Age sword.
Oh, right. Actually, also, that anthropomorphic figure's very much the wrong way around. The head should be at the base.
Yep.
Yeah.
Niram, are you around? If people in the Discord, if you could all like bother Niram for a moment, I want to get his thoughts on this. Because let's look at the one that's actually being held by hands instead of clipping. Super intricate, almost Norse scrollwork. Like, the engraving pattern on the blade is almost Norse. But then, yeah, these hilts are insane. I don't understand, I don't know what old man these are supposed to be. Right, I have no clue what the historical reference are supposed to be on this. Yeah.
Okay, can I check
it? Let's just clip it.
Niram's on his way.
Oh, awesome. Cool. Then we'll hang out. We will get her down to low HP, but not kill her. Oh, she has a lot of HP.
Good.
Also can teleport.
As can all the druids in this game,
Oh crap, that's bad. That's very bad.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, okay, Niram, hop in voice chat if you can. We got swords for you.
I am here. What? Okay. Okay, this is a mess.
Yes? Technical term?
You think?
We have an anthropomorphic hilt, which is pretty typical. The head is upside down. No, wait, what the? Okay. So let's take this from the top again. We have an anthropomorphic hilt on an anthropomorphic hilt. You'll see that the head is going to the next anthropomorphic hilt. There's another set of arms and legs below this head and a set of arms above this head up the blade, and then it just becomes, what's the staff of Hermes and the snakes and the...
It is a caduceus, yeah.
Is.
Oh, okay. And then we have what's... Okay, this is a bit difficult, because while we don't have this diamond-shaped hole in the center of most blades, the shape is ringing bells, and I'm trying to remember what bells those are. It has features of a spear, I guess? And it wouldn't be abysmal as a sword. What the fuck is that 8-hit? Can you get a... Oh, hold on, I got full screen. Aha. Okay, that looks like they were trying to copy the style off of Runestone. I don't know. I don't hate it. I don't like it. I don't hate it. It's way out of time period. I don't know what the fuck they were going for. But they got the hilt. I'm confused.
Same.
Well, this just goes to show they Googled Celtic and put everything in the game. And
Yeah. They got the hilt right enough that it's weird how wrong they got it.
Yeah, exactly.
The thing that confuses me the most is the clearly, I agree, like, definitely Norse engraving patterns on the blade. I mean, not actually from a Norse blade, but from a Norse stavkirker.
Oh, see, okay, yeah, on the Celtic handle and with the Greek stylized. I don't hate it. It looks like it's an Oakshop Type 20 kind of profile, but with a central ridge and no fullers. Those would be really heavy. The crossguard is completely out of period. Even for, like, an existing, the anthropomorphic hilts almost never, like, extend too far past the blade, and this is going really far. I don't have much else to say on this other than that, yeah, it's weird how much they got right, but wrong.
I just threw up on you an actual example of this anthropomorphic hilt style, and you can see, right, it's, the guy's legs should, the guy's head should be on at where the pommel is, not at the end of the blade.
It looks like they were trying to go for, there's a word for this, a decoration in the middle of the guard. And as I said, you can see there is no crossguard on the other sword. It doesn't extend past the blade much at all. That's to stop your hand from going up the blade. Crossguards have a different function entirely.
Wait, quick check. When we say right about this, the anthropomorphic heads, we're not talking about 9th century swords, right?
No. This is BC.
Yeah, so all of this is already wrong on a wild level.
Yeah, no. There have been several points in this game where you'll look at peasants wearing like a Gaulish Celtic macaira on their belt, or they'll have just another Bronze Age sword on their table or something. We've seen Bronze Age helmets and just things that are literally 1,000 years out of place in terms of their weapons. And
you are unrelenting.
And then they did this.
Battle hardened over many victories. Do not make
I don't get it.
Do as you must.
But best of luck.
Yeah, thank you, thank you for coming on. We appreciate the confusion.
Thank you, Lois. I did love that one quick shot before I got to the cutscene where you put your axe to the side of her head, and you was like, wait, no. Hold on.
Oh. Ghost Druids.
I have also, after I have nothing, remembered something else weird about the harp, but I feel like now it's not the time for harp to complete. We've got other shit to worry about.
I'm kind of hoping that this stone does explode at the end of this, and we get it down to the proper
little nub.
It would be like I'd be like, clever touch. God, this is just a lot.
Yep.
I have to say, a part of me is almost going to give them Tasha giving some explanation for why the Druids go away after around the 9th century. I won't give them more than that because it's ridiculous, but
now stop.
Yeah, it's like they got the situation going on. They just came up with an absurd reason.
Yeah.
And which is too bad because like the historic one's a lot more resonant with modern times of just like it just faded away and redundancy.
It's like having a Roman character who discovers gunpowder and then promptly putting it in Mount Vesuvius and dropping a match in after it.
And Niram, you did notice.
I would never see the Druids
you did
into
notice.
darkness. I pretend to be my ally.
That correctly when she was summoned all the Druids, the thing just before they charged at me
you could be
was
better.
the Fular crew.
Better than Owen. Don't compare me to that demon.
No. Look around you. You set in motion what the children of Danu hoped you could. You became the vessel for their plot.
I always have been. After Mother died, I became the last. The last who could awaken the Leafal. Never did I think I would use this gift so foolishly.
What now?
Oh, what does
It
mean?
ends. Owen,
She's an easy sage.
Oh, right,
we only
okay,
exist
yeah.
in pursuit
Wait,
of
is
the
that right? Is
stone's
that how they work?
power.
I don't remember.
I thought the
And I am
Isu
the
sages
key
though
to
all had the
unleashing
one,
it.
the
You must kill
cross-colored
me.
eye, the heterochromic
Kill
eyes.
me, Eivor.
That used to be lore.
If I die,
Damn,
yes,
they
Tuatha's
changed it on
power
me.
dies with me. And there will be nothing left to lead my people astray.
AC,
The
be
old ways will
consistent,
return.
please.
Let me do this. Let me
How
save
many
them.
people are going to ask us to kill them in
Please.
this game?
Kill me, kill me.
All right,
literally,
all right.
Janet.
Are we gonna kill her?
I wonder what see, like, I'm just like, what happens if we say no?
Well, presumably, I presume this choice actually doesn't matter,
Does
or
matter.
does matter, where it will actually change the ending.
I know there are two different endings. I know that much.
This is what gives the two endings, 100%. This one choice.
You're part of an endangered species.
The chat seems very...
There's a spare. There's
kind of divided.
a couple of
No
kills.
mercy on spare, actually.
There's a couple of spares, or a couple of kills, but it seems chat seems to mostly be thinking spare.
I just want to see what happens if we spare her.
You may be the key to this power.
Oh,
The
we blow
stone
up
is
the
the
stone.
source. Destroy it.
Good for me.
Oh my god!
I cannot.
Oh,
I
Your
can't
ancestors
fucking
souls
believe
in another
it.
realm.
Oh.
They will not spare the stone's loss.
Ooh, and they
Sometimes
said
we
they didn't say
sacrifice
Valhalla. They just said
treasure
another realm, a
to
spirit
protect the
world.
ones
That's
we love.
actually good for Norse,
Bury
for
the
Norse belief
past.
in afterlives.
Build the
I don't know
future.
about if it's ancient Celtic, but
It's right,
It's
like
complicated.
like
It's complicated.
like a place? Question?
exactly.
There's an other world, but also there might be reincarnation. Nobody's exactly sure what the connection is between those two. Slow and Cavoil.
You may have all been quieter than the game there because the game got very loud.
Long Cavoil.
So
Or flan blows it up. Okay, so either way it breaks. Fascinating.
I bow my head in
So
contrition.
Flan can break it.
Do we get to see what it looks like now?
I fail you.
Please, I want to see the little
I
nub.
failed you and the true Druids of Ireland. For that, I truly
Wait, why is
apologize.
Flan...
I will speak
Wait,
to
what?
the kings and undo my rash
He's
decision.
apologizing for the Inquisition that he historically
The land
shouldn't
you
have
have wished
founded because
for.
that's nonsense.
I
Is secure.
started 20 minutes ago.
Show us
I
the
hope
nonsense.
it is so, Flan. Farewell. Farewell, Eivor.
Where will you go?
Yeah, and Niram's totally right. Again, we've had like a true, air quotes,
No true druid.
religious
Hashtag
system.
not all druids.
there's our nub. Look at it.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Alright.
I
Alright.
can't believe we
Alright.
actually got a backstory for why the Leo.
Ah, damn it! Are we gonna have to go back over it to actually take a look at the nub?
Johnny's right.
Dang it!
This is beautiful.
And now we
And
get
then
closing
in
cutscenes.
And then the 11th. And then the 11th century people were still making
How are you
sacrifices to Angus at Brún na Boyne.
Bruised.
Yep.
Battered.
So it was really successful,
I'll live.
Flan.
Though it'll take some time to reclaim my pride.
Took a lot not to kill you.
If you wanted to, that was your chance. I suppose at the end of all this, it's safe to call you a friend.
See to it that Sigfrith's reign is long, and you shall never know me as your enemy. Have you met with the other kings? I take it that is why you have come.
I have. The Inquisition is buried.
Nero,
I, king, is a leader
Nero,
of
why do you
all who
point
share
that out?
in his land.
I'm
You
not
helped me
happy
see
with you for
that.
pointing that out. Look off to his left at
My
the
only
tiki torch.
regret is not having understood it sooner.
Fucking hilarious.
Work to secure a future for all. Hero would be pleased with this outcome.
Hello, small doom child.
I know there is much that awaits you in England, Eivor. But you can set your boots in Ireland anytime you please.
No, there's nothing left for us in
Farewell,
England, actually. We kind of already
Until we
beat
meet
all of
again.
Thank God.
Yeah. Well then, the sandy sounds like it's doing great, folks.
What do you think my father would make of this?
Barith wanted to ensure the Dublin he left you could stand upright on its own two legs. And while he could not see it through,
this is such a weird ending. Like with the last, like.
I will never forget what you did for my
The
family.
game suddenly made a hard right turn into Isu stuff.
Yes.
Keep well.
We've
May
never
your
been
father's
sane. We chose
hoover
to
be
become
with you
Kelpicists
always.
willingly. Nobody gets in this field who is sane.
Well, I do feel like brain cells have been lost in the course of this.
I feel like I got down to the double digits.
Yeah.
Normally, I'm only this nonsensical when I see a cute dog or cat.
I mean, we could find one of
to be
those.
fair, this game has some of those. Sheepdogs, that is completely correct. Nobody did expect the Irish Inquisition.
Irish setters.
Let's see. There's nothing super close to Tara.
Balor.
I want to go to, yeah, Balor was a lot. Balor was a lot.
Valor, I missed it. What was the deal with Valor?
Emaciated fishman dude.
Yeah, we got high and fought him, essentially.
Yeah.
Oh, good God.
I stand.
Yeah,
I stand.
We got high, stole our mythological son's hammer, and beat him to a pulp.
I stand by my belief, by the way, that Balor is surprisingly hot for being an emaciated fishman.
Okay, let's not.
Sure, Rachel.
Rachel.
AC's got a question.
What bootleg medieval miniature should be created for this?
Oh boy.
Oh Jesus.
What a question.
It is a fair question that I know not the answer
Oh,
to.
Lynx, I missed you.
Yeah, like totally AC. Go with. Like this is like your last one. Honestly, is one of my favorite things I have. Like I'm really tempted to get it printed out.
Yeah.
And like done up on my wall because I love it.
But also, yeah, if you can emulate Book-of-Kel style and do it at us being flabbergasted at the busted Lyophale.
Oh, please. Oh, please. That was so good.
that I think that would be the correct commission.
Just kind of standing around staring in horror.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wait, okay, I need to say my thing about the harp because it's gonna bug me if I don't.
Do it.
And yet another thing that I've noticed about this harp. Okay, the way that the strings are attached at the bottom, because at the top it's the pegs, which is fine. But on a modern concert harp, which is what the harp is shaped like, they would attach to the soundboard. On this one, they go down past it. That's what you would do on a lyre, which makes a kind of sense if she's supposed to be playing a lyre. But it's shaped like a concert harp, which no one should have in the 9th century.
Incredible.
It's so unfunctional. It's almost unbelievable.
Also, I don't know as much about what Tara would have looked like back then because obviously things have changed. That looks absolutely nothing like how. No.
The nub. I love how like all of the other stones overshadowed the nub because they've just thrown random stones around everywhere.
Yeah.
Like, where's my passage tombs? Where are my hills? Like, Tara is.
Be my eyes.
Extensive.
Yeah, like the two hostages. This isn't here.
Yeah, like it's a totally barren area besides the fucking Leophile. Like, you go there and it's multiple passage tombs. It's an entire complex, you know?
Yeah. I mean, we do have a henge.
Yay.
Should we have a henge?
I don't think we should have a henge.
Should we?
I think it's that figure 8 shape because you have the two things like right that. Yeah, I think that's a thing.
Yeah. Okay.
But there's like other stuff in the area.
My friend who does Irish law would be absolutely horrified to the area where the Brehons traditionally met isn't there.
Yep.
Like,
Johnny's right.
Where's
this
my
is
beloved
this is
Tara?
this is what Avebury should look like.
Yeah. It's England, but an island.
Huzzah!
Again.
That's what we wanted. So.
Also,
to go with your Matthew Paris.
Also, allow me to say from experience that those hills hurt your knees when you're climbing up them. I did not climb up that godforsaken hill just so I could see one measly little
Cast
stone.
about this land, my
One nub. Okay, it's super late here,
Yep.
so I'm gonna have to
Exactly, and we are
disappear.
done. Like, we are at the end of the stream. We've been going for 9 hours. Jesus.
See you, Eleanor.
I will bid you all good night.
Yep, good night. And
Good night.
Bye.
to chat, a good night to all of you as well. The sanity
Good
took
night,
a
all.
hard... we were doing good, we were doing good, we were doing good. It took a steep dive off a cliff at the end.
I'm gonna have nightmares.
That was a time.
I need to play Resident Evil. I need to watch playthroughs of Resident Evil 8 now so that I can have less nightmares.
Smart.
Make of that what you will.
Yeah, the moral of the story, such as there is one, is,
Don't piss off your girlfriend.
true. No, that is the better moral of the story. No, we're gonna stick with that one. It was not what I was going to say, but that is the correct answer. So, next, in terms of scheduling, again, make sure, if you are not yet, that you are followed and consider subscribing to the channel if you enjoyed this, because it lets us do more things like it. More games, more experts, more awesome stuff. In terms of scheduling, there will probably not be a stream on Wednesday. There's some stuff going on in my personal life that might be messing with streams for the next couple of weeks. But hopefully, you know, E3 is next week. And so, if all goes well, next weekend, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, all 4 days of E3, we're going to do an afterward stream. So go watch your favorite silly meme reaction to E3 Live, and then I'm going to sort through all the information we got, take a look at what's historical games, and then we'll have shorter streams each night, recapping what, as a historian, I'm excited for, what historical type things we should be paying attention to, and any incredibly problematic stuff, as sometimes E3 do. So, I hope you all have that to look forward to, and I hope you all enjoyed this stream very much. One more round of applause for all of our guests, Katya, and Johnny, and Sark, and Niram, and Meg, and Eleanor, and Rachel, and Emmett. Thank you all
for having us
so much.
Exactly, we've all been super happy to be here.
It was my absolute pleasure to get to watch this. And I learned a hell of a lot from everybody else.
Yeah, this was excellent. Cool. I hope everyone has a good night then. We will catch you on the next stream. Oh, by the way, other thing. The VOD to this, if you missed any part of it, it was 9 hours long, I don't blame you. It will be on my YouTube channel, link is in the About section of the stream. I also do video essays there. I'm working on one on explaining medieval magic with Dark Souls. It is unfairly good at this. So, that should be out soon, TM. Next week, I'm hoping. I should have, assuming my schedule does not go completely to hell, I should have time to get that together. So, keep an eye out for that one. So, yeah. Otherwise, I hope you'll have a good rest of your weekend, and we will see you on the next one. Bye!
Bye.